have to email it to Trisha, and I'm going to talk to Dawn and see if I don't know.
All right, I'll give you the 60-second warning. If everybody would find a seat, please. Thank you. Touch it. Okay, if everybody would grab their seat. It's just kind of like magic, isn't it? Thank you all. It's good to see everybody here today. We will call the June 20th, 2023 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 4:01. I will give you just a few brief instructions. We will start off with an invocation, at which time I'll ask you to stand if you care to, not yet, and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. The invocation is open to any faith-based group in Volusia County. If you're interested in participating in that, please just send an email to letter K, Green, kgreen@volusia.org. This is Carissa Green down at the end, and she will get you all set up and scheduled to do that, and you would be welcome to do it. At 7 o'clock, if we're still here, we'll take a short break. And then after the prayer, the invocation, and the pledge, we'll start our meeting with the public comments, and I'll give more instructions with that when they get there. Let's go ahead and get started with the invocation today, and we are pleased to have Pastor Joel Newman with Life Fellowship Church of the Nazarene in Deltona. If you would please stand.
Good evening, and thank you for the invitation today, honorable council members and community. Dear Heavenly Father, as these leaders and representatives of our community gather here this evening to discuss issues that may have immediate and lasting effects on the citizens residing in this area, the communities formed by attitudes and actions of these people, and the neighboring communities that may be affected by some of the decisions made, may they keep a proper focus held correctly in the light most favorable to the greatest number of Floridians living in the area under the purview. Grant strength to put aside individual opinions, wants, goals, or desires, except insofar as they may be expressed in the hopes of creating or sustaining rules, ordinances, and guiding principles that may continue to elevate people from the commonness of life in order to grant some hope that the future of this small section of America may grow in a positive and productive manner. May the wisdom that a great king once said is more precious than gold, that knowledge he advised was so much more favorable than rubies, and the discernment he recognized as more esteemed than diamonds, fill our minds. Let these be the guides as all the members work together as far as humanly possible in one spirit that progresses not on its own volition, but on the motivating aspirations of this community and all of those citizens seeking beneficial change that will carry on to the next generations. May all those have the courage to listen with ears attentive to each idea put forth, insight to look ahead while drawing out each notion to its practical conclusion, and strength of mind holding fast a reasonable power that seeks path leading upward in positive growth and development. Or we ask that a wisdom greater than the air we breathe grant sound judgment to remain on the good paths that have already been forged for this community by previous decisions, learning to accept that which has proven to be worthwhile for many people throughout this community. May that power that brings light out of the darkness, health out of sickness, joy out of sorrow, and peace out of turmoil stir our hearts and minds on this very evening out of complacency. And Lord, we thank you for this time when we can meet together as a community to make such impactful decisions. We say this, and amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You again. Krista, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Santiago? Here. Mr. Dempsey? Mr. Johansson?
Here.
Mr. Kent? Here. Mr. Reinhardt?
Here.
Mr. Robbins?
Here.
Mr. Brower?
Here. We do have a quorum, and we will proceed with the meeting with public comment. And first up, let me just let everybody know that when you come up, try to make sure the microphone is close to your mouth. The podium does go up and down if you need it to, and staff can help you if you have an issue. You will have 3 minutes. Please stick to the 3 minutes. We have a long meeting tonight, and I just ask that you would be respectful of everyone else's time, and we will do the same. First up, and also just tell us what part of the county you're from for safety reasons. You don't have to give your address if you don't care to, but your representative up here would like to know what part of the county that you reside in. Paul Richardson.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLand. Although I couldn't stay for the vote, I am glad that the Council voted to save the arts and culture grants. Both of the things, art and culture, is what unites the people, and we can't turn our backs on those important things. I also hope you please take into consideration my proposal on the celebration of the upcoming 250th Independence Day on July 4th, 2026. My suggestion would generate tourism, take no public money, and any excess raised will be given to charities in Volusia County. Maybe the Cultural Council that you just voted to save should be put in charge of putting together the 250th Independence Day celebration instead of making a new one. However, my main focus today is an issue boiling the country as we speak. While we can promote arts and culture, we don't need to take sides in the cultural war. Luckily enough for all of us, a Mexican city came up with a perfect solution. In Hamtramck, Michigan, instead of being divided by having to take sides in such a cultural war, they decided to get ahead of the issue in a fairly reasonable way. They recently passed an ordinance where only the American flag, Mexican state flag, their own city flag, and 3 others that represent native countries of their lawful immigrant residents can fly or be displayed on public or city properties. This confirms the neutrality of their city government and doesn't show favoritism to any religion, ethnic, political, or sexual orientation groups. It doesn't affect any flags flown on private property. I think this is an equally fantastic idea that Volusia County might look into and adapt as well, if it's not already a thing, to tell the world that we don't discriminate here. Now, I wouldn't use their list, of course, but you should generate a different list based on a neutral basis, like the American flag, maybe the state flags or whatever, but it should be based here for Volusia County. Again, you won't be banning flags, but only authorizing a select few, so you won't stop any arguments before they start. This is just a suggestion you can take or leave as you see fit. God bless Volusia County, and God bless America.
Thank you. Alec Redner?
Daytona Beach Shores. We have a UN-run sheriff's office, and we have a UN-run U.S. government. Thousands of Volusia County citizens have been sickened or killed by Pfizer's COVID vaccines and remdesivir in Advent Health and Halifax hospitals. Yet Sheriff Shitwood doesn't investigate those drug-related deaths because Big Pharma is in the sheriff's pockets and is the next biggest drug-dealing cartel besides the CIA and the Pentagon. How long are we as Volusia County citizens going to sit around and wait for the next Bill Gates pandemic led by the terrorists at the UN? You want to know why no American trusts the authorities? Is because they won't investigate the COVID vaccine and remdesivir genocide that we just went through for the last 3 years. How can you trust a government who literally sickened and killed millions of its own citizens in the worst Holocaust in world history? When you hear how FEMA is so great about disaster relief, yet they neglect to tell you about Hurricane Katrina in 2005 and the intentional disastrous response. In order for FEMA to have declared martial law after Katrina hit New Orleans, FEMA intentionally blew up the dam levees which flooded the city so FEMA could bring in federal troops. U.S. Army troops did detain U.S. citizens in New Orleans without probable cause, confiscated guns illegally at people's homes, and cut local emergency response lines, which caused thousands of deaths. U.S. Special Forces took over command of New Orleans communications as a live martial law training exercise. Are white Northern European Americans going to be targeted for another genocide and the next pandemic by the international terrorist Tedros at the UN in the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion, or should we abolish the commie-run United Nations? The Chinese Communist Party has their tentacles in the UN, our own government, NATO, Israel, and Ukraine. I believe all Volusia County prisoners that are legal citizens in jail should have the right to conjugal visits to reduce prison violence, jail violence. Clearly, Sheriff Shitwood has violated his oath of office by not protecting Volusia County citizens from the murderers like the CDC, the UN World Health Organization, Pfizer, and Moderna. And not only should you not vote for this scumbag, pardon my French, but he should be recalled from office for allowing this holocaust of COVID vaccine deaths and remdesivir deaths in the hospitals. I also believe we should impeach Biden.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Twice in 2 weeks, I've had my head handed to me. After the last meeting, I had a gentleman come up to me and said, I really shouldn't speak before the commission unless I attended a couple of meetings first. And I was a little bit shocked. I'm like, I do attend several. So then last night I was at a meeting and a gentleman came up to me and said, you know, you didn't say a single thing correctly. They were all lies. And I'm like, well, tell me what? I mean, I had mentioned that the two representatives, because they were talking about the widening of LPGA and the need for the eventual widening of ISB. And so I said, well, contact your two representatives for the city of Daytona Beach. You've got Matt Reinhardt and you've got Joy Kent. And I didn't think that was lying. And so they were talking about the funding. Why aren't we widening? And I said, basically because we don't have the funding. And it takes a while. We've been working on it for years. And I had said, and I believe I'm correct, that almost everybody on the council is for the widening. We just have to get the funds and have the ability to do it. And we're held up they're waiting for the I-95 interchange at LPGA and the bridge. Those are our two biggest concerns at this moment that's holding up a lot of this. So the guy said, well, yeah, but that's all FDOT, and you don't know anything about FDOT. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. FDOT is a bottomless pit. You don't get any information from them, and it takes forever. It's like the environmentalists. It takes forever to get cleared through that. It holds up a lot of things. So I'm not quite sure if I've been saying things correctly or not, because obviously they're being misinterpreted. But I'm asking you, because it was brought up last night, again, to look at whatever you can do, whoever you can call about the widening of LPGA. It is a concern because there's another project. If you remember, I said we only had one property left before we reach ISB. That was the property that was discussed last night. At the corner of ISB and LPGA, there's a big project going in there as well. And he wants to start within the year and a half. Again, thank you for what you did for Tomoka Farms Road. It absolutely needed that intersection at Bellevue. Is a pain in the derriere. And we needed to fix it. We really did. Because so many people get caught at that intersection. So again, keep an eye on all of those and push them if you can. Thank you.
I'm sorry, my mic wasn't, but you heard me. Patty Purdy.
Thanks. As a tax-paying constituent, I'm grateful that County Council is doing the hard work regarding accountability for taxpayer funds. I believe that we can all agree that good stewardship is paramount, and that's why I'm here in front of you today. Thanks to each of you for listening to everyone who came before you at the last council meeting in support of the county cultural funding. In the discussion from the DS 2 weeks ago, some council members referred to something that they had heard or something someone had told them, which in passing I would have liked to respond to, but the public participation session had ended. Now I have an opportunity to respond. The first point is that somehow the organizations that reside in facilities built or improved by ECHO grants are double dipping by assessing the general program support. The two programs are not mutually exclusive, and in fact work in tandem to provide the robust cultural offerings Volusia County has for visitors and residents alike. The second point was that ECHO projects, in process of fulfilling their contractual obligations with the county by repaying the grant in full, were using general program support funds on a facility no longer in use. Speaking for the Museum of Art DeLand, we provide an end-of-year accountability form stating how general program support was used. We are financially transparent and we will happily provide any information. In closing, as someone who has served as an arts administrator for over 30 years, I am always available to answer any questions that might come up regarding our organization or to provide general knowledge based on my experience in Volusia County as a counterpoint or confirmation to issues that are brought to your attention. I thank you and I look forward to being of service.
Thank you.
DeLand.
Okay, that concludes that part of public participation. We will have more as we continue. So we will, I'm going to call that. When we get to the consent agenda, I will call it, which I'm just about to do. We'll go to the first item, which is our consent agenda, and I do have several members of the public that have turned in requests to speak on those. Those will be letter Z and N. We can still vote for them, but we should just hear from the public.
Mr. Chairman, I want to pull L.
L? Okay. Anyone else? Troy Kent?
Yes, Chairman. I'd like to pull K, and then I just briefly want to just speak after we vote on W, Z, and AA.
W, Z,
And AA.
A. None of those are pulled for a vote, right? Just for comment.
Mine is
Which one? All,
just K.
just K?
K for me, for a vote.
Mine
Okay.
is for a comment.
Okay. Okay. Then can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda except for item K, which we will handle separately?
Yes, I'll make a motion now, approve the consent agenda item absent item K.
Second. Okay, the Troy Kent makes the motion, and the second came from Danny Robbins. Before we vote, let me call the public who wanted to speak on these. Amy Munizzi of DeLeon Springs. This will be on item N, correct? Are you going to do Z at the same time?
No, I'll do Z when you bring
Okay.
up Z.
N as in Nancy, yes.
N as in Nancy, which is under environmental management in your consent agenda. I just want to thank y'all in advance for accepting this FDEP grant for $1.1 million. You may know that a year ago, Volusia County Council accepted a $1.1 million grant to help our citizens. And this additional $1.1 million grant will go a long way toward helping our citizens in DeLeon Springs be able to comply with the Basin Management Action Plan. As you probably know, in that Basin Management Action Plan, citizens who are on less than 1 acre must convert their septic systems from conventional to nitrogen-reducing systems within 20 years. And although we do want to protect our spring, and we're very excited about opportunities to do that, this is expensive for a lot of people. So with this $2.2 million, it now gives them an opportunity to have up to $10,000 toward converting their systems and complying with the BMAP requirements. So we just wanted to thank you all in advance. We want to thank the Environmental Management Division, County Management, all of you for working together along with the state of Florida to accept these grant funds to help our community, to protect our water quality, and to protect our spring. Thank you.
Amy, why don't you go ahead and do Z?
Okay.
We'll start your time over, and while we have you here.
All right. Z is the traffic engineering study that was done, and those are for 4 streets that are between Audubon Avenue and Grand Avenue. And the DeLeon Springs Community Association is fully in support of reducing the speed there. It's 30 miles an hour implied at this time, but 25, a maximum of 25 would do some good out in that area. Those streets were created in the Berwyn Park area, and that's a historic neighborhood, almost 100 years old. And those streets were created for horse and buggy and Model Ts and Model As, and they cannot handle the traffic that they have. If you look at the traffic study that is included in your paperwork there, that traffic study was done in November of last year on a Wednesday and a Thursday. Had it been done on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, those statistics would have been much higher, the speeds would have been much higher. So we are definitely in support of lowering that speed limit to 25. However, we would also like to ask that you consider Audubon Avenue to have their speed limit reduced to a maximum of 25. Because Audubon Avenue, again, is a very narrow street, and it's almost a straightaway from Ponce de Leon Boulevard to Mud Lake Road. And on the weekends in particular, especially at night too, we have big trucks that come in, we have four-wheelers, we have motorcycles that fly up and down and just use that as a raceway. And it's sort of become known for that. Volusia Sheriff's Office has done a phenomenal job responding to complaints by citizens there, but it has just turned a beautiful, historic, quiet neighborhood into a nightmare for these residents. And so we are requesting that you consider lowering the speed limit on Audubon Avenue as well, and also that you consider including traffic calming devices such as speed humps and speed bumps and chicanes and whatever it takes to make that road less attractive to people who want to come and speed, and just restore quiet and calm and peace to this historic neighborhood. Thank you. Oh, and while I'm up, since I've got a little bit of time, you have a proclamation for the Bethlehem Baptist Missionary Church that Representative Councilman Dempsey is going to be giving if he hasn't already. And we just want to congratulate them on over 100 years of service to our community. They have done a tremendous job there, and we congratulate them. Thank you.
Thank you. And Council, before I go to your comments, we have one more public comment on Z. So Chris Edge, if you want to come up for that one, and then I'll move to the council comments.
Hello, Mr. Chair, Council. This is Chris Edge. I know you guys have all received emails from me at one time or another concerning these issues out here. Amy covered a lot of what I was going to say, but I want to emphasize that there's a real problem out there right now with speeding and reckless driving. Some of you have also seen the emails I've sent about what's happening at the end of Wheeler Street. So there's a lot of graffiti, vandalism, theft of signs and county and state property is going on. So I think that adding reducing these speed limits, the speed limit within the park will help open eyes to a lot of this. I'm also going to ask that if you could please pull in, along with some of the items that Amy pointed out, if you could consider adding stop signs along Merwin, which runs through the heart of Berwyn Park. Right now, there's a four-way stop sign at Katrina and Merwin, but the other three intersections do not have stop signs. I find it odd. I've been given the reasons by traffic study, which I appreciate, but it would make more sense to have that at each intersection to deter the through traffic right now, and divert that to either Wheeler or Ponce de Leon Springs. So far as there's been a sudden increase in traffic in the area due to a few businesses that have opened up, which has increased traffic at all hours of the day, 7 days a week, not necessarily 24 hours a day, but close to it. There's rather large trucks that I've sent everyone emails and pictures of these vehicles that are coming through these roads that are aging, as Amy described. So if you could also consider maybe adding a tonnage limit or a restriction on the large trucks through the neighborhood, that would be helpful. And one other thing, so I appreciate the study that Mr. Williams did, but I think a few things are off. Berwyn Park does have sidewalk. We have sidewalks on every street from Arthur Street down to North. And the boundaries of Berwyn Park also are along Audubon and Grand Avenue and between Arthur and Rayland Street. So any improvements that you suggest or vote on today or anytime in the future, I would ask that you consider those boundaries other than just the three streets that are listed right now on the consent agenda, which I appreciate that you're taking the time to vote on today. So thank you.
Councilman Kent, would you like to speak to Z at this point?
Yes, if you don't mind, Chairman, I'll speak to Z and AA because
Okay.
they're both similarly related. And they are speed limit changes for the areas we just heard about, and also on the North Peninsula on Wisteria Drive and a couple other streets as well. And I just wanted to publicly thank the residents that came out and spoke at this podium, and I want to thank this council, and I publicly want to thank staff, because this is how government is supposed to work. Our residents come to us with concerns, we listen to them, we weigh them, and then we direct staff. And staff, you made a good decision with both of these agenda items, Z and AA. I don't know if it's going to fix it completely, but the woman that spoke gave some great ideas when she talked about, she didn't mention speed tables, but that's something that I'm fond of in certain residential areas. And it's something that does address that traffic, especially like on Wisteria Drive, where you've got a convenience store at the end of the street. It's a straight shot from the river, and they have a ton of speeding there. But this is a huge step in the right direction, and I just wanted to say thank you to not only staff but this council as well.
Thank you. You want to hold W?
If you let me go with W as well.
Go right
Yeah.
ahead, and then we'll
So
go to Mr.
I'm so glad that I met with Dr. Fulcher. This is a big ticket item, I think $475,000 that we're approving for a forensic imaging system, but it just makes sense. Touring that new facility that this county is building for our residents at the medical examiner's facility, it just makes sense to do this to help him and his staff be even more efficient at what they're doing. So, I'm just glad that I had an opportunity to put eyes on where it's going to be located, what the old equipment looked like, how the old equipment has failed in the past, and how this is going to speed up their process and hopefully make them even better at what they do. So, I thought that, again, this is government doing the right thing and not bringing old, outdated, antiquated material into a brand new building. We're doing the right thing here. Big ticket item, though.
Thank you. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to expand on that as well, because I had the opportunity to, with Dr. Fulcher also, to look at that equipment and to expand on that with what Councilman Kent had said with regards to what they're doing with the old equipment. And my understanding is going to animal control, if I'm not mistaken, that's tremendous. So we can still repurpose that older equipment. So I was in favor of this as well. But first looking at it, it was a big ticket item, and I had the same concerns. But remembering the tour and what you're doing out there, Doctor, is phenomenal. So I commend you. Thank you.
Thank you, George Rechtenwald.
Just to clarify, that's the Marine Science Center.
And I'll just tie in with that, because I was shaking my head yes, because I had heard that as well, Councilman Reinhardt. So I don't think you were off base with that, but I appreciate George, letting us know exactly where it's going to go.
Thank you. And I'll just quickly concur with, I think it is a big ticket item. It's a lot of money, but we're building a beautiful facility that brings us into the probably to the next century. And we have a fabulous staff out there. I think this is much needed, and I anticipate that surrounding counties will be calling Dr. Fulcher wanting to use our imaging equipment. That brings us to item L, which is an echo.
Volusia Forever, I think.
Volusia Forever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And council members, I only wanted to comment on it because if you recall, a few weeks ago, y'all were kind enough to table this item while I did some additional conversations with staff. I had alluded to potentially some discrepancies on the forms we were using. I just want to report back to you that I found nothing there, and staff did a fantastic job of giving me the information, and we are good to go as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, thank you. That seems to cover all the comments. We have a motion on the floor to accept the consent agenda as is. Motion by Troy Kent, second by Danny Robbins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda passes 7-0. And for those that spoke on Z, I'll just remind you that doesn't mean everything, that's a brick wall. Thank you for your comments, and I live close to that neighborhood, and I can tell you a beautiful, quiet residential neighborhood is being, it's not so quiet anymore. So that brings us, had anybody outstanding here? That brings us to item 2, confirmation of appointment of Joseph DeMore.
Chairman, sorry, quick point of order. We need to address K. that I wanted to talk about for a vote.
You were pulling up for a vote.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Letter K, which is time extension on Echo. Did you want staff to speak to it or just yourself?
Yeah, I don't need to hear from staff. I sent Mr. Rechtenwald a question about it. I got an answer. And I'll start my comments, council, with I'm a big fan of Echo, as is our community. They voted for themselves to be taxed yet again. I'm a big fan of the city of New Smyrna Beach. So, no hard feelings anywhere with any of that. But this has been 4 years. Staff gave an extension last year, and now they're asking for another year extension. This will be year 5. The Echo Committee is signing off on this and saying they're okay with it, and that's great. I just am not. I'm not okay with 5 years. I get that, there were some stabilization issues, but then I get where the whole scope of what they were going to do was changed, and the money was able to be changed from the interior to the stabilization. They're 2% done on this, and this is more of a message to all recipients of any tax dollars. When you accept that money and you agree to the timeline, the expectation is you're going to do it, and you're going to get it done within that timeline. You learn a lot, in government. And one of the things I learned with this is that staff themselves can give a year extension, which they did. And now they're coming back for yet another year. 5 years is just too long for me. So unfortunately, I'll be a no on this one tonight.
Okay, thank you. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if I may, can I ask staff a question on this topic?
Please. Yes.
So I see it's coming with a recommendation for another extension. How confident is staff that after 4 years, another year is going to make it happen?
Well, the ECHO committee recommended approval contingent upon the New Smyrna Beach City Commission committing to finish the project in the timeline, which they've done with a resolution. But construction has started based on pictures that New Smyrna staff has shared with me. The stabilization of the stem wall.
So are you saying, just for clarification, that the lack of a better term, the city of New Smyrna is backing this event now with their full support and resources to make sure it happens within the time frame?
They have committed to that timeline in the resolution.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman and council members, I get where you're coming from, Troy, because principally we have to draw the line in somewhere exactly. And I was leaning towards backing you in there and that, but I kind of felt that where we're at today, it's still a principle thing that we have to really come to a conclusion. We've had conversations as a council as to where's that line going to be drawn. I think we gave some direction, but no real clear satisfaction as to where we want to be. So based on staff's comment and the backing from the city of New Smyrna, then maybe we can get there. But we need to get to the point where a principled conversation needs to happen and the line is drawn. So I was there, but comments helped me to support it.
And I'm with you actually with everything that you're saying, and I want it to get done. I want to approve it. I want it to happen. But I think conversations like this will help set the stage, especially when staff is meeting with anybody asking for these funds. Hey, you have a council who they expect results. So, they're in our bylaws or whatever it says, we can give you a year, but this extension of up to 5 years, we're going to draw a line and say, no, not okay. I want this to get done. I'm so pleased to hear that New Smyrna is behind it. I think that will help spark the fire to make them get it finished. But at the same time, I want, and it wouldn't matter to me if this was New Smyrna, Ormond Beach, Deltona, Edgewater, DeLand. I would be saying the exact same thing to any of them. Hey, here's the expectation. Let's get it done within that. And if you can't do it, then just give the money back.
Thank you. Brad, the Was the vote unanimous on ECHO? Because the ECHO is voted for approval of this.
I believe it was unanimous.
And we have a resolution from the city of New Smyrna Beach.
Yes, sir.
And construction is already underway.
Construction has started based on the pictures that they've
Small
shared.
amount, but
Yes.
2%. Yeah. Okay. Jake Johansson. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, sir. You know, one of the things that I had talked to staff about after reading this and some of the other ECHO things that have come to our attention is that given the environment that we're in, that maybe we're expecting too much. 5 years might be too long of a time, but yeah, there was about a year and a half here where they couldn't even get a bid. Is that a fault of theirs? Is there a way they can give back the money and or pause the timeline and start it again once the bids come in? I don't know, but you know, given the environment we just came out of with COVID-19, which can't be an excuse for everything, but can account for probably these no bids and the scope changing. Yeah, and I live close by, and I just talked to the mayor last week on a separate issue and drove by. They're already working on it, so I know they mean well. I think we need to talk about tactical. I think we call it a tactical timeout, George, and discuss with council when there are times where we just need to press the pause button on not just ECHO grants, but anytime we give a grant where the recipient runs into a problem that's insurmountable, something that's not under their control, and then maybe pick it up later or find some other way to mitigate that. So we're not here talking about, it's 5 years, people, come on. So something to think about, something we need to discuss. And I know there's some things that you're already doing for pausing the ECHO grant. So I'm for those reasons, I'll be for this. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Councilman Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Brad, I ask you another question if I could.
Yes, sir.
And before I do, I was with Mr. Kent on that until you made the comment about the fact that the city of New Smyrna Beach is behind him. My question is simple. In the ECHO grant process, is there some avenue for them with what Councilman Johansson just said, if they run into an obstacle unforeseen, that they can come back and say, hey, we'd like to hit that pause button so it's not held against them? I mean, it sounds kind of silly, but I'm just curious. I mean, that's a legitimate
Not at this
thing to do.
point in time, there is not. But one of the things I've asked my team to do is go back and do an analysis of what the average time to complete a project is, so we can look at the data to see if the 2 years is enough, or
Okay.
are projects taking longer, which will be presented to this council.
And that's not blanketed, that's based on the actual project itself, because obviously some projects are larger than others.
It's a blanket 2 years with staff.
Blanket 2 years regardless, even regardless of the project itself.
Sure.
Okay, good to know. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't, Troy Kent.
Yeah, quick question for Dr. Burbaugh. Just a quick question. So there's a blanket 2 years, and then is there an additional year staff can give?
Yes, sir. So additional year for staff can give without bringing it to the advisory committee. If there's another year that's asked, it goes to the advisory committee with a recommendation that comes to council.
Gotcha, over 1,000 days. Gotcha. Thanks.
Brad, is there a representative here of the city?
Yes, we have two. So we have Chad Gibson, who's their CIP and grant coordinator, and Rob Salazar, who's their leisure services director.
I would just give either of you a chance to speak if you'd like to speak on this, because I don't know where the vote's going to go, so.
Absolutely. Thank you. My name is Chad Gibson. I am the Capital Improvements and Grant Coordinator for the City of New Smyrna Beach. Thank you for having us. I hear the committee about, you know, the time frame. You know, there is a lot to take into effect. You know, pandemic, hurricanes, our area for New Smyrna Beach is one of the major area that has been affected from the hurricanes in the region. We this hasn't been like a normal storm track for New Smyrna Beach, so this is something new that hit them. Also with so much with the contractors for bid, we put it out in good faith to try to get bids, but you know, if we're not getting also the right amount, we're trying to be responsible for our citizens of our city and so forth as well with your money as well. And you know, when it comes to all elements that, you know, for the length of time that is going on, we do want to make sure we're doing the project correctly. So, you know, it is a historical building that has, you know, many years behind it of neglect. So we want to make sure that we are doing it properly and safely. So those are major concerns, and we're addressing each item as they come around.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Danny Robbins.
Yes, Chair, thanks. Motion to approve item K as written.
And Vice Chair Robbins makes a motion to approve K. as
Second.
written. And the second is by Matt Reinhardt. And just my final comment, Mr. Kent, I think you are exactly correct that we need to, this is a trust between the public and their money, $267,500. However, I'm going to vote for this for the reasons that you just stated, sir, and the fact that we need to preserve our history. And this is a historical building. It's the Historical Women's Club of New Smyrna. But I really want to see this done. And I hope that everybody that applies for ECHO grants hears that the will of the council is tending to, there's a limit to how many extensions that can be given. So if there's nobody else that wants to comment, we have a motion by Vice Chair Robbins, second by Matt Reinhardt to approve the time extension. Mr. Kent, did you need a?
Just 30 seconds.
Sure.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Chairman. Just publicly wanted to state, and I've already said I've got love for New Smyrna Beach. I want this to get done. I want this to happen. At the same time, I want everyone to know that's receiving these grants, the expectations that we have, and my no on this is not against any one city. It's just to let everybody know we expect timelines to be followed to the best of the ability. There's 2 years, there's a third-year extension, and if there's something beyond that, then we're reasonable. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Carissa, would you call the roll in this? Because I don't have a sense of where this is going.
Mr. Santiago. Mr. Dempsey. Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
No.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. So the item K passes 6-0, 6-1. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Clayton with Volusia County Community Information. Item 2 will be the confirmation of a new director, and at this time, I'd like to turn it over to County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Honorable Council. It is my pleasure today to bring forth Joseph DeMore for confirmation for the position of our Corrections Director. I just want to say this position went through a rigorous search nationwide, as a matter of fact. We had a process here that also included a lot of other stakeholders, a part of our justice system, a committee that included members of the Sheriff's Department, State's Attorney's Office, and the Court Administration, and our own Public Protection Department. So we're very happy to attract a lot of good applicants, but Mr. DeMore clearly rose to the top. So Joe has over 22 years of corrections experience. He began his career as the corrections officer with the Allegheny County Bureau of Corrections in Pennsylvania, which is the jail that serves the Pittsburgh area. He progressed from corrections officer all the way up through the chain, sergeant, captain, major. He then became chief deputy. Had the responsibility there. That facility is over 3,000 beds, so it'll be twice the size of ours. Supervised upwards of 500 officers and 400 civilians. That was before he took on his last position, which was the warden of the Butler County Prison. Mr. DeMore is a certified jail manager, and he is certified corrections executive. Holds a bachelor's degree of arts from Slippery Rock University there in Pennsylvania. And I'm very happy to present him here today for confirmation. And also I want to thank him for coming down and bringing his beautiful family there behind him. And as they will be relocating here from Pennsylvania to our wonderful community. So I just need a motion for his confirmation.
I will make that motion.
Matt Reinhardt makes the motion to confirm. And the second is by David Santiago. Would you like to speak first?
Yeah. My family and I are grateful for this opportunity to relocate to Florida. It's been my wife and I's dream for the last 10 years to get down here. We're beach people. This county's beautiful. We've got to explore the last couple days. I'm blown away by how beautiful the beaches are in the area. We're settling in Port Orange, and we're really excited to get down here in July. As far as the corrections department, I've worked in 2 different facilities. I'm just looking forward to working with the staff in place and just getting going when I get down here. So just very excited to take this next step in my career. If you guys approve me.
Okay. Well, let's see. We have a couple people that would like to speak. One won't be a surprise. Matt Reinhardt.
Who would have thunk it? I waited for some chuckles there as soon as I hit the button to talk. Start the clock, 10 minutes, right? So, no, actually, it's very brief. I had the opportunity to overlook your resume, and extremely excited to see what you bring. Breath of fresh air. We all need it. I'm sure that's a testament right there of what you see behind you. And I love every single one of them. So, and all the ones that are back at the house, so to speak. So I know that you're there to take care of it, and I look forward to working with you. And from former warden to former warden, now councilman to director here in just a moment, I welcome you, and I'm excited to see what you bring to the table.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Joe, there's one good thing about Florida is you can't shovel rain. So you're going to be excited about that change, and we're excited to have you. And you're going to be getting an excellent organization, a great team of people, and I'm excited for the future. So look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I have deep roots in Pittsburgh as well. I went to Pitt, and but being that you went to Slippery Rock, I'm just concerned. Are you a Browns fan or are you a Steeler fan? Being that close.
Yeah, Steeler fan.
Okay, there you go. Okay, that's all I had.
Troy Kent.
Mr. DeMore, I just wanted to welcome you to Volusia County. We have high expectations for you, and it sounds like you're more than ready to step up to the plate and swing for the fences. I'm excited about your arrival, and I love that your family is with you today, sitting right behind you. I can just see in their faces that they are excited to be here as well. And just on behalf of District 4, welcome to Volusia County.
Jake Johansson.
Welcome. Slippery Rock Wrestling Summer Camp guys, so that's as far as I got at Slippery Rock, but a fun place to be. welcome aboard. We look forward to hearing great things about what you're doing at the jail. If you miss cones on the highway, go down I-4. If you don't want to see any more cones on the highway, use I-95. Other than that, enjoy your time here and enjoy the beach.
Thank you. Wrestler for life myself, too.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Welcome to Florida. Welcome to Volusia County, your family. I've had a few opportunities to visit the facility in the past, and you got a good group I think you're inheriting there. So, and I certainly look forward to your updates to this council because there's no expertise in the prison system up here, so we need the help.
Wow. Am I bleeding?
Thank you.
I was waiting for somebody to have a dig, and there it was.
Here's a recess.
I'll just, you kind of get a sense of where the council's going, I guess.
Yes.
So I'll join them in saying welcome. You already know because you've looked at this hard, you've interviewed. It's a big job. So when we're done here, you can turn around and say goodbye to your family. But we will do everything we can to be right alongside of you. It is a big job, and there's work that needs to be done, and it's an important job. So welcome to Volusia County. We're glad that you're here. We have a motion to approve by none other than Matt Reinhardt, second by Councilman Santiago. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you are approved 7-0, unanimous. Congratulations.
We're doing our thing. Is it going? Yeah, it's going. I had to do a dirty dog. I knew I was waiting for somebody. I didn't know it was going to be
Congrats.
you.
That would have been weird, all three of us shaking.
Yep. Oh, yeah. With family. With family. Oh, yeah, you're in.
Matching image.
Yes, I did.
Pat, are we centered?
There's a reason.
Yeah, that's it. Ready. Oh.
Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Mr. Chair, could I just,
Mr. County Manager.
one comment I'd like to make because I wanted to personally thank the team that's back there behind you, Steve Smith, Jeremy Faircloth, his whole leadership team. It's difficult to go through a transition like that. They worked very, very hard. They tackled a lot of issues and problems. They did not wait. They dove right in. And so I feel very good about the organization. And like I told Joe, he is taking on a great team and they're ready. So I just wanted to make sure that they were properly thanked for their hard work.
Thank you. Now, that brings us to item 3, back to ECHO, City of Lake Helen ECHO grant. Brad Burball.
Yes, sir. I have a quick PowerPoint to provide an overview of the materials. So in 2004, ECHO gave a grant to the City of Lake Helen for $156,000, and they committed to do a teen art center until 2044. In 2006, our team went out and found that the building was not being used for that teen art center anymore in accordance with the approved scope. We requested an action plan for them to come back in compliance. In 2017, council approved this revised scope at the recommendation of the ECHO Advisory Committee. In 2009, after the revised scope was approved for the museum and cafe, our team went back out for another compliance visit and found that the facility was not being used in compliance with that revised scope in 2017. And I give an example here. They entered into a management agreement with a third party without our approval, which is a guideline of ECHO. And we asked them for a plan to get back into compliance and did not get a response at that time. So the team went out again in 2020, and both the cafe and museum were closed at that time for social distancing. The team continued to engage with Lake Helen, as you can see in the supplemental materials. I've given you a bridged timeline, but we do have a more robust timeline with all of our contacts with the city. And in 2022, the city entered into a management agreement with the GEMS group to operate the facility. However, this management agreement and what they're trying to do in the facility does not align with the 2017 approved scope. The city came back to us, to the ECHO committee in July and October, and presented revised scope changes. In order to make an informed recommendation to council, the ECHO committee requested a site visit to see the project, and that was scheduled for January 26th. On the 23rd, we received a letter from the city saying that they felt that they were in compliance and they did not want us to come for the site visit. So during their 26th meeting, the ECHO Advisory Committee recommended on an 8-to-1 vote to the county council to rescind the grant and request repayment of the full amount of $156,000. I will say, since the city's letter and the ECHO committee meeting, staff has continued to engage and provide feedback to Lake Helen on their compliance and scope change request. As a result, the city has submitted a revised plan and entered into a management agreement that, in staff's judgment, would be in compliance with ECHO guidelines. Reps from Lake Helen are here to speak to their request to appeal the decision of the advisory committee and recommendation to council.
Thank you. Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
I can wait. Was there going to be anybody else to present from the city? Or no?
We have, for public comment, we have 3 members of the city that want to speak. You have a question for staff?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Santiago.
Can you repeat, toward the end of your comments, I think you said there was recently a submittal from the city that meets the requirements? Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, sir. So it's included in the agenda packet. So since the committee made their recommendation in January, staff continued to engage, and we think that we've got them to a place where they would be in compliance.
So in essence, there's a potential here now, since the recommendation from the committee to today, the potential for a scope change that meets the requirements that can be decided upon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Danny Robbins.
Brad, sorry. I'm ready now. No. Something that didn't sit too well with me was the fact that we couldn't go out there and view it. Who is in the driver's seat? Since we're providing that money, we should be able, in my opinion, to go in there and view this. Do we have any? What is the process for that? Do we got to hold some sort of clout or power with that to go in and actually see this? What has been done where we can go in and verify, visually seek and verify, and what are we doing in the future to prevent that? Because I don't agree with that.
So I will say this was our first experience with a grant recipient saying that we could not come visit the facility. So it's not a regular occurrence. And I think that's why the committee recommended, because there were no other options at that point in time. If they couldn't go visit it, if staff couldn't, I will say they let staff come visit, but they did not. They felt that they were in compliance and asked that the committee not attend the scheduled site visit.
Is that up to them or is that up to us? I mean, I feel like I shouldn't do stuff all the time, but I do it, because I have to.
Okay.
Brad?
Yes, sir.
Just looking at the timeline, it's been 18 years since it was first awarded, 2004?
Yes, sir.
And then it was it 12 years before the first compliance visit?
We had visited earlier.
Okay. So in March of 2016, conducted a monitoring visit. That wasn't the first. That was just a follow-up on a follow-up on a
Correct.
follow-up of a 18-year-long process. Okay, thank you. Questions for Brad? Troy Kent.
First of all, before any question, Dr. Burball, very well written staff report, laid out with a timeline. And I'll just say to Vice Chair Robbins, spot on. That was, when I read that line, that there was refusal to allow the committee to go, every red flag that I had was standing up and saying, this is a concern. I'm really glad that Lake Helen is here. I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to say so that I can make the best informed decision, going forward. But the timeline that you provided, Dr. Burball, and what's interesting, of course, is you weren't with the county whenever all of this started. So you've jumped in, and I think just from my short tenure with you, you're a man who says what you mean and mean what you say, and you're there to help in any way, shape, or form that you can. So my question that I have for you is, does staff feel like the fix that Lake Helen has presented, is that something that will satisfy the requirements that we're looking for here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Johansson?
Yes, Doctor, can I get you back up there for a minute? Is there some way that the ECHO board or the staff, similar to the New Smyrna, can put some stipulation, because we've kind of been back and forth and he said, she said, blah, blah, blah. Is there some way that we can say there's a plan and you seem to be in compliance right now, but in the past that it's not always been good between us? So can we get them to guarantee that they're going to be on the straight and narrow as far as the guidelines of ECHO, and failure to comply within X amount of time and for X amount of years will result in not being able to get ECHO grant for 5 years post that, to kind of nail it home that we mean business this time, and they really want this grant. We really want them to comply, but we've really had problems in the recent past, and we're kind of up to here, kind of like a guarantee. Is there anything we can do that way?
Yes, sir. As the policy-making body, if you'd like to do that in the form of a motion, certainly that could be something that staff would adhere to.
Got it. You've answered my question. I'll think about that for a while. Thanks.
Don't go away. Just questions?
I was getting ready to make a motion.
Okay, you can sit down. Yeah,
They might like. Oh, wait.
You want to wait?
Let's
Okay.
hear from the city.
We have three members of, we have the city administrator, the city attorney, a city commissioner. Do all three of you want to speak? It's your opportunity. City attorney? City of Attorney Scott Simpson. Thank you.
Scott Simpson. Good evening. I'm the city attorney, as you know, for the city of Lake Helen. And they did a pretty good job of giving a summary. In 2004, this grant was approved for a teen center. At the time, we had funding, my understanding, to operate the teen center and the staff. This grant funding was lost, and the city tried to come up with other ways to generate funding at the facility for the teen operation. And they started to try to operate a cafe out of there to raise money. The city's not a good, sometimes it's best to do the business, to get in business like that. And they ultimately came back to the county, as they indicated, and said, we want to change what we're doing here. And out of the grant that was approved, page 9, there, instead of the whole facility being a teen center, a portion was going to be a public restaurant, and then 25% was going to be a public restaurant, 75% would be the Echo facility. So now 25% is not Echo, 75% will be Echo, and it says, the restaurant portion of the facility will be operational in April 2017. The museum portion will be open to the public September 2017. When the facility is fully operational, Deckers will occupy 25% of the building. The parts of the facility related to the ECHO grant, including museum, community gathering space, and teen area, will occupy 75% of the building space. So what we were expanding the teen center to also have a museum, also have a community gathering space. This seemed to work pretty well until COVID hit. When COVID hit, everything shut down. The restaurant shut down. And the idea of the restaurant was, one, to help provide funding for the operation of the 75% of the building where the ECHO activities were. And it also drew people in to increase foot traffic. In January of 2021, the operator of the restaurant gave notice to the city they were not going to renew the lease. City Commission had a choice. Are we going to go out and get a new operator for the restaurant, or do we want to do something different? They chose to do something different, went out for a public RFP for the public to say, give us proposals to operate our facility consistent with our ECHO grant. They did contract or select the GEMS, which is an organization, 501c3, not-for-profit, consisting of about 10, 12 families in Lake Helen, who wanted to keep the museum, expand the community access center, and expand the teen center, expand it into the non-ECHO portion of the building. And we then entered into an agreement with them. And you see the what they've accomplished within their first year. That's part of the application, the different types of activities that are going on there. Probably the major capital improvement that these families have done, the management, was put in a outside porch stage area of brick pavers. They donated all the material, all the time and effort to build that. And the city helped them with renovating the facility. And we went through year one of that operation, and we just entered into a new management agreement with them for starting in May of this year. Now, what happened was my city staff worked with the county ECHO staff to submit an application to the ECHO Advisory Board. We basically followed staff's guidelines on what to submit to approve this change. Now, in terms of the change, we already had the ability, the legal right, to do the museum, to do community gathering space, to do a teen access center. We were just expanding that, and to go into the non-ECHO portion of the building for the current grant to include that. We weren't going to operate a restaurant. Their intent is to convert that to maybe a coffee shop, ice cream parlor, but not have a full-fledged restaurant anymore. That application was submitted to your board. Both city staff and your staff was caught off guard by the comments made by the advisory board. They made comments like, we're not going to fund community gathering space. Why are we don't give grant funds to entities that aren't at least 2 years old? And I wasn't involved at this time, but then talking to staff, I got involved. I read through all the grants, the first grant, the amended grant. I knew the agreement I drafted. And it seemed like something was going on in that they didn't recognize what rights we already had. There was a conversation, the conversation city staff and ECHO staff was having was totally different than what the ECHO board was looking at. We weren't there asking for the authority to do a community gathering space. We already had that. And our intent all along was never to amend the grant. If you look at the original agreement with the gyms, the intent was the gyms would comply with the grant. So my advice to the council, commission, we need to withdraw our application because there's a disconnect in communication here. They're asking us, saying they're not going to let us do things, rights that we already had to do. We weren't seeking permission to have a community gathering space. We already had that. It was almost like the ECHO board was ignoring or not paying attention to the rights we already had. This was not a new grant application. We already had an existing grant. So the conversation seemed to be off track to me. That resulted in us withdrawing, saying, look, we need to withdraw the application, and you can listen to the conversation at the commission meeting. I said, I want to talk with staff to see what we need to change in our gyms agreement to satisfy ECHO. It was never our intent to change our ECHO grant. When we started talking with staff said, well, now that you're going to a management agreement, that has to be approved by the county. We said, okay, we'll take our management agreement. We didn't know that. We'll send that to the county for approval. Staff went back to the advisory board to say, look, we're working with the city. Let's give them additional time to work on it. Advisory board said no. They can go talk to the county council. That's how we ended up here. But we've been working with staff through this whole period of time. And it was just after following ECHO staff's advice on what to submit as an application, we go to the advisory board meeting and the conversation is totally different than what we're actually asking for. The only thing we really need approval of is the gym's management agreement. We already have the authority to do a community center. We already have the authority to do teen center. We already have the authority to do the museum. Those are already there. We're just expanding that. Now, if we need permission to expand it into the other 25%, okay. I wouldn't think we would need that. But if we need to, okay. We're also going to expand into arts, try to have more art shows, art displays of local artists. The intent is for the Creative Arts Cafe to become a focal point of teen activities, community gathering events, art events. Hopefully we'll get some entertainment events there. And that's kind of the focal point. I think you can gather that from the application that was submitted in. We outlined everything that was accomplished in this last year and discussed things that look forward to in the future year. What the gyms are currently doing are affiliating with other local organizations, such as the League for Better Living, to start having more community events at this facility. And the intent is, with the more community events at this facility, that will increase the traffic to the museum. But if we're just going to focus on what rights do we have now and what were we seeking, then really we have the right, as it said, 75% of the facility for ECHO grant, including museum, community gathering space, and teen area. We have those rights. So when we went to the advisory board, they said, we're not going to let you do that. They went beyond what our request was. Our request was, limited to what was amending it to expand it, not ask for uses we already had the right to, and certainly not to get in a discussion about what they were going to take away from us. So now in terms of this non-compliance issue, it went to the advisory board not as a non-compliance issue. It went to the advisory board for the approval of our request. That was the agenda item. Then when we withdrew the request, because my advice, I said, look, this conversation, we need to have reshape this conversation and make sure we're all on the same page. There was nothing before, nothing on the agenda for for the advisory board. The city never received notice that the advisory board was going to consider non-compliance issues. There was no evidence presented at the advisory board meeting. We weren't given notice, we weren't given an opportunity to be heard. There was nothing on the advisory board's agenda when they made their recommendation once we withdrew our request. And we didn't say you can't come out there. We didn't deny anybody access. They can go out there when we open. The day they were going to go out there is the day that the museum isn't open. We have hours of operation. That happened to be a day it wasn't open. And we said, we withdrew our request. If you're coming out to inspect pursuant to our request, I don't know that you need to come out and inspect for that reason. You have the right to inspect anytime you want. They've been out 2 times, 3 times in the last week. We never say we prohibit you from inspecting the facility.
Okay,
So
why don't we pause a second? Does any council member have a question for the attorney or for Mr. Blueball, Mr.
Yes.
Burball?
Yes,
vote?
I do have
Okay,
questions.
all of these are,
I have a question for the
Okay.
attorney and Dr. Burball. If Dr. Burball
Okay.
can come up to the podium as well.
him first or me first?
Probably Dr. Burball first, but if you'll hold tight, because my question will be for you next. So we just heard the city attorney say that in the past week that the group has been out several times. Has the ECHO Advisory Committee been out there in the past week?
The advisory committee has not, but my team went on June 2nd and left.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just wanted to get clarification on that. So the advisory committee that wanted to go out, where they were denied access, have not been out, but your staff has been out.
That is correct.
Okay.
And I think in full transparency, need to share, when my team went on June 2nd, the museum was not open during the hours. It was this Friday.
Was it supposed to be open on June 2nd?
Yes, sir.
So do you know why it wasn't open?
No, sir.
You don't? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Burball.
I can answer that if you would like.
To the city attorney. So yeah, my first question would be, why was the museum not open when it was supposed to be open?
It is staffed by volunteers, and one of our volunteers went out of town and was unable to find coverage, but she didn't advise the city that she couldn't find coverage.
Gotcha.
So now that we've addressed that to come up with backup plans for additional volunteers behind that, because the museum is worked with the association with the city and the Historic Society. Is that the correct name? Historic Society? I think the Historic Preservation Society.
And then I think I heard you say, I just want to make sure I'm clear on it. The reason the decision was made to tell the ECHO Advisory Board Committee members not to come was basically, did I hear you correctly that you said because we withdrew the request?
We withdrew our application to amend because we wanted to sit down and talk with staff to make sure we were all on the same page to address the concerns of ECHO. And my concern was we were going down a path where the ECHO Advisory Board was going to do an action outside of what our request was, and they were going to be taking away rights we already had in our grant. You know, they didn't recognize the fact that we had the right to a community center, and then they were questioning our contract with the gym, saying we don't fund organizations that haven't been in existence for 2 years. Well, one, the funding occurred a long time ago. Two, you were not getting the grant to this organization. It's still the city's grant. We're just contracting for an agreement with them.
Mr. City Attorney, so I just want to get an answer. Was the reason that the denial was made for them to come out because the request was withdrawn?
The request was withdrawn when I don't know if I wasn't involved in any conversation where they said you are prohibited. So when you say there was a denial to come out that they were prohibited, I don't know what the conversation was.
Dr. Burball, can you come back up, please?
It was.
Yeah. Because I want to get clear on this, Dr. Burball. Can you help clear this up for me about how this was written in our staff report that there was a denial for them to come out? Can you tell me what your recollection was?
Yes, sir. There is a letter from the city in
It's
the
in our
agenda
agenda.
packet. It says it is item 03-28. After careful consideration and legal consideration, we have decided to withdraw our scope change requests. As we are withdrawing our request for a scope change, the item should be removed from the agenda, and there's no need to have the previously scheduled site visit scheduled for Thursday, January 26th.
Gotcha. And Mr. City Attorney, do you know whose decision it was from the city to make that decision to tell this advisory committee they were no longer needed to come out for it?
There was a discussion by me at a commission meeting with the city commission, and then that letter he just read from was drafted by the city administrator.
Gotcha.
My advice was, we need to reset the whole thing. We need to reset our discussion with staff and advisory to make sure we're all on the same page.
Playing Monday morning quarterback for me, you know, I mean, we've all been there. I'll just tell you, not that it helps or doesn't help in this situation, it would have been better for me that this advisory committee that wanted to come out was just able to come out, right, wrong, or indifferent. Advisory committees are just that, but these are volunteers who this council approves, and what they say matters to me. Their decisions are impactful. As I don't want to speak for you, but I think you believe the same way, which is why you were concerned about what they were possibly going to talk about on their agenda. So I have more comments later, Mr. Chairman, but no more questions.
It was basically because they were going beyond what the scope of our request was. And how do you rein in a board that's discussing something that's beyond what our request is? So it was our request. We withdrew it because I wanted to really focus on amending our gym agreements to comply with our ECHO as opposed to amending the ECHO. That was the intent of the whole arrangement with the gyms. It was never intended to amend the ECHO grant. When staff said, well, you got to have the gyms agreement approved by the county council, and there's some things you could clear up in your agreement in the ECHO grant, such as it specifically refers to the deckers as the operator. As opposed to that, they said you probably ought to take out specific names and let's clean it up. So since we cleaned it up, we added a whole bunch more information just to help you all understand what occurred in the past, but more importantly, what has occurred since we've entered into the agreement with the gyms and what we plan to do prospectively.
Okay, let's stick with questions for Attorney Simpson or Dr. Burball for now. I think, Jake, you had some questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I guess the attorney or one of the council members can answer this from Lake Helen. What was in the museum? What's in the museum? If I went there today, what would I see?
I can't answer that, maybe.
Lee Evett, City Administrator. I could be facetious and tell you a whole bunch of old stuff, but you want more specifics than that, I'm sure. We have a TV studio, theater. We have tapes of historic value of not only Lake Helen, but Volusia County. Documentaries are available for viewing. I think we have about 10 or 12 of those right now on a continuous loop basis that we're showing. We have a lot of history artifacts of the town going back. We were founded in 1880. So, and we have a good deal of artifacts, particularly of the school. The city hall is actually in the old school.
Right.
And a lot of that material is taken out. We're bursting at the seams at that particular museum. We took a lot of that out, put it over at this, what we call the CAC building.
Got it. What are the hours of operation?
They're 12 to 4 on Friday, Saturday, and events in the park on Sunday as well. Now, at the regular full museum, we're there Monday through Thursday. So if we have an event in the park, in Blake Park, we're there virtually 7 days a week.
The GEMS amendment, I'll call it because I don't know what you all call it, was that heard by the advisory board? The amendment that wasn't an application but an amendment, so therefore had that been heard? I think that has to be heard by the advisory board when it's amended.
Are you referring to the new management agreement of the
Sure.
gyms? Okay. No, that would not have been heard by the advisory board. My understanding, and staff can confirm this, what I was told, they went back to the advisory board the following month and recommended that they continue, not, with their motion that occurred when we didn't show up at the meeting that was scheduled, they made the motion that y'all are talking about. Staff went back the next month and said, based on working with the city, we recommend that you table that motion until we finish working with the city. The advisory board said, no, we're not going to, and sent that. But your staff can confirm that.
Yeah, Brad, is that the board doesn't have to hear the amendment? The staff can take care of
They
it
do.
and report it?
They do, but the one that was presented at the time, there was a disconnect between the GEMS in their original agreement said that they wanted to return to the 2004 scope, not the 2017. The city was operating under the 2017 scope. So there was a disconnect, and the city was out of compliance because of that.
What was that?
It's been in all of the materials.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I wrote the original agreement. I don't remember.
Got it.
The original agreement of C.
The city of Lake Helen re-elects every council member every year. Is that correct? How often do they?
They're for
Two-year
two-year
terms?
so we have an election every year.
Got it.
They're
There
staggered
you go.
terms.
Election every year, 2-year terms. And how long have you been the attorney there?
Since 2016, maybe?
Got it. How often do they change direction with this change in elected officials? The reason I'm asking is, it seems like this situation has changed direction quite a few times, and I'm trying to get down to the reason why, and whether we can, if we continue it, if we can set it on a steady course moving forward. I know city administrators have changed hands 50 or 60 times in the past since I've been here 8 years. So I'm just looking for some stability here before I...
From what I can kind of gather, some of this has occurred obviously prior to me, so what I hear is a lot of what has occurred, the changes that occurred are not changes because they want to change the direction of what's occurring there. They're reactionary to try to keep the original programs going. So when the original teen center was up and operational in the 2000s, there was funding. I don't know, there's some type of a grant that Lake Helen lost that was used to pay the payroll of the people who were operating the teen center, putting on the program. The city then tried to find alternate ways to generate revenue. So it was responsive to it. And then when the operation of a cafe in the teen center didn't work, there was a change where it said, look, we need to come in, when it was approved here, we want to have a restaurant.
Yeah, I understand.
75% of the building will be Echo, and it will be the community center, the teen center, and the museum. That was under operation up until the COVID hit.
I got you.
So then
Yep.
COVID hits, it's now, we're reacting to things that cause problems with our operation. And I'm sure a lot of your Echo operations had issues once COVID hit. So instead of getting another tenant there, and when they said we changed management, there was the Deckers, and then their lease was bought out by a restaurant group named the Sinatra's. So I don't know if that's what they're saying was a change in management. We didn't view that as a change in management. We just had a new
I'm just looking
operator
for I'm just looking for stability here. I got the past piece. And when the Echo Advisory, I guess Dr. Burbaugh, when the Echo Advisory Committee kind of heard this, I understand the attorney wasn't there. Refresh my memory. Was somebody from the city commission there? Was the mayor there or an elected official there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. That's all I have. Go ahead.
Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I feel a little bit the way Mr. Johansson, it just has the appearance of ordering chicken and changing it to steak over the course of elections and different bodies. So this is the motion I'm going to make. My motion is as follows. Visits and inspections approved, no exceptions. 1 year time limit for this, no exceptions. If not completed in 1 year or is found one time in non-compliance, repayment of the ECHO grant in full, no exceptions. If we can't come to that, then I'm out.
Would you we'd be willing to come back in a year and give you a presentation of what's gone over on the last year. Or do you just want us to talk with staff? I mean, I think we have to do an annual reporting.
Well, that needs to go through the advisory committee, and the standards will be checked, or compliance will be checked, I believe, by the advisory committee and staff. But I want some accountability here. At some point, this has got to stop. I think this is more than fair and diplomatic, but I'm firm where I'm at, where my motion is.
I'll second that motion, Chair.
Okay, I might come back to you and ask you to repeat it then. But the motion on the motion on the floor made by Vice Chair Robbins was to approve with the condition that every visit and inspection request are approved and allowed with no exceptions. 1 year time limit, no exceptions. If not completed in 1 year or is found one time in non-compliance, then with the city of Lake Helen, then the deal is off, and repayment of the ECHO grants is made back to the county. That's the motion. Second is good.
Mr. Chair, Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. Just for, so I understand.
Go ahead.
So the motion is to approve the amended scope and grant
With these conditions.
with the conditions of Mr. Robin of have to, all visits, nobody turned away, and then if within that 1 year time frame, if that occurs, then repayment of the full amount of the loan. Is that basically what I heard?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I have here. Before I speak, or Jake, let's hear from our county attorney.
Sure, Russ and Mr. Simpson, I just want to clarify it. Is the city objecting to these terms, and after the year, it would require some additional action by council, correct, to extend it further?
I want this thing done, Mike, or Mr. County Attorney.
So that 1 year period
this
would
is it.
be, if they're found.
1 year is a probationary period?
Right, that's what I would say.
Okay.
And I just want to be clear too, that is the condition as imposed by Mr. Robinson, but it's also that any other noncompliance issue would deem it noncompliance.
Any
and vote that.
noncompliance
Okay, that's what
between now or adoption and that 1 year, we're done.
No, that's why I just wanted to clarify. So it's a probationary
It's like a 1 year
period.
probationary.
Sounds good.
And does the city have any objections to?
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Robbins, usually I love compromises, and I truly appreciate your attempt here. I don't know if I'm going to get there. To me, when I look at this, it's an 18-year, we just talked about a 5-year back, it's 18 years of back and forth. I actually watched the meeting on TV, and just the tone of it, or online when this came up, and just the tone of it to me seemed to say, and Brad Berber, I'm going to have a question for you, that it doesn't really matter what the county says. You know, we don't have to ask them. We can go ahead and do it. Now, maybe you meant, I think that was you speaking, maybe you meant the ECHO board. Brad, I have a question. Did the ECHO board go beyond what they're supposed to do? Because that statement was made here, that the ECHO board went beyond the request.
No, sir. They
didn't-
looked at, so Mr. Simpson's contention is that they had rights. But as I mentioned, they were out of compliance with the current scope and agreement. The board looked at that. They felt the activities that they were proposing did not align with ECHO. We don't do community centers where you can have community events. It has to be arts related, theater, music, culture. So that's why they sent them back twice, was to revise the type of activities they were going to do in the facility.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Somebody's already said that the ECHO board works really hard. They do. It's one of the hardest working. It takes a lot of time. ECHO, Volusia Forever, both of them. And I think to me, it seemed like a swipe at them. And I really think at this point, after 18 years of going back and forth, that you ought to return the taxpayer money and just make a restaurant out of the deal. Jake Johansson.
I heard the motion and I understand everybody's comments. I think at the end of the day, our job is to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, but also to provide the things that ECHO is chartered to provide to the citizens. So, you know, the warning, the shot across the bow from Mr. Robbins is, Lake Helen, provide those things to the people in Volusia County so we can come to the museum. And if I need to get a cup of coffee to keep you going, I'll get a cup of coffee to keep you going. But it's my opinion that when it comes to ECHO, and I may be legally wrong, but you don't have rights. You have privileges. It's the privilege to use that ECHO money to provide the citizens an ECHO type function in your town. So I don't think, and I know for a fact, that we don't have to ask permission to come and visit, because I'm a citizen, you're open, you better be open, I better be able to come and visit. If you're not open and you can't keep it open, just raise the flag and say, I can't do it, give the money back and get our acts together for another day. You know, you got core responsibilities and maybe this is one you just can't do right now. I understand that too. But I think there's some pretty stringent requirements here that will determine whether you can do it or not. I hate to put you on double secret probation and animal house terms, but let's see if we can get there from here. And if we can, more power to you. I'll do everything I can to help. But we gotta hold people accountable. So good luck if this passes, and if not, like the chairman said, it's probably got an opportunity for you to use the city's taxpayer money and do something similar. And that would be telling to me if it doesn't pass and you continue to keep it as a museum outside the scope of ECHO, or you turn it into a money-making effort that involves more of a community center. So I'll let you know how I vote when I vote. Thanks.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I sit here in, Lake Helen, one of our smallest cities. I'm not sure if Oak Hill is smaller than Lake Helen or not, but it's
I actually represent both. They're very similar.
very similar. So, there's a part of me that feels, compelled to also assist. They don't have the resources that most of our other cities have to respond to things as quickly. There's no excuse for not compliance. Don't get me wrong, but I kind of give them a little leverage from a resources perspective and give them that benefit from that perspective. I just wanted to make the comment that one thing that did concern me, I think you had demonstrated, and I'm going to ask Brad to clarify this. I think you had made the comment that the advisory board, when you withdrew your application, that they shifted to have discussions for a conversation of non-compliance at that point. Is that what you described? If I'm correct?
That's the transcript I read, yes.
Okay. Is that what occurred, Brad?
Each time that we brought this to the advisory council, it was for a scope change request, and a scope change request is made because we found them operating out of compliance with the scope that was approved.
And the only reason I bring that up, I get it. I just want to make sure that something so serious as a non-compliance hearing or something like that, I believe in due process. And if such a hearing is ever going to come to that level to find, one of our applicants or partners, I guess, in this thing, they should have the opportunity to prepare for a hearing according to what's going to be heard. So that's just more of a common perspective that I believe in due process. And something we should consider for the future, so people can come prepared to argue their case appropriately. So I look forward to the roll call. Sure.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Burball, how many times has Lake Helen been out of compliance with this ECHO grant?
So in 2016, we found them out of compliance. Their scope was amended in 2017. In 2019, we found them out of compliance, and that's what we're working on, the non-compliance issue from 2019 today.
Gotcha.
What was the non-compliance issue?
It was closed. Both the restaurant and the museum were closed. The restaurant was out of business, and that was before COVID.
And the question, if you all couldn't hear it, was what were the non-compliance issues? Now, I compliment Vice Chair Robbins on extending an olive branch here and trying to make this work, because I want Lake Helen to be wildly successful. And I think that Councilman Santiago brings up a really good point about this being one of our smallest cities, and they might not have the resources. Gentlemen, I truly don't know how I'm going to vote on this, because our Echo Advisory Board is tapping out and saying enough's enough. And, you know, I want them to be successful. Councilmember Johansson, I love the double secret probation, if that's where we go with it. But at what point do we, as an elected body who has final say over this, and by the way, this is a mess. This is an absolute mess, and I'm sorry it's even before us. I wish this would have been fixed ahead of time. I wish there wasn't a head in the sand decision, which is why I wanted to know who made the decision of, well, we're going to be closed that day, so there's no reason for them to come. Because, you know, right, wrong, or indifferent, the optics don't look good. And whoever made that decision, in just my opinion, it was an epic fail. You should have let them attend. They should have been there. They should have seen what was going on so they could report back. If it was in compliance, out of compliance, whatever, that would have set better with me than what we're dealing with today. So it looks like the elected official is going to speak a little bit. So I'm anxious to hear if the chairman approves it.
Yes.
With what he's going to say. So,
No, Rick Basso, if you'd like to speak, please.
Yeah, I've been up scoop. That's all the way. I've been around since the inception, and for the concept of the facility and the history behind it was our police chief at the time was very emotional about a young man in our community that took his own life, and he wanted to do something different. He wanted to make a place where children of the community could come together, commune with their parents, commune with others, and he was successful with that. And he applied for the ECHO grant at that time. Maybe in those moments, there might have been a better path as far as a funding mechanism is concerned, but it worked, and my company alone was responsible for tens of thousands of dollars that we funded and put into the facility. And since that time, it's been a community place where people in the community can come to. And has there been chaos? Yeah, you can make that argument. To put it in a different perspective, the city of Lake Helen, in our ability to collect ad valorem taxes on property values, is in the bottom 20% of all cities in the state of Florida. We lean on the county. We lean on you to help us get to where we want to go. Now, when one stands back and looks at the success of the facility, what it does for the community, to me, there's absolutely no doubt that it has had a positive spin. Now, my goal today was not to come up here and throw your advisory board under the bus. It's not. I trust our advisory board. They do a tremendous amount of work for us, and I will lean on them the great majority of time. My idea was to step back from it just a second and just say, this is about relationships between Volusia County and City of Lake Helen. That's the big picture for me. And has the overall good been served by the funding? Yes. We are bogged down in the minutia of have you completely met this, and has this particular person done the right thing, and the optics of this, in your words, you didn't say they suck. I will. They do. And their appearance is terrible. But when you step back of it, go back to 2004, go back to 2002, when we started to look for funding to put this facility together, and see what has happened. and see how it has been effective for our community, it's positive. Now, this group that you talk about, the GEMS, a lot of these young men played Little League ball with that young man that took his life. And they've been helpful in the community ever since. And when we looked at our 3 candidates, one of was Shoestring Theater, one of was the GEMS, and one was another organization. We saw this one group, okay, of all this next generation of kids come forward, step up, put their money on the line to come in and just say, okay, we want to be a part of this. We want this to continue to grow and go forward. And so I looked at that and I said, how can that not be the vehicle that best serves the city of Lake County? So at this point, you know, can the city of Lake County afford to pay the $165,000? Probably. It wouldn't be very helpful, but probably. But when I stand back and look at it, does the county want to help us to continue to do what we originally set out to do there? Probably. I'm not going to put words in your mouth. I think you probably do. So, Commissioner Robb, I have no problem with your regulations. I do have a problem with an advisory board that could be tainted and is not looking at the best interest of the county or the city of Lake Helen. And so, with that said, I understand players change, no matter whether they're on the board. This is my 13th out of the last 16th year, and you won't see me here much longer because this is my last year. But I came here today just because I think the relationship between the city of Lake Helen and the county is way more important than getting bogged down in the minutia of it. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
I'm just going to be quick with this, and there's reasons why I had made the motion the way I did is because this can open Pandora's box, and this board is trying to drill down and tighten some things up, and they need tighten up, believe me. My motion stays the same. I want to preserve this relationship the best we can against my board's recommendation, against my probably better judgment. But I agree with the story and the backstory of this. And my motion is pretty stern. And that's it. So I don't know if we're ready to call the vote, but I'm ready.
Councilman Don Dempsey.
Yeah, Mr. Basso, I just had a quick question. Who was the chief of police back then? Was that Mr. Walker or Mr. Chester or somebody else? It was Keith? Okay. I think you guys all know Mr. Chester. And secondly, it's my understanding that there's been a lot of turnover within the city management in the last few years.
Well, I think that we're currently looking at hiring a city administrator, and in the 16th year I've been around, I think this will be my 5th or 6th time at it. Yes.
Okay.
And a lot of that comes from, once again, where we sit is our ability to collect ad valorem taxes based on property value. We don't have a tremendous amount of commercial. There's people in Lake Helen that don't want big commercial. We're partially in the situation we're in because of our actions, or maybe we're in a great place because of our actions. You know, sometimes if you hold fast to ideals long enough, the rest of the world catches up to you and realizes that you got something special.
And this is an election year for Lake Helen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so do you think this is going to be a topic of conversation amongst the debates?
You know what, I really don't think so, because it was a 5-0 vote to support the GEMS and their, I feel like it's the first time that we're really heading in the direction that Chief Jester wanted us to go in when he set out to this job to begin with. And it was unanimous by the commission. So I don't expect that to be any different.
Do you think the elected officials or potential elected officials will get wind of the conversation today and Mr. Robbins' feelings about, and everybody else's feelings about how serious they are this time?
See, I understand. I mean, I was a businessman my whole life, and I understand there's rules, there's regulations, and there's consequences to actions. I get it. And I don't have a problem with Commissioner Robbins' motion, because it gives us an opportunity to prove ourselves. I get that. I just wanted to let you all know that it's not that we take these things lightly. We don't. It's just been a struggle. I think Mr. Simpson alluded to the fact that when the facility first went into play, there was a position, and I'm thinking that it was funded through the county for a Boys and Girls Club position, and that they were working out of that facility, and the money that she was paid to take care of the one thing, she also took care of other things in the facility. And when that money was redlined on a budget and it was no longer there, you can make the argument that things started to get more difficult for us at that time. You know, when we get to budget time, we basically look at a handful of big numbers because most everything doesn't change, and there rarely is enough money to dive into something else. That's changing now with the new housing developments there, and it's definitely positive. And there's more and more people that are looking at Lake Helen as sort of this oasis, if you will. And those things are starting to change, and I'm looking to the future for it to be more positive from a financial perspective. But you know, we have crumbling infrastructure in our community, and it's because there just wasn't funding there to really do anything about it. And you know, that's not your problem. I'm not coming here today to cry and tell you the woes of the city people in the city of Lake Helen. But what I am telling you is that initially, when this was funded, it was funded for a great idea, and that great idea is still there today. And the group of people at the GEMS that's going to continue to see it through, I believe, is the best choice for the city of Lake Helen.
And of all the time, I mean, is Keith here today? He's, the one time he doesn't show up and we're talking about him. And that's probably saying a lot for a fiscal conservative like Keith to want the government to fund something like this. That's probably saying quite a bit. So, yeah, I thank you for your time. I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Thank you again.
One more question for you, please. The 156,626 the city got in 2004, that's long gone, right? That money's been spent for improvements on the facility.
To build the facility, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know how the vote will go, but I'm just going to tell you, you're not building my confidence when you said you understand the rules and regulations, but you also said, you know, you felt like they were going into a minutia of details. It's not minutia, it's an agreement of how to handle taxpayer money that you've been given.
The reason I said that.
And then you also mentioned a tainted board.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that was my chief concern before, the way that the board was talked about at the city commission meeting, that it doesn't matter what
I'll be happy to
they
explain
think.
if you would like me to.
I would just wanted to finish my sentence.
Oh, I apologize.
It's okay. I'm done.
Okay, my bad. Which question would you like me to answer first?
There wasn't really a question there. I just said you weren't building my confidence when you talked about having to comply with the minutia of details and that the ECHO board was tainted.
The reason I said that was because when I've looked back at ECHO projects that have been funded, sidewalk projects have been funded. And I try to figure out in my head, when you look at the forward stalwarts of the acronym for ECHO, you know, how did they fulfill all of those? And so it seemed indiscriminate. When I talk about a tainted board, when we chose the GEMS to do this, one of the other contestants, if you will, was Shoestring Theater. And I love the theater, and I always have. And they're an asset to the community, the city of Lake Helen. And they have a facility that's within a mile or so of where we're at. So when we looked at, and would they have done a better job of fulfilling the role of ECHO as far as the exact definition of it is concerned? I have no doubt. But when you're not chosen and you choose to, you know, sour grapes become part of the dynamic, and you choose to lobby the ECHO board to let them know that we're not in compliance, and some of the problems that we're having today came from that. And that's sad. It's sad to me. You know, I would have rather have, you know, had a discussion and say, hey, look, this is what we're looking at. This is what the focus is. So all I want at the end of this year, when the board comes in to look, is to just give us a fair shake. That's all. You know, advocate for the county. That's their job. You know, don't advocate for a nonprofit. That's not their job.
Great, thank you. David Santiago.
Chairman, hopefully I can land us in here. I just want to make the statement and hopefully call the question, but the city of Lake Helen is a partner with us in governance. I think we owe them the opportunity to support Councilman Robbins' motion, and I hope we can go to the vote now, Mr. Chair.
Yes, there's nobody else that wanted to speak, so the motion again is to approve as written with the additions that Vice Chair Robbins added for the visits and inspections, 1 year without fail, and at which time, if there is a problem, it goes, the motion or the deal is rescinded. Is that close enough, Vice Chair?
Visits and inspections, approved, no exceptions. 1 year time limit, no exceptions. If not completed in 1 year or is found one time in non-compliance, City of Lake Helen is to repay Echo Grant back in full, no exceptions.
Okay. Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
Yes.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
I'm going to say yes, and join the rest of the council, and so the motion passes 7-0. Please don't come back with a problem.
Trust me, I don't like to.
Yeah. There's nobody here that doesn't want to work with our cities, but 18 years. You're welcome. Item 4 is a rezoning of 31.83 acres at 1920 North Woodland Boulevard from transitional agriculture to A3 urban multifamily to the urban single-family residential and R3 zoning classification. Clay Irvin, thank you.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. As you see before you is a rezoning request for 1920 North Woodland Boulevard. It's approximately 31 acres. It's got a little bit more to it. It's located on the west side of US 17, right before it splits for US 11 as they head up towards State Road 40. As you can see from the aerial photograph, it is an undeveloped piece of land. There is a portion, kind of that jog over that leads to State Road 17, where you do see 2 single-family homes currently constructed on the site. The property along US 17 also has zoning and land use in place, which is urban high intensity and, and commercial. Overall, this aerial gives you an idea of this surrounding area, because focusing just on this parcel, you would see that as a rural area. But when you start looking further to the south and to the east, you see that we do have a mixture of both rural and urban settings. And as you look up towards the north, you can see there's a considerable number of mobile home parks and those types of things. Along the immediate west side, if you look at the future land use map, the parcel is called out in that black square rectangle shape. But immediately to the west on Clara are a series of parcels that range in size from roughly 20,000 square feet up to about 30,000, 40,000 square feet. So you have half acre to 3/4 of an acre lots on the west side of the property. This shows you the current zoning, and it reflects that they have the current transitional agricultural, the A3. There are wetlands located on the northern portion, and there is a jog that leads out to US 17. The property to the northeast has got a commercial designation, and we also have a R7, which is consistent with the urban high intensity immediately to the east. So as you work from east to west, what you see is that you have a major corridor in our county. Then you have commercial and high density. This provides for a transition as we get into the larger lot areas that range from a half acre, quarter acre on up. And so staff looked at it from a consistency perspective. When you look into our future land use element, we are required to have a consistency matrix. What does that mean? We have future land use, which tells you what, and you have zoning, which tells you how. So in our land use, we have urban low intensity. That allows a density up to a maximum of 4 units per acre. So how are you going to develop that property? That's when you start getting into the R1, 2, 3, and PUD zonings, which are presumed to be compatible with the urban low intensity land use. This is so that way property owners and adjacent landowners can be consistent with what they can expect to see out there. So when you see the designation of urban low intensity, that means that these zoning categories are presumed to be consistent and should be a relatively straightforward administrative process through the zoning process. That is what we're bringing forward to you today, because the R3 is a zoning category that is presumed to be consistent with the urban low intensity land use. We presented this in April to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a staff recommendation of approval. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission held a public hearing in which people spoke in concerns with the character of the neighborhood. They felt that they understood that there was land use and zoning that would be potentially entitled there, but they wished that they would see greater understanding of what their neighborhood is like. In other words, they have the 20,000 up to 30,000 square foot lots across the street. Why can't there be some sort of reduction in the overall lot size? Because again, the R3 zoning allows for a 10,000 square foot single family residential lot on a minimum 85 foot wide lot. So they were hoping that there would be a little bit more flexibility. This is the request that came in. The applicant's attorney indicated that they understood the concern and they understood that their property owner does have certain rights under the land use and the right to request the R3 zoning. And they feel that's the appropriate use to go forward with it. So you see here that it shows that under the R3 zoning, there would be a theoretical maximum of 74. That is if you take in the wetlands, which cannot be valued at 1 unit or 4 units per acre. It's 1 unit per 10 acres. And then the uplands at the maximum of 4 units per acre. So that's how they come to the 74 units. When you actually get into the true development of this property, with the requirements for protection of the wetlands, with the stormwater, with the roads, you'll probably see about 30% of the uplands used for roads and stormwater. So we're not certain that that is the final number of units, but it is the theoretical maximum. A3, basically it's 1 unit per acre, and so that's where you're getting at that. Again, staff pointed out through the staff report and the criteria that we have contained in there that it's consistent with the land use, that there is going to be an increase in traffic resulting from that. There is going to be a provision of utilities available to it because it is within the City of DeLand's water and sewer service area. After the debate, the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission unanimously recommended approval of the rezoning, and it's here today with you. This is a public hearing, so we'll be glad to answer any other questions that may be available. And do they need to,
yes,
this is quasi-judicial, so we will need to have disclosure.
Yes, I'm going to open it up to questions to Clay after anyone if anyone has any ex parte to declare. There's none? Okay. Questions for staff first. Does anyone have questions besides I for staff? Everybody's up. Danny, you have questions for staff?
Nope, I was going to make a motion to approve, bring it
Okay.
to debate.
David Santiago.
Thank you. Thank you, Clay, for the presentation. And I got more of a probably general question, if you could guide me also. When we deal with hearings such as this, obviously there's an economic development impact in some way to it, to the county. How do we, can we, and how do we take that in consideration? Let me qualify my question. If the county council was wanting to, let's just say, develop this area for other potential future economic development as part of a corridor or just a geographical area that we think that could help support economic development, is that something also that we can take into our considerations?
There are various overlays that Volusia County has approved for the sole purpose of economic development. We have one overlay that pertains to the aeronautical industry that pertains to approximately 11,000 acres in the southeast portion of Volusia County, which allows for latitude for anything that's associated with the aeronautical industry. So yes, we can put in place zoning and land use which provides for incentives for economic development. Many of the activity centers, we dealt with the Southwest Activity Center recently. That was also created as a means of providing kind of a jump start for economic development and providing a set of rules so that those coming in and seeking to develop in that area understood what could be allowed.
And final question to expand on that. I can say, if as me as an individual council member or the council as a whole wanted to see this area developed differently than what it currently is, that's something that we could take into consideration?
Well, you have the currently adopted future land use, and that basically establishes the rights of the private property owner. If you shifted the land use, in other words, you said to staff, we're going to direct you to change the land use over here. We would have to go through that process, and the property owner would have the right to identify concerns and object if they felt it was severing or injuring the rights that they have under the current future.
That would be a comp plan amendment, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it could be the county, lack of a better term, forcing it, or the property owner asking for it.
Correct, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For questions, Don Dempsey?
Yes. Irvin, is this in the same water basin as Lake Gertie?
I don't know off the top of my head. I have to go back and look and see, and I'll have to confirm.
I think that came up because I know we've had meetings. I think you were in there with some people who are having significant flooding down in the Lake Gertie area since that other subdivision opened up to the west.
Okay.
Smiths, yeah, and so in my understanding coming out of that meeting is that this area here is also part of that same water basin, the watershed. And I know there's flooding in this area already, and I'm just concerned about, and I know there's a lot of debate about what's causing a lot of this flooding, but do we know for sure? I think they asked Mr. Woods if there was any problems with flooding in this questionnaire, and he said he was unaware of any. But we know that there are some neighbors who have complained about flooding, and they attribute it to the subdivisions, opening up nearby. How do we know that this isn't going to even add to more flooding in that area to the adjoining property owners?
Please understand that both St. Johns River Water Management District and Volusia County review the subdivision process. Just because you get the rezoning doesn't mean you necessarily get the full entitlement. Right. That's what I was referencing, is that you currently have, in theory, 74 units that could be built out there.
Right.
Once you take into soils conditions, the topography of the area, all of that, whether it's a closed basin or an open basin, all of those dictate what their engineers have to design, and our engineers in St. John's design to. We do not require detailed stormwater plans as part of rezonings to this. So that's why I'm trying to make sure this timing of this in regards to what the stormwater impacts is something that's handled through the staff through the subdivision process. And as such, they would, and I do believe it is a closed basin, then they would be held to a higher standard. And their requirement from both the state and from county is pre-post. What your precondition is, in other words, before you do anything to the site, has to remain post-development for that 25-year storm event or 100-year storm event, depending if it's an open or closed basin.
Now, so that subdivision that opened up west of Lake Verde, that was a city project, correct?
I believe so, but
Are you aware that some of the neighbors?
Oh, yes, sir.
Old-time neighbors around Lake Verde blame that subdivision now for their increased flooding?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, I'm just saying that the flooding exists, and I'm just concerned that this being in the same basin might add to the problem, unbeknownst,
Without having a final subdivision in front of us indicating what they're planning on doing and how they're planning on addressing their stormwater. What we can say from a staff perspective is that your pre-development condition, in other words, the runoff that is coming off of this property, will remain the same after with the subdivision approved, because they will have to have swales. We will encourage them to use all kinds of stormwater, including low-impact development and green stormwater infrastructure if it's applicable, to try and abate. And basically, more importantly, they are required to maintain on their site pre and post conditions.
And does the city of DeLand adjoin any of this property?
You mean immediately adjacent?
Yeah, can they annex into the city?
No, sir.
Is that a yes or no?
No, sir.
No,
not
sir.
right.
Okay. And I guess last question is, I see there were some letters from the neighbors. It seems like this entire parcel is lined to the west and to the south with R1 zoning.
RR, yeah. Well, you see there's RRA, there's R1, and then R3 is down at the corner, southwest corner there at Hope Lane and Clara. So there's a variety of different zoning out there. And again, going back to the aerial, you'll see there on the screen right now, as you can see, we've got commercial, high intensity, immediately to the east. To the south, we've got R3, R1, and a variety of different other zonings all throughout that area. This reflects the lot layouts over the aerials.
Is there a reason why they can't? I know we've had some requests from the neighbors to the west. I think it's the majority of this parcel is adjoined by R1 zoning.
Right.
Right, it's basically one house per acre, all the western adjoining properties.
Well, Paolo's pointing out is that as you can see here, it's R3.
Or R3, to the southwest.
Yeah, and also, as you can see, along this area, there's R3 here, then you have R7, and here, this is all commercial with B4. And so then you start seeing RRA over in here, and then unfortunately, we're not out 10,000 feet with all the zoning, but you can see there's a variety when we go back to the aerial.
Is there a reason why, is it not economically feasible to do this as an R1, like one house per acre instead of high density?
I'll have to let the owner and his representative speak to that. The applicant is here and able to answer those questions.
I mean, I'm all about growth. I really am, but I am concerned about flooding because I've met with so many people in this basin who, I mean, their flooding is legit. I mean, it's right up to their air conditioner condensers around their foundations and stuff. I mean, it's around Lake Verde's really bad, and I've heard both sides of the argument, and I don't know which side I fall on, so I'm concerned about that. And that's really kind of, I'm up in the air. That's all. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Kent for questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And Councilman Dempsey, this is your district, and it's knocking on the door of District 4. It's very close to my district as well. Mr. Irvin, just a couple of quick things, and I appreciate the presentation, the aerial views. So this is A3. They're looking at a rezoning to an R3, and I've seen it a couple of times. Just want to make sure I get it on the record. Directly to the southwest, there is R3 that's adjacent to this property.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when the applicant and or his attorney or her attorney comes up, I'm really interested to hear the hypothetical of 74 units on this property, what their number is. If they have one they can present today, I'm looking to hear that from you when you come up, Mr. Woods. And the second thing I'm really anxious to hear is exactly what Councilman Dempsey was talking about. I want to know your plan on how you're going to keep the water contained on your property. And it's just going to go that much better for me if your plan also entails how to even help the surrounding area. Don't know that your plan has that, but I'm just going to put it out there for you and tell you it will help my decision if your plan not only, of course, and our staff and St. John River Water Management will make sure that your water on your property stays on your property, but if there is a plan that maybe the applicant has talked to you about as far as helping some of the flooding in that area, that would help as well.
Okay, Clay Irvin, just a quick question, just kind of touching on where Don was going. In our discussion, you said that the R3 is an appropriate transitional zoning, 74 units. Would R1 be a acceptable transitional zoning?
R1, R2, and R3 are all identified as presumed being compatible with the urban low-intensity zoning.
And that would move it from 10,000 square feet to 20,000 square feet per lot. Is any idea how many units that would allow? You didn't do that calculation because you're not the developer.
No, but I mean, when you start getting into the fact that you have approximately 20 acres available, you lose 30% of that for your roads and your stormwater. That's going to take you down to about 17 acres. So that would get you to around 34 units, theoretical
About
maximum.
half. Okay, thank you. All right, well, we'll open it up for debate. I think, Danny, I believe you had so go ahead.
Motion to approve as stated.
Second.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Robbins, second by Councilman Santiago. And Council, if you'd like to hear, probably the best way to do this is we do have the applicant, Michael Woods, here, and then we have 4 members of the public. Why don't we start with the public first? Is that okay, Michael Woods, with you? Okay, Rachel Sieg. And you will be followed by Maria Smith.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Sieg. I live at 570 Mercer's Fernery Road, which is right down the street from this property. You're talking about A3 zoning, which is 43,560 square feet, which is really great for this area. Your R3 is only 10,000 square feet. For this particular area, you have a lot of animals, wild animals. You have our goats, our chickens that I have in my backyard, and adding more people like this is going to be devastating to all of us. You say that this is consistent with the dimensional standards of existing residential uses just west and south of the subject property. It's not. I own 15 acres just west of this particular property. I have property, my driveway runs from Mercer's Fernery to Violet Road. You've already shut off Violet Road. We already did that. Y'all did that to be able to put in Walmart, which we appreciate. You know, the staff talks about that this is going to help the housing stock in the area. We have plenty of housing stock in this area. What is that? Unless you want to create more business for Walmart, which is permitted only because we closed off Violetwood Road. This is something that we need to really consider, please. This is a beautiful area. That property is a beautiful piece of property. My niece lives at the end of that property on the lake. She couldn't be here today because she's sick. She did speak at the last meeting. She has 2 little children that play in that area, play on that road, on Clara Avenue. There are many of children who live there. Increasing the density in this area would be devastating. I will miss seeing the turkeys that come to my yard and to see the cranes, the sandhill cranes that come to my yard. And sometimes I even get some deer. You're going to increase the density. We won't see this anymore. Come down there and look at the traffic on that road as it is now. The traffic limit speed limit's 35. People are going 45 down this road with all the children and all the animals. Put in that many more homes, look at what you're going to have. It's going to be devastating for our little quiet neighborhood. Thank you.
Maria Smith.
Good evening, gentlemen. Excuse me, it's Marcia, just by the way. It's Marcia. Hard to read.
I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. I appreciate the comments by my neighbor, whom I don't know, and want to echo the same thing, and had concerns about drainage. I live on the north side of the lake. As such, my property is the lake. It extends into the lake. So I own the lake. I have seen during hurricanes flooding come up considerably, so that, in fact, the people that she's talking about, her children, the water almost came into their house, came close to their house just from hurricanes. I'm concerned about potential contamination of the water. How many units will be there? What I don't know. I haven't heard the presentation, but for example, will there be so many units that does cause some contamination, which is in fact my portion and the other people who live on the lakeside's concern. I'm also concerned about the traffic, which is going to be, as you know, is considerable. So, and all the residents, some residents couldn't be here, as you heard. And I have a neighbor who I'm speaking for also, who's here with me. The property slopes into the lake. So runoff, whatever it is, would come down and couldn't possibly help but cause the lake. And in fact, the lake is actually, I believe, 3 lakes. At one point, I was told by our neighbor that it had been 3 lakes. And I know it's 2 because I've seen it. I've seen the 2 conjoin during the hurricane. This would be in 2003. So I think that's all I have to say, but I'd hate to lose paradise. You speak about a gem. My view is a gem. I don't want to lose that. Thank you.
Karen Clark.
Karen Clark, I live in Glenwood. One of the things is I can't figure out, I started reading all 95 pages that is associated with this. Why doesn't somebody start off with the Army Corps of Engineers topographical map in the zoning section when they come and present it? That would take care of, first of all, where you can build and where you can't build. And it's a free service, so you'd be saving taxpayer dollars. The R3 zoning, it says 1 to 4 houses, so why can't this board, at least on the west side, stick to the one. Have one house on the acre, because you're allowed to do that. They're hoping that, it's like a child going into the store, how many cookies you want? All of them. Are you going to give them all of them? No, you're going to give them one. So why can't the county, at least starting, because they can't keep up with the fire, the ambulance, school. You're understaffed in your police, your fire, everything, and school teachers. And now you're going to, for the next week and even today, you're going to be hopefully not approving everything that's coming through at the higher number of units. If you're allowed 1 to 4, stick to the 1, because that's probably how it's going to end up going through. But it's also the water and the flooding. Unless you've been over there, you don't know. I've been over there and a lot of other places. Again, that's about it. Just stick to the lowest that you're allowed to build on. There's nothing wrong with that. All right, thank you.
Christiana Bunnell.
Hi, my name is Christina Pinnell, and I want to speak in support of the comments made by Mrs. Sigg, Mrs. Smith, and Mrs. Clark. I've lived in this neighborhood since 1975. I travel Mercer's Fernery every single day. This zoning would definitely change and increase traffic on that road. We are a rural community. We have flocks of turkey, families of sandhill crane and deer wandering our neighborhood. Pardon? And bears, excuse me. We'd like to remain that rural community. To increase the density and the traffic in this area will have a negative impact on our neighborhood, and I would like you to consider that. I would especially like you to consider that this property could be developed with the 1 instead of the 4. Everybody who comes out and drives around their neighborhood will see that most of the neighborhood is on much larger pieces of property. I mean, 1 acre is very common in this area, and I thank you.
Okay, Michael Woods for the applicant.
Good evening. For the record, Michael Woods with Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard here in DeLand. And I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you today on this project. We came forward with this application as a straight zoning, knowing that the ULI was in place already for the land use and the density was in place. And really what is driving the request for the R3 zoning, and it's a point that we need to clarify, is in fact the subdivision to our immediate south, the road immediately to our west on Clara, and then property immediately to our north. So touching us on 3 sides is all R3. Now I'll talk a little bit about that because their design standards and as they are built are larger than what the default R3 provides for. However, that is when you ask how do we come in and why did we think R3 was appropriate, it was touching and concerning us on all 3 sides. Clay spoke a little bit about this being kind of that transition from the commercial area on, well, I still call it Woodland Boulevard, but 17, on the east coming to the west. And there is that little dog leg of our property that has the higher density and intensity on it already that could be used for townhouse. Now, we're not changing anything about that, but the idea would be that any kind of development would allow for connectivity through there. You can't take any of the density from that higher intensity use and move it over, but that overall project can be utilized. Now, the reason why we ask for the R3 and straight zoning is because we are aware of the northern portion being wet, waterlogged, and existing. And we thought in making our application to straight zoning, that was having us avoid any other requests or any specialty with respect to clustering or a PD to get the full density. Again, that ULI density allows up to 4 units an acre. You're probably coming in closer to here, 2.5, 2.8 at max. And I do want to say, yes, that number was calculated by staff, by county staff on the possible yield based on the wetlands and the like. But the actual yield will probably be down in the 60s because under your current subdivision standards, you have to have your internal roadway. So our homes, our lots won't be built onto Clara. It'll be internalized. It'll be buffered, landscape buffering, and then the internal 10,000 square feet, 85 feet wide. And that really goes to the nature of the distinction between our project and the neighborhood immediately to our west with Clara. Because I did see, you know, at the planning board, we had the letters of concern from those neighbors, and they said, well, why can't you go a little bit larger? Our properties are a little bit larger. Our R3 is going to be designed to our current standards. That R3 across the street, they're larger because they weren't built to the current standards. They don't have any provisions for tree preservation. That's 15% right there that our project obviously has to come forward with. And if you look at those 10 neighboring properties on Clara, it's about 5.5 acres. So if you took 15% away from them, you're going to drop back down to about 4.6 acres. So if they were required to incorporate tree preservation, they'd either lose 2 of the lots across the way, or their average lots would shrink down by about, to a little less than 1/4 acre. They also don't have a landscaping requirement for that subdivision because it wasn't done as a platted subdivision. They were all kind of built on their own, on their meets and bounds. And so with our project, you come forward, and even though we're residential across from residential, we're going to have landscaping, we're going to have buffering as a new subdivision standard that they don't have to provide for. And if you run that along the length of Clara, even assuming just 15 feet, you start losing almost 1/2 acre from their property. We have to get irrigated, and that doesn't include our buffer immersers. But the main issue there is obviously stormwater. That neighborhood, the properties to the north, they don't have the modern stormwater requirements that we're going to be required for. And I think it's not an overstatement by Clay to say 20 to 30% of our upland property. And again, when you look at the map, you can see how much wet is there. We're conceding that wet doesn't get to be developed. We concede because we're not coming through and asking for a PD or modification to modify our wetland buffers or setbacks. We're conceding that we're going to be dealing with the southern portion of the property away from the wet area as our development area. And as a result, we're working with a much smaller portion of the property to these higher standards. That's why we come in with the R3 and the 85 feet wide. Yes, those are smaller than the neighbors across the street, but we'll be insular into our neighborhood, and it helps us be able to afford and develop to the costs of what our current standards are. So if you actually kind of incorporated, make an assumption of 20 to 25% of the property for wetlands and apply that to the neighbors across the way, they basically get into the same density that we're asking for over our overall property as well, about 2.8 units per acre, 2.7. So I understand the request and the comment about them having the larger lots, but they are the larger lots in part because their larger lots are their stormwater. And we've had this conversation before on other projects that with the older subdivisions, there's just no centralized stormwater there. It's a good thing that we require the stormwater. It's a good thing that we have that in there. It's an improvement from the other design and development pattern. And I also concede that to the points farther west on Mercer's Fernery, it is a larger tract, larger lots. Like, we're not asking to modify or change that, but we thought it was just eminently fair and reasonable to make the request that if there's R3 to the south of us, there's R3 immediately to our west, and R3 immediately to our north. The R3 makes sense, particularly since we get to develop it at a higher standard and requirement. I think that addressed the comments that were raised by the neighbors. Again, happy to answer any questions you may have, but we thought coming in that this was a conservative request for 85-foot wide lot in this day and age. That tends to be on the larger side of things, and we thought it was consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. And look forward to answering questions you may have.
Okay, yes, you'll have questions. I've just got 2 quick ones on what you refer to as the dogleg section of it that would allow multifamily townhouses. Is there a plan for that section yet?
Not immediately, no. And Clay says there are 2 structures that are on there now. There was no plan to make it more intense, but I think the reason why there's no guaranteed plan is because we don't know the full ability to connect definitely into it, because again, there's that wet area. If we're able to make a roadway through, and again, because you don't have the entitlements in place yet for the scope of what you're developing, you don't do the initial work on the engineering to figure out the wetlands and the final delineation. We know that it's wet there. We relied upon staff to make that determination, but we haven't gone through to make sure, can we push through? Are we able to do that? If we can, that makes a lot of sense because that gives you another connection point. But it's not a necessary element. We still feel that this stands alone with a single-family residential, and that's mainly the request for your rezoning here today.
Okay, and then my other question is there any potential of agreement from your client on compromising and going to an R1?
I think the R1 is too large of a size for this location, and again, we felt we were coming in with a really good faith effort to come through with the R3, since that was what was directly adjacent to us on 3 sides of the property. It is, again, and I can't overstate this enough, building that R3 to the current standards is a much more difficult task than the predecessors that developed the property that our neighbors own now. So we think it's a fair and consistent to have that transition. We have R3 immediately to our west, we remain R3, and then you move forward to that commercial and the R7 along Woodland.
Thank you. Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Woods, I'm going to make a statement, and if I'm wrong, correct me on anything when I'm done. Just for clarity and summary here, what I got out of your presentation is there's R3 as adjacent to property on 3 sides. It's consistent with the current ULI. It's consistent with the surrounding area. It's consistent with the future land use. It's consistent with the current laws in place. It has an updated current stormwater system standards that are much higher than previous. We're preserving the wetlands. There's a added 15% of tree preservation. There is updated landscape requirements, and additionally additional buffer requirements, which is above and beyond everything else in the area. For your stormwater, are you going to have any dry or wet retention on site, or is that all going to be underground?
I would assume there'll be retention ponds. I don't know if they'll be dry or wet, but they'd be in the southern portion of the property.
Even though you guys already appear to be above and beyond and well within your legal right to ask what you're asking for, is there a possibility that your client would be willing to add some further capacity to that wet or dry stormwater storage? That makes sense. In terms of just the holding capacity. I know the only reason I say that, I think that was something that we had talked about in a previous item that came in front of us, meetings and meetings ago, and it kind of stuck with me because the builder said and showed us, hey, I'm adding another 20% capacity to our stormwater to just, once again, be a good steward and go above and beyond for the project.
So I can't say for certain, and I understand where the question's coming from. What I would say is that I feel the concern with this property is dealing with the natural occurrence of the wet on the north side already. For sure, and going through the design with St. John's Water Management District, they're going to take into consideration the historical flows of that area and the heavy storms that we've had as of recently. We have people that are here today talking about their backyards, rising up within that water body. Whether there gets additional capacity to handle that, I don't know for certain, but I think we can. I think if there is a need for an existing relief, and I think I heard at Planning Board that there has been county pop off on there in previous times, but we can accommodate for what the needs are as the Water Management District requires.
And I want to think, if my memory serves me, it was the Lake Winnimisset project where there was concern about this kind of the same thing. If you have the lake there, it's in kind of a basin. Yeah. But they added, I think, 15 or 20%.
And I think when Clay was saying with us, if we're in a closed basin, then that has the heightened standards there as well. So I think that would capture that concern.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm always going to be an advocate for property rights, and I'm also very cognizant of what has been and what possibly could be coming down the road. This is the part where I get tomatoes thrown at me from people in the audience where I say, you know, if you want certain things to stay a certain way, buy the property, pay the taxes, and look at it the way you want to look at it. Because whoever owns this property has a right to come before us and ask for this. Now, that being said, this is an ask.
It is.
That we don't have to approve. So going from A3, I believe, to R3, and I appreciate that you touched on a little bit that our staff talked about possibly 74 units out there, and you said more like in the 60s. Does that mean 68? Does that mean 61?
Probably mid to high 60s. And I don't want to undersell it because, you know, but you can kind of lay out like a traditional grid pattern, 2 roads in there. That's what you'd end up getting.
So this is where we're going to negotiate a little bit, because I'm hearing from the residents, you know, saying, hey, we'd like 1 per acre.
Yep.
And you're, you know, possibly could have 4 per acre. And you're saying realistically, I think I heard between 2.6 and 2.8. So at some point today during this hearing, I would like for you to possibly talk with the applicant and see how low we can come down from that 2.6, 2.8, to not only help me understand, be able to approve this, but to let the residents know that we're listening to them as well. And then you talked a little bit about stormwater storage. I didn't hear anything about helping the problem that's already there, and you all don't have to do that. That's not a legal requirement. It's just something that I said would go a little bit further with me, to even be able to possibly help with the density that you're asking for, because this is an ask.
Well, yes, and what I would clarify on that is I think you have the ag designation right now for the zoning. And from a transitional standpoint, with our commercial to the east and the residential to the west, that transition probably isn't necessarily well-suited moving forward. So the request for residential probably makes sense. I will say that we're not asking for a density increase because we are in that ULI. And the reason why that's important is because there's presumption of the appropriateness with the request, whether it's the R1, R2, R3. And I think that the reason why we're coming forward and kind of holding firm on the R3 at the 85-foot wide is because we are coming through and not asking to, and this is the reduction in the potential, in that the density that's available for the entirety of the property, yes, we have some wetlands there and that reduces the count, but we're not going to be able to go in there and build that in a clustered way, or we're not scraping density down to kind of cram that full entitlement that's allowed with the underlying ULI land use. We're saying, no, we're very comfortable. We can make a project that works at 85 feet wide. And the reason why we settled on that versus something larger or smaller, and 85 has been, that's a larger lot that we've asked for a suburban residential development than most projects that have come forward. It was simply because the R3 was in the proximity to the south, to the west, and to the north. Right. And so we thought that that was coming in at fair play at a density that's maybe 3/4 of what's allowed, maybe a little less than that, and at an intensity that is feasible, it's manageable, it can support the cost of putting in a modern infrastructure system for this project, and not asking for the full whole hog. I think if we had come in with a more intense use, or extending even like that R7 and saying, hey, we're already touching on that, why don't we pull that farther in? We knew that was a DOA with respect to Mercer's Fernery and recognizing what that road is. But to me, an 85-foot wide lot seems to me is a larger tract. I know it's not as large as our 5 acres farther to our west, but that's why we thought we were coming in.
Right. And Mr. Woods, not that your client needs to hear this, but you know that I think you're a very capable land use attorney and you do a great job for all your clients. And 85 foot, I think, is a pretty wide lot on the beach side, where I live. Mm-hmm. But for the residents that are here and the neighbors, my point is this is where we as a council get to negotiate with you, because once this rezoning takes place, we're basically giving your client the green stamp of approval to, hey, this is what we're going to do. Mm-hmm. And I think there's more meat on the bone here where we can negotiate and make this a little more palatable for the residents, and also something that could be wildly successful for your client. Just a thought.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Woods, I also want to summarize. You're jamming density and leaving part of this land, wetlands, whatnot, open.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't, could you expand, pay into the mitigation bank and stretch it out and use the whole property?
I mean, I guess in theory, but the likelihood is your policies want avoidance and minimization. And again, we're aware of that in coming in to take this property. And that's, again, that, hogs, pigs and hogs and not get slaughtered in here.
Right.
Trying to come forward.
Right. And again, what percentage of land won't be developed?
If you look, probably the northern third of that property is, I mean, if you look at whether it's there's about 3 layers on the GIS that the county has for like the various wetland delineations. And pretty much where it's low, it's far enough to the south that it causes me pause to guarantee that we can have a connection to that R7. I don't know for sure because those wetlands and the avoidance may prevent that from happening.
Got it. Because I'm obligated to ask Clay to come up. Can this loosely fit into the definition of low impact development? The fact that we're increasing density in one area and giving free land for the sandhill cranes and the turkeys. Oh, by the way, I live in a subdivision with 60-foot with properties, and we have sandhill cranes and turkeys and deer and raccoons and all sorts of stuff, kids playing in the road. No chickens, I'm sorry. But would it work for LID?
Low impact development is actually a method of addressing stormwater. And that's where you try and utilize the existing site conditions as they are and utilize that to allow for the water to naturally go where it goes now and percolate through there.
Which would be the upper third of this?
Yes, sir.
Wetland?
Roughly 11 of the acres are wet.
Mr. Wood, I could have asked you, but,
Well, and the LID standards, we've had a lot of conversation about that, is how do you incorporate that in? I just don't know for certain that we'd be able to do that without having an impact to, making an existing condition, or you want to improve it. I have to provide and presume that there's a potential that our southern portion is going to have to take on the stormwater just because we don't know for sure. But as we work through the new LID standards, and some of that challenge is incorporating open space area to accommodate stormwater without losing the benefit of the open space area. That's not really an issue for this project, but it complicates the design using the LID for stormwater purposes. Like, it is not an easy task. I think it's a good one to steer people towards.
Right.
And again, if it allows for it to be a more efficient use and holding of the stormwater, you can do that, but you're still subject to the review of the county and the state.
Perfect.
As well.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey. Before you speak.
Just a few follow-ups. I think there was a discussion about lowering the density. We don't do conditional rezonings for straight zonings, unlike with PUDs where you can kind of pick and choose, say, I don't like that, come back. Here, you can't do something like, we're going to rezone to R3, but cap it at a certain number of units. You'd have to go from one classification to another, so you can rezone to R3 or R2 or R1, but you can't put any conditions on it, because that would be something akin to like contract zoning. If you are in a PUD type scenario, that is just a development agreement. So that is more of a kind of negotiating aspect. But here, the straight zoning ask is, do they meet the criteria? Do they meet the comprehensive plan? If so, then there's kind of a burden shift. And then this council can still deny it if there's a legitimate public purpose to keep the original. That's usually spot zoning. It's incompatible with the neighborhood, those kinds of aspects.
Thank you, Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I don't know if, Mike, if you could maybe answer this question. I know there was a traffic study done you know, I live a few miles north of the intersection, just to the east of this proposed site. And I know that the intersection of 17 and Mercer's Fernery, which is the road to the south of this proposed site, in my opinion, is a dangerous intersection. I know just to the north, the intersection of Glenwood Road and 17 has a lot of accidents. And that's a lighted intersection. I believe, just based on my history of living here for over 30 years, I think the transition from 17 to 15A, which is a common thoroughfare, the two main arteries are both Glenwood Road and Mercer's Fernery.
Yep.
And you guys have the loop on the east side. We would like to get some tree funding for the Mercer's Fernery loop, because as Ms. Sieg and them said, it's a beautiful, correct, I know. But the link between 17 and 15A, the truck route, Mercer's Fernery is beautiful. I mean, it's a very historic neighborhood. It's a beautiful neighborhood. And I can see why the neighbors are here defending and wanting to preserve it, because it's not just your regular old side road. It's one that I think we're proud of over here. But I understand also that people have the right to develop their property. I actually looked at this property when it was up for auction a few years ago, and it is a beautiful piece of property. I could understand why the neighbors want to keep it, because it is beautiful. I mean, what an entryway into Mercer's Fernery off of 17, because when you look to the right, I mean, it's a beautiful piece of property. And as you continue down to 15A, all the houses out there are big oak trees. I mean, it's just really something to look at. But as Mr. Kent said, you know, you should have bought it. If you want to keep it, you should have bought it. Again, though, I want to go back to, one, my concern for the safety, because the traffic count says on Mercer's Fernery Road, well, it doesn't say Mercer's Fernery, it just says it's going to generate, we're going to go from 219 daily trips as a result of, or before this subdivision, to 765. So we're going to more than triple the traffic on Mercer's Fernery. And I would suspect that most of these people are going to go to the east out of the subdivision, because that adjoins basically the subdivision. And that's an unlighted intersection. It doesn't have a decel lane, doesn't have an acel lane. It does have turn-in lanes from, you know, the opposite side, but it doesn't have acel, decel, which is kind of concerning. And people tend to speed through there, and that's why we get all those accidents to the north on Glenwood Road, which I would submit is maybe a half mile up the road. Is there anything that's going to happen to increase the safety? I mean, are they going to put an acel lane, decel? I know that's asking a lot, let alone a light. But I mean, is there anything in the works for that?
Well, I guess there's a couple answers to that. The nature of Glenwood and Mercer's Fernery is kind of a cut-through road. Is, you know, you don't have to be a historic resident here to utilize that. That's how you get through, or at least to Stone, and then kind of cut back down. And there was even some reference there, like when the Chili's came up, and maybe it was tied to the Walmart when Violetwood got severed. That was probably back when I was in high school. You know, the nature of that roadway, because it is, it's got a rural tendency more to the west as you get out there, is it's not wide and improved. I think there's maybe swales out there. And the nature of 17 along there, FDOT has been kind of slowly working to cut down median cuts to kind of limit access along, like Mercer's is not going to lose their access point, and Glenwood won't either, but that's kind of the focal point there. You're not going to get any type of signal improvement or revisions to that intersection with status quo of the traffic that's out there right now. It wouldn't warrant a signal or a change. To the extent that there's any conditions out there that do need improvements, you get some help from that with the residential counts being there. Now, this analysis, I honestly don't know off the top of my head if it contemplated connecting through. I don't think that it did, connecting through onto the 17, you know, the R7 property. I think it kept it simple because of the access along there. And really the focus of that was to ensure that we weren't going to negatively impact Clara with that roadway, because our connectivity would be on Mercer's Fernery instead. Yes, you will have some peak traffic from the residents coming through there. And again, we're assuming our worst case scenario is that 74 residential units was the estimate. Whether we can actually yield that, probably not the case. But that's within keeping for a single-family residential neighborhood. And I don't think you're going to have I don't think it's going to trigger to a level that's going to require a drastic rethought of that intersection. But you would get that at site plan to see if a turn lane is necessary or a widening of that, that would be addressed at site plan.
Well, that's my concern, because to the north in DeLeon Springs, it seems like DOT's answer to a lot of the traffic accidents up north on 17 off of these side roads is they just shut down the
median.
The median.
Yeah.
And so now if you live there for 20, 30 years and all of a sudden you can't just go out and go southbound on 17, you got to go up and around and back, and, you know, and it wouldn't be fair to these people if someday, as a result of this and the increase, hopefully there's no increase in accidents, but
I don't think you have an issue with Mercer's or with Glenwood, but I think regardless of this project, I think even on the commercial, I think you're going to see FDOT trying to shut down those medians all along, because it helps with the overall flow, and it helps with people not trying to jump across the lane to make a turn other than at a signalized location.
okay. And the only other thing that I know I brought this up earlier, I just wanted to see if you had an answer. I think we all agree, that this is all within the closed basin of Lake Erie. Is that right? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'll take your word for that. I don't know for
Clay,
certain.
maybe, Clay, is this in the closed basin of Lake Erie?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to double check with Tad Casebeer, our county engineer. While I was over there, I was looking at the LiDAR that Volusia County has for free on our GIS system that's available to the public. Basically, at the southwest corner is the highest point, roughly 86 feet above sea level. The lowest end is over at the northeast corner, so it slopes from the southwest towards the northeast, and it goes down approximately 20 feet over the run of the entire property. So at the lowest point on the property is 66 feet. So the water will move towards the northeast naturally towards the body of water that's up there and the wetlands that are up there. That's why
If my memory's correct, I know Lake Erie is what, 35 feet?
I guess. I don't know off the top of my head.
DeLand Airport's 78 feet, which is just right across the street. Okay, I'm really concerned about the basin, and just, this isn't going to add to the flooding at Lake Erie, because those people do have legitimate concerns around there. That's
understood.
All right, that's all. Thank you, guys.
Vice Chair Danny Robbins. Motion to approve, Chair.
Second, Johansson.
You didn't already do that? You already made a motion, and David Santiago seconded, so we'll go to debate.
We called that a clue.
We'll go to debate. Did you have, okay. You can rebut if you want after you hear our debate before I call for the vote. I want to touch just briefly on, you better put time up on me. Just briefly on private property rights. There's not a one of us up here that don't know the significance in America of private property rights. It's foundational to our republic. But this ain't it. This has nothing to do with private property rights. Your clients bought a property that was zoned A3, one house per acre, and you're asking for higher density. So Mr. Kent alluded to some of the people in the back that said if, you know, he understands, and I understand, you love that view. It's hard to keep things the way they are, but he said if you want to keep that view, buy the property. I could and am right now going to tell Mr. Woods, we can reverse that and say if your clients want to build a neighborhood, buy property that's zoned for a neighborhood, and don't come and ask us to change agricultural property to a higher density property. It goes both ways. And that's why I have suggested before that we look for a compromise just with this. If you went to an R1, it gives you more than half of what you, it's still 20,000 square feet. You
You already said, Mr. Woods, in your comments, that the larger areas, larger residence that these people live on is the stormwater management. That's true. It works really effectively. The more ground that you have that's not paved over to prevent water from penetrating, you get a lot better stormwater treatment. I am concerned with, as is Councilman Dempsey, that this area is already prone to flooding, and I have seen more developments approved that make all the check boxes. The St. John's says this is good, engineering says it's good, everybody says it's good, it goes up, and then the neighborhoods surrounding it are flooded, and then they're blamed for not having proper stormwater management that they didn't need before all the developments went in around them. So I'm not trying to stop growth. We all agree on this council that we wanted responsible growth. And so I'm looking for that compromise. I hope that this council will vote it down, because our attorney just said that we can't change it midstream here. So I'm hoping that we vote it down and you will bring it back with at least an R1. It still lets you do a development, but the legitimate public purpose here is that we have an obligation to consider everybody that lives around there, that has lived there, that bought that land and saw this was agricultural land across the street that would never have more than one house per acre. And now we're getting ready to change that and say what you thought was true, because it's in writing, we just changed, and now you're going to live on your farms with a neighborhood right up against it. Yeah, there's other stuff around it too. And we could say there's only 10 houses here. There's only 10 people affected. It's a legitimate public purpose is to protect the private property rights of those people as well. They have rights too. So, Councilman Johansson.
I think my question was answered, sir. Thank you.
Oh, mine was up there, dropped off.
I swear I didn't erase you. Council Vice Chair Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. And Chair, you said a lot of things that were accurate. Some I don't agree with, but I think we got to remind ourselves, if one person asked the government for a gallon of milk, they're got granted a gallon of milk, why would the next person have that same opportunity? This gentleman and the applicant, and I don't agree with that. That's why I live in a rural area. And when I purchased my property, I did look at the future land use so I can prepare mentally, hey, in 20 years and 5 years or 10 years, there is going to be a 4-lane highway going past my house. I was good with that. In a couple years down the road, and future land use says in my area that there's going to be homes. I was good for that. But these things are in place. If there's a policy or rule change or legal change, that's something totally different at this point. And he's not asking for anything that wasn't consistent with that anyone else has been granted in the surrounding area. Mr. Johansson brought up a good point. So not only is this project utilizing the existing site conditions in wetlands, just like LID, something that is being talked about by certain people and pushed for good reasons. We're also adding modern stormwater as an added precautionary measure. We're also protecting all the wetlands. I can go ahead and recap everything. I think people do have a valid point, but all of Florida, except for maybe Williston, during the storms and our storms, was under water. We're flat or below sea level. I may not agree with a lot of the things in some of these developments, but what I do agree with is being fair. And when the government asks them to meet certain criteria, and those people around them have been offered and granted the same opportunity, I don't believe it's government's right or spot to deny the person that's asking for the same thing as everybody else.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Three things I think I'm going to mention, but what I like about the project is the comments that approximately a third of the property will be preserved, right? As in its natural state, not ever touched. So that's a plus for me. The argument of doing R1, though it sounds good, the reality is when you put in all of the requirements to do a subdivision today, it makes it economically unfeasible. And it's the government barriers that we put in place that, there'll be $1 million lots. I might be exaggerating, but the point I'm trying to make is that the numbers don't make sense because of all of the governmental requirements. And comments were made regarding flooding. I think Mr. Chair, I think it's a little unfair to talk about some of the new subdivisions and how it affects, because, we had a 1 in 500, basically. That's what a lot of people said. I don't think anybody knew all of the areas that were going to be affected by this most recent natural disasters that hit us. So I think utilizing the best practices and the science that's available today to do these projects, which I'm sure our staff will hold them accountable to anyone developing in our county to apply and continue to revise those to make sure that we're doing the best possible job, is what we could expect. I personally don't know of any new subdivisions that flooded during or had any negative impacts during these recent storms. There may be one or two, I don't know, but I don't know of any. But the fact is that we need to use best sciences in all of our projects, and I don't know if that argument doesn't hold water for me, I'll say. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Respectfully, I'll be glad to take you on a tour of, we can just go down Taylor Avenue. We can go in my neighborhood. Don can take you some places. We can show you some places that are flooded, not in a 1 in 500 year storm, but after go to Taylor Avenue after every rain, not even a severe thunderstorm, but severe flooding to where people are having to sell their properties. And just again, respectfully to the vice chair, I don't. These people have every right to come and ask for the same thing that everybody asked for. That's not the question to me at all. The question is, I just don't want to be labeled with, well, Brower's against private property rights because I won't let them change they have a right to ask. We're not obligated to give it if it doesn't make sense. And I just don't believe it makes sense here because of the existing flooding and what could happen. Government barriers, yeah, that's an issue. We have lots of government barriers, but one of the reasons we have these zoning and land use is to protect existing property owners and protect their property. They have private property rights too. Councilman Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Often I've been criticized for not saying anything. If I've pretty much been the only one that hasn't said anything thus far, but I like to absorb what other councils say, listen to your opinions, listen to the public. But I also believe in not repeating things over and over again. So I took notes and I was writing things down, pluses and minuses. Traffic, that was a concern. 219 to 765, that is a concern. I live in a highly congested area that involves that traffic, so I get that, totally understand that. But I also did hear the private property rights, whether we agree on that or not. I did like the idea of the reduction. However, I also understand what our attorney said with respect to that. The R1 idea, I also look at the surrounding areas, and I think that's what did it for me. So I'm not going to repeat everything has been said, but I also do believe in the same thing that I see with respect with what the surrounding areas have. So I certainly understand that. So enough said on that. So I will leave the rest of my time. I just wanted to go on the record as what I felt. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of respond to what Mr. Santiago was saying, and I reiterate, I agree with Jeff, our Chairman Brower. I've driven over that Taylor Road area for 30 years. I used to ride dirt bikes back there before there was even an MLK, when it was all just farmland out there, and there was no flooding. Back in '04, ride back there, no flooding. Now there's flooding. I don't know who to point fingers at. I'm not saying it's the developers. I'm not saying it's the 500-year storm. I'm not saying it's the fault of the people who've been living there for 50, 60 years. I don't know. But I do know, and I agree with Jeff, or Chairman Brower, that, that it's an issue. I mean, you can't convince me otherwise that it's not an issue, because places where my son and I'd ride dirt bikes, I mean, year round, there's no flooding. Now I've been taken out to these same areas, and there's standing water. I mean, not even after a hurricane. I mean, months and months and months later, there's standing water. I don't know who's to blame, but it's a real situation. I've been through Taylor Road when it floods after rainstorms. And this Lake Gertie thing, people who I trust and respect live in that area, and it's real. I mean, people who've lived there for 30, 40 years, judges, you know, they're telling me it's never been like this. But this subdivision comes up to the west. I understand the engineers did their job. I understand that it meets all the requirements of all these different environmental agencies and building codes and all that stuff that our competent staff and legislators create. But the problem's real, and I'm concerned because it's real. That and the traffic issue, I am concerned about the increased traffic. So I'm inclined to vote against this, to be quite honest with you. And I'm pro-growth, and I really am. But I agree with property rights, but you bought it as A3, as an ag piece of property, so you got what you paid for. And to try and change it, this is not like saying you have A3 and now they won't let you put cows out there. I could see that argument, Mr. Robbins, but to say that it's my property rights as an A3 owner to now change it to R3, that's a different animal. I mean, if you buy an A3 and they won't let you use A3 purposes, that's wrong. But to say, I want to change it to something different, I don't know if that's so much of a violation of the rights. I think you got to balance it with the adjoining property owners, like Mr. Brower said. So that's my position. Thanks, guys.
Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
And just so we're clear, and this is the last time I'm speaking, but I think everything that you're saying is possibly valid. But and what I'm saying, to a point, depending or regardless of our personal feelings, none of us are engineers, none of us are qualified to maybe speak towards flooding or grade or whatever the case is. But this fight in case law was established in the 20s with Village and Amber Realty. So, I look at more of this as what are the laws right now and what are we asking them to do? I am hopeful that things are going to improve, but do we deprive the rights of the people that are doing everything that the government is asking them to do? And they're going above and beyond to address some of those things, and to the extent of some of these LID principles, which they don't have to do, to upgraded storm, which they don't have to do, to buffers with trees that suck up water that they don't have to do. So I look at this in totality. Whether I agree with it or not is immaterial, in my opinion. I could not like it, and I don't like it. That's why I don't live there. But are we asking them to do it, and are they doing it? The answer is yes. Does it fit everything? Yes, but what we can't do is say in one breath, one reason that we have zoning is to protect the landowners, in the next breath, bring down the heavy hand of government and tell them no.
Mr. Santiago, Michael, did you need to talk before Councilman Santiago speaks? Okay. David.
Thank you, Mike. Don, I wanted to address a little bit, I think some of the points, and I really believe that you believe them, right? Thank you. I'm going to qualify that. However, the comment I made about flooding, Chairman, you said go down Taylor Road. My comment was specific to new subdivision. I specifically said I wasn't aware of any new subdivision. And I also qualified my statement by saying I'm sure there were other subdivisions that might have been, or areas that were flooded because they may have never been flooded because we just got a 1 in 500, right? Maybe, I don't know. But I do know this, our job in these hearings is to apply competent, substantial evidence, right? And gut feelings, while I respect them, don't apply, right? So we're the arbitrators of facts, and gut feelings don't apply. I have a feeling that because they built across the street, 10 houses, that now my pond is 10 feet higher. I don't know that for a fact. That's why the process is to utilize the experts, our staff, people that have certified degrees and education to come before us. And that's what we have to use. I know you're an attorney, and you can feel, I think, what I'm trying to say. And that's the standard that I apply. And again, I don't, like Danny says, I don't live in a subdivision because that's not what I want. But I chose that. So I think we should consider it from that perspective, because if we don't, I don't think we're being fair to everyone if we don't try to really be arbitrators of whatever facts are being presented before us. And when it comes to rights, the comments were right. I bought this property for 8.3. I'll just use myself as that scenario, right? And that's the rights that I have to do what I can with that property under zoning. However, as part of the process, you have a right to appeal to your government for a change of your zoning. And part of that process is, here's the steps: A, B, C, D, and E. And that's where our staff comes in. And sometimes they get it right, sometimes they don't. But that's our job, to listen to the staff presentation and the facts that they put before us, the applicant, the people's competent, substantial evidence, whether they have an expert that is debating that or giving us facts. That's also a right that you have to appeal to your government for a change to your zoning. So there's two parts to it. So I just wanted to lay that out there because that's the standard that I apply. I may not like it, but that's the standard that I apply to when I hear all of these cases, and I try to stick to it as best I can because I believe it's fair to everyone. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
County Attorney Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So just to kind of follow up on Paulo's statement, and anytime you have questions, during these meetings or outside the meetings, you always feel free to ask. You are sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity, which is challenging. You have 9 criteria in your zoning code that the burden is on the applicant to meet. If he's met, and those 9 criteria start on page 4-9 of your agenda item. So it's the same report that your PLDRC sought. I believe this was moved for approval by PLDRC 5-0. So you're sitting really as a type of judge in this type of case. So if they've met their burden, whoever's opposed to it needs to give you competent, substantial evidence. One of the 9 factors that would warrant a denial. This is different than somebody coming for a future land use change, a comprehensive land use change, where that's a legislative decision. And so you can, you're sitting in your policy role here. Here you're sitting in that quasi-judicial role. And it's a difficult process to be in because you can have folks that come clearly unhappy with a project, but they may not be giving you competent, substantial evidence to deny it. So your staff will assist you, and I think Mr. Santiago just said, you may not agree with your staff. You may not agree with your PLDRC. That is fine. I mean, you're an independent decision maker. You just need the evidence on which to make the decision.
Thank you. Jake, the timekeeper, did I already speak twice?
You did, sir.
Okay. And I know that you were just waiting to remind me, so I'm going to refrain from...
And I was waiting to remind you.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Woods.
Yeah, really just kind of 2 points to bring home, and then we can call the question. And I appreciate Mr. Dyer's comments there about kind of our standards, what we're looking for. You know, I can't come forward and build exactly what's across the street on Clara because I'm not allowed to build in that development pattern and standard on the west side without stormwater, without anything else. You hold me to a higher standard. And yes, it is true that we come in and we have the property with the ag zoning. But again, this is not a land use change. The land use contemplates a number of different zoning categories that are presumptively appropriate within the area so long as we meet the standards. The record is very clear that we meet those standards based on your staff report and then also the vote by the planning board. And the real question then comes to you is, if R3 is appropriate and okay, directly across the street to us on the south, directly across the street from us on the west, directly to our north, why is it not appropriate in this location now when we meet the standard? That's the question that you ask yourself, and that's what the basis is. We're not talking about hypothetical flooding issues. There's no evidence on the record dealing with that. We're not talking about any other of those hypotheticals either. It is simply that within the framework of the land use, there are a couple different zoning categories that are appropriate. Why is this not appropriate when it's okay on the three sides of our property? That's really the threshold question for you in this case. So I appreciate your all's time tonight. I really do, and look forward to your vote. Thank you.
Okay, Troy Kent.
Yes, just briefly, because our attorney let us know if we were considering to vote no on this, we needed to give a reason why. I'm concerned about number 2, its impact upon the environment or natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else waiting to talk, so Carissa, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
To approve?
Yes.
Can I ask Mr. Dyer a quick question before I vote?
Wow. This
Second turn.
Second?
Actually, you're always free to ask questions.
Mike, do we have to, Mr. Dyer, do we have to give a reason why, if we're voting for or against, I should say?
Yeah, so your motion is to approve on this. Let's say the motion were to fail. There could be a motion made to deny, and then we could assist you in that, but you would need to identify in those 9 criteria why you believe the application should be denied. Need to be based on competent, substantial evidence. So you do, for this vote, you're voting for approval, you do not, but if the roles were reversed and you're moving to deny, we would need to cite a basis for denial.
Okay. So if I vote no, I can just say no without a reason?
That's correct.
All right, no.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Kent,
No.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No, but the motion passes 4 to 3. Clay, we were going to break a half an hour ago. Are no issues with that? The owners are here.
Item 5. The applicant is here for item 5.
Why don't, council, why don't we try item 5? Because I think this is a perfect example to follow item 4.
Is it a land use issue, Mr.
It
Chairman?
is, and it's a
gonna take a long time.
quasi-judicial.
It's gonna take a long time.
No, it's not.
Oh, come on. You wanted 3 bites.
So,
Pardon me?
You wanted 3 bites at the last apple.
Council, what is your, if you want to break, we'll break. I will defer to the council. I'm just, the attorneys and the applicants have been sitting back.
there are many people here waiting to be heard, not just the attorneys and the applicants of this. I suggest we break for a quick dinner and come back ready to ask questions and not pontificate and get things done.
Okay. Will you be the judge of questions or pontification for me?
Mr. Chair, how long will the break be for?
5 minutes. How about till 8:05?
I'm sorry, 8 o'clock. Let's do 8 o'clock.
What's going on, sir? How you been?
This is Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia. Here is your host, Kevin Captain.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Volusia Today. I'm Clayton Jackson with the Volusia County Community Information Division. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning, and Volusia Today is made possible by our sponsors, the Daytona Beach International Airport, the Ocean Center, Volusia Recycles, and Votran Public Transportation. Today on the show, I'm joined by our co-host Pat Kuhn, as well as Human Services Administrator Patricia Hubbard, and Resource Stewardship Director Dr. Brad Burbaugh. So Pat, how are things going today?
Hey, I'm doing great, but I'm a little bit worried about hurricane season. It's only day 2, and we've already got a little storm sitting out there in the Gulf. And I'd like to remind our listeners that it's time to stock up on your hurricane supplies and try to get there by June 9th, because that's when the sales tax holiday stops.
That's right, and I know Jim Judge, if he's listening right now, he is smiling because he loves when we are talking about hurricane preparedness, even when he's not around. So Jim, that one's for you. And just to piggyback off that a little bit also is, as always, we'll make people aware to just go ahead and start preparing now, start getting your plan in order. Always look into getting flood insurance, because even if you are not in a high-risk flood zone, there's still probability of flooding. So we just wanted to throw that out there to our listeners that, again, we're already off to a rocky start. But again, definitely, as Pat said, take advantage of the disaster sales tax holiday. So if you are a parent like me, you've had today, Friday, June 2nd, circled on your calendar for probably since about June or August of last year. Today is the last day for schools in Volusia County. So, we congratulate all those children out there. Hope they got their swimsuits ready to enjoy some fun in the sun and the lovely Florida weather. But again, when school is out for the year, there are a lot of different summer programs out there for our kids to enjoy. And one of them is the summer food program, which Miss Patricia Hubbard is going to talk about. So Trish, we'll just go ahead and get it rolling.
Okay.
Tell us, what is the summer food program?
Okay, well, the program is overseen by the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, and they work with sponsors all throughout the state to provide free, nutritious meals to children ages 18 and under while school is out for the summer.
So why is it important that we offer this program to children?
Well, this program continues a valuable meal service when schools are out. We know how important meals, breakfast and lunch meals are to children in school, but when that ends, what happens? So the summer food program continues that trend. It keeps the meals going all throughout the summer months, providing nutritious breakfast and lunch meals to the children.
And let's go into a little bit more, not just any site. And first of all, how many sites are participating so far this year?
This year, I have 63 sites signed up.
63 sites across the county.
Across the county,
That's
yes.
amazing. That's amazing. But,
Definitely.
you know, not just any organization, church, or nonprofit, not just anybody can apply and host a feeding site. So tell our listeners a little bit about how, just some of the qualifications that a site has to meet be in order to feed children this summer.
Okay. Well, all the site has to do is be willing to be a participant and serve the children in the community. They cannot be within a quarter of a mile of each other, and also cannot be too close to a school that's participating as well, because we do have some schools that will be participating, but any of the county summer food sites cannot be within a quarter of a mile of those sites. But as long as they are not, and they are willing to participate as a site to serve the children in the community, they can.
And the sites, they are located in areas that, I know we were talking about this earlier, that at least 50% or more of the children have to be located or receive free or reduced meals.
Exactly. Any location where they are in close proximity to a school that has at least 50% of the children who are enrolled in those schools eat free and reduced meals during school time. They can participate. Sites also have to attend a mandatory training every year in order to qualify, because they have to show the state that they have been trained to operate the program as a site. And that's pretty much it. There's an application that they filled out. It's pretty basic. Attend the training, be in an eligible area, and just welcome the children.
That's a wonderful program. Now, do parents need to sign up, or do they just show up?
No, they don't have to sign up. We don't ask for any kind of requirements from the household. There's no application for them to fill out for their children. They just have to show up to a site.
That's great. And do the kids need to be accompanied by an adult?
Well, they can if the parents decide to bring the children. They're more than welcome to. Of course, the parents can't eat the food. It's just for the children ages 18 and under. But, you know, smaller children, maybe they do have parents that bring them. But normally, the majority of our sites, they're so close in the communities that the kids can walk to the sites. And, yeah.
And out of curiosity, the child's family, the household, is there any income requirements that a child or a household has to meet in order for the children to receive meals?
Right. No income requirements, nothing to fill out, nothing to provide showing household income at all. They just need to be in an area close where a site is located, and just reach out to them and receive a breakfast and lunch meal every day, Monday through Friday.
Wow, this is a great program for the kids and the parents.
Yes, it is.
And what kind of food do you provide?
Well, we have breakfast and lunch, and items that are on our breakfast menu, well, both meals, they receive a milk. That's a requirement. But they also receive items for breakfast like Pop-Tarts, cereal, bagels, donuts, croissants. This year, that's a new item on our menu, is a chocolate croissant.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's something that our food vendor put on the menu because they say they serve it in the schools apparently, so it got approved to be on our menu this year. So I think that may be a big hit for the kids.
I think it will.
Yeah, and for lunch, we have items like Italian subs, a turkey club sandwich, PB&J Uncrustables, which is another big hit.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right. And you mentioned schools a couple of times. So just clarify to our listeners out there, because there's actually, the County of Volusia government, we are a summer food sponsor,
yes,
but so is the Volusia School District. So explain the differences between the two real quick.
Okay. Well, with the County of Volusia being a sponsor, we have sites, like you said, like parks and recreation, summer camps, churches, libraries, YMCAs, Boys and Girls Clubs that participate in the county as a sponsor. But with the school board, it's only the schools. There are certain schools throughout the county that also participate, but they're not affiliated with the county government side of the program.
All right. So let's rewind a little bit to how the food is actually provided and how it is consumed.
Okay.
Now, we'll take us back pre-pandemic to 2019. Let our listeners know how the program operated at that point.
Okay. Pre-pandemic, the children had to attend the site, come to the site, and at breakfast time, eat the meals on site. And then if they weren't already at the site in a camp, they had to come back for the lunch meal and stay on site to eat the lunch. There are certain components of the meals that the children can take off site, such as like the juice box. Like they get a juicy juice box. They can take that off site. Any item for breakfast like the bagel or the Pop-Tarts or the cereal, because they are shelf-stable items, they can take those off site with them. But the milk and any cold item that has to be refrigerated, such as the sandwich at lunchtime, has to be eaten on site. But once COVID pandemic started, the state allowed for the sites to participate as a grab-and-go site because of the safety concerns with the COVID illness and everything. They didn't want to have an outbreak in the communities, so they allowed grab and go, where the children just come to the site. We have the breakfast and the lunch meals bagged up for them, and they would just come to the site, receive a meal, and go on their merry way.
So 2019 before, it was consume on site. They get their meal there, they have to eat it on site.
Yes.
2020, 21, they actually could do grab and go.
Yes.
Now, I know last year there's a little bit of confusion with that.
Exactly.
So it's my understanding that at the very beginning of the program, that it was, they had to, like you go back to pre-pandemic, they had to get their meal, they then had to eat it on site.
Exactly.
And then about halfway through the program, around July last year.
18th.
July, okay, she actually remembers that date.
I do remember the day.
Yeah. So the state, the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services,
yes,
they actually came up and said, hey, at this point, if a site would like to be grab and go, we can allow for such.
Exactly.
So tell our listeners real quick, what is the state's policy right now heading into the 2023 season?
Okay. Well, the state's policy now is we are back to pre-pandemic, which means that the children have to stay on site to eat their meals. However, they did come up with a plan that due to geographical areas in our county, that they are approving any sites that are in certain pockets of our county, they could apply to be a grab-and-go site. And this year, we had 3 sites that were approved to be a grab-and-go site. And those locations are Pearson Library in Pearson, Florida, Oak Hill Library, and Malloy Community Center, which is in DeLand Springs. And that was only due to their geographical areas.
All right, so those 3 sites right now are grab and go. All the other 60 sites, they are the traditional consume on site.
Consume on site, exactly.
Now, however, again, with the state, they did change their policy about halfway through the program last year. So in the event that they do make a change or additional sites have been approved for grab and go, we'll definitely make sure to get that information out to the public.
Definitely. We want to make sure that everyone is aware of everything that's going on with the program and kept up to date.
Wonderful. Now we're going to post those 63 sites on volusia.org this morning, and I'm wondering how else can people find out where these sites are?
Okay. Well, they'll also be listed on the state website at summerbreakspot.org, and all a person has to do is go to that website, put in their address, and site locations in their community will pop up. They can also text on their phone to 304-304. And they'll get a text message back asking them for their address. And they put their address in and send it in a text, and those sites will pop up again, all the sites in their community.
Oh, good, that makes it easy.
Yeah, and they also provide information such as that site's name, their address, the meal times that they're serving breakfast and lunch meals, so they're aware of everything, and any days that they're closed.
All right, so for all you parents and guardians out there, if your children are looking for some healthy, free, and nutritious foods to eat, starting this coming Monday, June 5th, check out the summer food sites. Again, go to summerbreakspot.org, put in your address, and you'll find a nearby site. And with that, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll talk to Dr. Brad Burbaugh about the new Regrow the Loop program. Stay with us.
Subscribe to the Volusia County YouTube channel.
And hit the bell icon to know what's happening in your hometown.
There are so many great places to explore.
And things to learn.
With over 1,000 videos available right now, the channel offers something for everyone.
Let's go!
Did you know we have countless features showcasing history, nature, wildlife, and recreation? Subscribe and hit the bell icon.
Or that we live stream important county meetings and workshops where leaders make decisions that can impact our everyday lives. Did you subscribe yet?
Or that we record our weekly radio show, Volusia Today, where we interview staff from the different divisions and departments across our great county, and they discuss the nitty-gritty of their field and expertise.
Go ahead, subscribe.
But that's not it. There's more. Subscribe and hit the bell icon and fully explore.
Score!
We're back. I'm Pat Kewen along with Clayton Jackson, and you're listening to Volusia Today. This is a public information program brought to you by the County of Volusia. Joining us now to discuss the Regrow the Loop initiative that is kicking off this month is our own Resource Stewardship Director, Dr. Brad Burbaugh. Good morning, Brad.
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Yes, thank you. Hey, let's get started by explaining what exactly the loop is. There might be a few people out there who haven't heard of it yet.
Sure. The Ormond Beach Scenic Loop and Trail is a 30-mile double loop is what we call it, because it's almost a loop within a loop. On the west side, you have Dixie Highway, and on the east side, you can go either A1A or John Anderson to loop around. But it's a Florida Scenic Highway and a National Scenic Byway that's got 9 state, county, and city parks, ocean access. It's really a gem in our community, one of 5 scenic highways that we have in our county.
Oh, it really is gorgeous. Like, I actually had the pleasure of accompanying you and your team out there a couple weeks ago, and I was just blown away, like, the beauty. Like, this whole county, there's just so much, like, just beauty. Like I said, I've lived here for about 7 years, and I am blessed and just so proud to call Volusia County my home. Yes. So now we kind of set the scene for our listeners that they know exactly where we're talking about and where the loop is. Talk to us about what the Regrow the Loop initiative actually is.
So with the leadership of our elected officials, we've established the program really and asked homeowners to be our partners in preserving the beauty of the loop for future generations. So over the next 12 months, we've engaged partners, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention them. So with the Ormond Beach Scenic Loop and Trail, the City of Ormond Beach, Florida Native Plant Society Paw Paw Chapter, Dream Green Volusia, Halifax River Audubon Society, are all helping us provide educational activities over the next 12 months to homeowners. But as an educator and scientist, I know that one and done education doesn't work. So we're trying to engage people by, one, getting them to sign a pledge where they commit to adopting some practices that will help regrow the loop, protect water quality along the loop, but also engage as a volunteer. So when people sign the pledge, they'll get a sticker. We'll send them a sticker, a Regrow the Loop sticker, so they can proudly show it and let their neighbors that they're involved in the initiative with us. If they attend an educational activity, they'll be eligible to receive a free native tree at one of our plant giveaways planned for later this fall or summer 2024.
That's great. Now, I think one of your goals is to get rid of the invasive plants along the loop. So can you tell us what are invasive plants?
They're the devil.
Oh, dear.
And that's putting it nice, folks.
That's right. So really they're plants that were not native to this area, and so they have no natural predators or anything really to keep them in check and keep the ecosystem in balance. So they essentially take over the ecosystem and crowd out our native plants. And in order really for plants, animals, humans, for all of us to thrive, we need a diverse ecosystem with diverse plants and animals that all have their niche in our environment.
Okay, so what are some of the most common and the worst of these devils? Is it the air potato?
So air potato, I think mostly along the loop is Brazilian pepper. We've got a lot of Brazilian pepper along the loop, and torpedo grass, Kogan grass. There's lots of different ones, and even some homeowners are planting them not knowing that they're invasive. So our goal is to highlight monthly on our county social media the good guys and bad guys on the loop. So helping people know this is a native plant or a plant that's adapted to our area that's good to plant along the loop or across the county for that matter. And these are the bad guys that you want to stay away from because they exhibit that invasive behavior and take over.
Oh, now some of these invaders are kind of pretty. Do we need to kill them too?
Well, it's really about balance in the ecosystem. So I think if a homeowner's willing to keep the invasive in check and make sure that it's not spreading, and then they want it in their yard, that's their choice. But our recommendation, of course, is to not plant invasive species.
Very good. We need to go native.
So one of the other goals of the Regrow the Loop initiative is Florida-friendly landscaping principles. And I know we probably could bring you on and you could fill a full half-hour show just talking about those. But real quick, tell us more about what those principles are.
Sure, happy to. So these are principles developed by the University of Florida. IFAS Extension, who is one of our organization locally who is leading this effort alongside with the county. And these are 9 research-based principles that are environmentally sustainable practices. So right plant, right place, water efficiently, fertilize appropriately, attract wildlife, manage pests responsibly. So that's just a snapshot of what we're looking at in terms of those Florida-friendly landscaping principles. But when I say research-based, it means that if you adopt these principles, you're going to protect our environment and the water quality of our county. Just like Clayton, I love this county. I was born and raised in it, and I like being on the water, so I want to protect water quality. And by adopting these landscaping principles developed by the University of Florida, that's a small step that homeowners can take.
Well, this is great. You're the right man for this job, Brad. Thank you for getting this thing off the ground. And I'll bet a lot of our listeners would like to know how they can get involved with this Regrow the Loop initiative. How can they do that?
So what we're proposing is we have a volusia.org/regrow the loop is our website. So I would encourage people to go to the website and sign the pledge. That would be the first, to sign the citizen pledge and commit to adopting one practice or more. When we have your email, we'll give you a monthly, just one email a month. I was sure to put that so people wouldn't feel like they were being bombarded. One email a month of activities happening as part of the initiative that month. So not only classroom education, but we want to do some field trips to the different public parks or maybe even nurseries. So people will get that information if they sign up and sign the pledge. We also have a list of our classes and links to register. At this point, most of the classes will be at the Ormond Beach Public Library. Our first one on June 24th, we're very excited about. But I would be remiss if I did not mention that this initiative is open to anyone in the county. So a lot of the practices, actually all of the practices that we will teach in those classes can be universally applied by homeowners in Deltona, Ormond, New Smyrna, Oak Hill, across the county. So we encourage folks that if they're interested in learning more and receiving the native tree, to please sign up and join us.
Great. Just so to reiterate that, this project is focused on the Ormond Loop. However, it is open and available to any Volusia County resident, because Brad said a lot of these principles that can be applied to the loop can be applied countywide. For more information, like Brad said, you can obviously go to volusia.org/regrow the loop. Actually, just yesterday, we did publish a Facebook video that tells a little bit more about what the initiative is and has some beautiful footage of what the Ormond Loop actually is. So with that, we're going to take our last commercial break. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with more Volusia Today.
Subscribe to the Volusia County YouTube channel.
And hit the bell icon to know what's happening in your hometown.
There are so many great places to explore
and things to learn.
With over 1,000 videos available right now, the channel offers something for everyone.
Let's go!
Did you know we have countless features showcasing history, nature, wildlife, and recreation? Subscribe and hit the bell icon.
Or that we live stream important county meetings and workshops where leaders make decisions that can impact our everyday lives. Did you subscribe yet?
Or that we record our weekly radio show, Volusia Today, where we interview staff from the different divisions and departments across our great county, and they discuss the nitty-gritty of their field and expertise.
Go ahead, subscribe.
But that's not it. There's more. Subscribe and hit the bell icon and fully explore.
Score!
We're back with Volusia Today. I'm Clayton Jackson, along with co-host Pat Kewen. And it's kind of the last few minutes we have here. Trish, is there I don't want to call it a selling point, because obviously the food is free, but what is your pitch to get parents and guardians to encourage their children to come take part in this program to get meals?
Well, I would say it's just an incentive for your household. If you're not wanting to cook breakfast, cook lunch, send those children out to these sites all over the county and have them receive a free, nutritious breakfast and lunch meal.
All right, and Brad, kind of the same with you. Tell us about what's your selling point to get somebody to participate in the Regrow the Loop initiative?
So I think my selling point is government can't do it all, but we can all together do something. And that's why we're asking homeowners to be our partners, and why we've engaged the nonprofits and other municipalities to help us make this successful under the county council's leadership.
All right, so just a few upcoming events that we have in Volusia County. We do want to remind everyone about the Veterans Services Stand-Down event that is taking place next Friday, June 9th at the Volusia County Fairgrounds. It'll be held in the Hester building there. There's going to be a lot of wonderful resources for our veterans and their families to take advantage of, network in the community, as well as there's going to be multiple divisions within the Volusia County government that are going to be there to highlight job opportunities within the Volusia County government through the county's Hiring Our Heroes initiative. So Pat, do you have any closing words for our listeners out there?
Well, I hope y'all have a great day, and remember to get ready for hurricane season.
Yes, I'm glad Pat brought that up again, like we touched on at the beginning of the show, that we're already getting some nasty weather out there. Hopefully it's going to skirt us, and we may just get a little bit of rain, so we're keeping our fingers crossed there. But again, take advantage of that disaster sales tax holiday. Make sure you're looking at flood insurance and start preparing now. With that, we're going to close the show. Have a wonderful weekend, Volusia County.
If you have a comment about Volusia Today, or if there is a topic you would like to hear featured, please contact Volusia County Community Information at 1-866-345-0345.
That's right. Y'all getting the big bucks. Y'all gotta do the hard stuff.
Okay, we will begin again at 8:05 for the June 20th Volusia County Council meeting. And we are on item 5, rezoning of 9.83 acres at 3018 Turnbull Bay Road in New Smyrna Beach. Clay Irvin.
Good evening, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you is a quasi-judicial hearing for a rezoning of these approximately 10 acres. It's in the New Smyrna Beach area. It is located just to the east of where Pioneer Trail is. It's just north of New Smyrna Beach. The current zonings are A2, and there is a very small portion, that small triangle that you see right here is zoned A3. The property owner is seeking to take and divide the property. Under the current land use, they would not be able to do so because of the minimum lot requirements. They're looking to come forward and rezone it into a grand total of 7 1-acre lots, consistent with the projects that are to the immediate south. As you can see in the aerial, here's the subject property. And then as you can see down Shadow Pines Drive, which is zoned the same as what is being requested, you have the same land use and zoning patterns. Staff reviewed it, went through all of the requirements as identified in the comprehensive plan and with the zoning ordinance. Again, this is not changing the land use. This is keeping the land use at rural. It is establishing a new zoning for the property, RR, which is presumed to be compatible, consistent with the rural zoning. It went to your, the applicant did provide a conceptual subdivision plan to reflect how they were going to be able to develop the property, keeping the existing home in place, and then creating the 6 new lots. So as you can see down here in the south end, we have the existing residential, and then we have lots 1 through 6, which would be developed for 1-acre lots. One road coming in that would be accessible for all of the properties. So here's a comparison that's in your staff report regarding the current zoning of A2 and A3 with the proposed. It went to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval from your staff. The PLDRC held a public hearing. There was no public comment at that point in time, and it's now coming to you with a unanimous 5-0 recommendation for approval. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them, and the applicant is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Clay. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does any council member have ex parte to declare? There being none, we will, does anyone have questions for Clay? Danny or Danny Robbins?
No. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Robbins and second by David Santiago. Do we have any public that wanted to speak on this? Okay. And the applicant?
Good evening, everyone. Jessica Gallo, Cobb Law Firm, 149 South Woodland Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida. I will keep it short, although I will say your break was perfectly timed for me to be able to get sweet potato fries from Big Chop before they close, so thank you. This is a proposed 7-lot subdivision. On every side of us, there is a zoning that allows 1-acre lots, so we're really kind of bringing it forward to match that surrounding area. This applicant is a local entity. They would build the homes themselves. It's not a developer. I know Councilmember Dempsey, when you guys did your planning for the surplus lands, you talked about creating smaller subdivisions that you could have local home builders come in. This is the first site of a few that we've already got in the queue and they're looking at, so you will see more from this applicant, kind of the same product style, and we're here to answer any questions that you have tonight.
Does anyone have questions for Attorney Gao? Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have a question, so we'll, if there are no questions, we'll go in debate. For me, this is why I wanted to do this right following the one we just did. This is an easy yes, because this is what I'm hoping for. This seems to, it doesn't seem to, it does take into consideration the entire neighborhood around it, and respects the properties that are there, the type of properties. So I like this one. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion to approve by Robbins, second by Santiago. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. I hope those fries were good. That takes us to item 6. Also a quasi-judicial hearing, a special exception. Mr. Irvin.
Yes, sir. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is for a parochial school at 1818 Taylor Road and RA zoning. The subject property is on the north side of Taylor Road. It's been utilized as a church and Sunday school and a parochial school, although there's no record of a special exception being previously approved for said use. The current owners are operating a new church. They've been there for a little over a year. They contacted staff when they first purchased the property. They believed that they had the right to begin the school immediately for last school year. Unfortunately, upon research of our records, it was determined that they did not have the zoning authorization to go forward with it. So staff has been working with them over the last year or so to get through the special exception process. Special exception process is basically identifying a use that's otherwise would be okay in there, subject to certain criteria, and being able to prove that they are in compliance with those criteria. There's a presumption that there is approval, and it's up to us to basically determine if the application is not consistent with those types of criteria. Staff worked with them, and included in your staff into the staff report is a copy of the site plan that shows basically what they have got on site already. There's not really a whole lot of new construction. Actually, they are working with our staff in fire and in building to bring the site into compliance with current fire prevention requirements and life safety requirements. As I said, the subject property is basically on the west or north side of Taylor Road, 421. This gives you an aerial shot of where it is in the existing facility over there. This gives you an idea of the underlying land use and the zoning of A2. Here's the conceptual site plan. And again, it's not really conceptual, it's basically mimicking what's going on. They have more than sufficient parking to address both the church and the school use. They are looking at 30 employees, approximately 100 students coming in and being able to be there 8:30 to 3:20 Monday through Friday. And we sent it forward as your staff to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval. It went to the PLDRC. We did hear from an adjacent property owner who was concerned about the noise coming from the church operation. The church operation is already there. It's allowed by right. So we cannot do anything about that at all. There was conversations with the applicant to let them know that there were concerns coming from the property owners, and they assured us that they're addressing that through their day-to-day operations of the church. As you can see, we've gone through it, looked at the traffic impacts, looked at all the other analysis, and have made a recommendation of approval, and that's consistent with your PLDRC recommendation as well. If there's any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer them, and I know the applicant is here as well.
Thank you. Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Pardon me. This is quasi-judicial, so please identify any ex parte communication.
I thought we were going to questions. Has anyone spoken to anybody about this outside of staff?
Yes.
Yes.
On both sides.
Okay.
Both the church and the individual against it.
Okay. Matt Reinhardt has and has so declared. Danny Robbins has.
Just, I believe, a neighbor or two.
Okay. And no one else. Okay, we have a motion to approve. Was there a second? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. Questions for staff, the applicant? Okay, have a motion to approve. Is this your?
Yes.
Did you care to speak? You're welcome to. If
Thank you. Good evening. Chris Height, 1818 Taylor Road. I'm the lead pastor of Jesus Church and a board member at the school, Parkhurst Academy, that currently meets at an off-site location we want to bring to our current church property. We have had, just so everybody's aware, we have had some concerns from neighbors, two neighbors specifically. I think they were here. I don't think they're still here. But we have addressed those issues. We hosted a meeting 2 Sundays ago to specifically hear their concerns. We text, frequently. Since November, we've texted, and I've spoke with them personally just to address those issues. But again, those issues are separate. Those are church related, and this is specific to our school. Other than that, we're complying with everything that the staff have been incredibly helpful to us to get through this process. We've invested quite a bit into this project, and we'll continue to invest to bring it into compliance.
great, don't go away.
Sure.
Jake Johansson.
Yes,
Yes.
I understand that once you found out or were told that you were out of compliance, you stopped what you were doing and kind of asked them how to make it right?
Sure. Yeah. Just to be clear, we never, we would have never moved forward with bringing the school on site without approval, life safety and so forth.
Sure.
So, but when we purchased the property, there was, I don't know how it happened, but there was a church and school operated for 30 years.
Come on, what do you mean you don't know how it
Yeah.
is?
So,
Well, I appreciate that you set in motion something to make it right. I appreciate that. That makes it a lot easier for us to work with you when you stopped and immediately started working with us instead of giving us what it was. So I appreciate it. Thanks.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pastor, just to clarify, I know we discussed that, but just to kind of piggyback on what Councilman Johansson just said, the issue of the noise was related to the church. The school's non-existent right now, so you really can't adjust to anything that doesn't exist as of yet. You're trying to seek that out. And my understanding is the church prior to that had asked for a Sunday school, which they kind of went from Sunday to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So my understanding. So the PLRDC had made the recommendation, because they weren't addressing the church issue, for you to possibly reach out to those community members, which you did. You were not required to do so, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And the outcome of that?
We had a positive, had a good meeting, had an understanding. There was some confusion, I think, with informing. Of course, it's not required, but we reached out to the HOA president, and so I'm not sure how many people were actually informed of the meeting that we hosted a couple weeks ago. But I know the ones who were, have expressed concern in the past, they did show up.
They did. Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't really have a question for you. I just want to tell you that I'm glad that you reached out to the neighbors. That's what we would prefer here, instead of having a battle in here, especially when the neighbor is a church that wears the name of Jesus. And I hope that you resolve the noise issue, even though it is unrelated to this. I hope you will work on that and bring that to a positive resolution. So I don't see any more questions for. Thank you for coming in.
You bet. Thank
you. If there's no other questions, the council's ready to vote.
All in favor of this special exception, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Brower, I'd like to clarify that that motion was by Robbins and seconded by Santiago.
That's correct. And the vote was unanimous, 7-0. Item 6. Item 7, second reading of Ordinance 2023-05, amending the comprehensive plan.
Good evening, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. If the council will allow me, I'd like to address items 7 and 8 concurrently because they are related to the same topic.
Please.
It was identified by the council a concern with how we were addressing the issue of property and ability to subdivide property when we had prescriptive rights over right-of-way. What was happening is that specifically in our rural areas where we had dirt roads that the county was maintaining and expressed a right to utilize under our prescriptive rights, unfortunately was creating a problem with the property owner's ability to subdivide. So therefore, when they would come in having 20 acres of land pre the prescribed right-of-ways, they would come in when they found out we had the prescriptive rights and their property was down below 20 acres, they could not split it into the two 10-acre tracts. So staff had to go back, look through our comprehensive plan and our land development regulations to see what was there that we could address. And so we've put in something that we handle similar to when we do a taking through a DOT process or something along those lines, and created an ability for us to credit those property owners for the prescriptive rights that the county has over their property. So what this will do will not penalize the property owners for the prescriptive rights and allow them to have full use under the zoning because their property will be deemed non-conforming and legal to go forward from this point forward. So therefore, it will be incorporating in that. The reason why you see two separate items is we had to amend how we calculate density in our comprehensive plan before we could adopt, and that's item 7. Item 8 is the changes to the non-conforming standards to allow for us to utilize this method in calculating land area and ability to subdivide property. It was both of these items were approved by y'all previously. It had to go through a comprehensive plan amendment, so we had to transmit it to Tallahassee for the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity to review it. We've gotten it back. We now have clarity through all parties. There was no issues with the Volusia Growth Management Commission, so it's here for your final adoption. Once this is done, we will then be able to enact these regulations so that some of the property owners who are right behind me can start coming forward and working through us so that we can work with them on their 2-lot subdivisions, whatever they are working through. All righty.
Thank you. One quick question. If item 7 were to not pass, item 8 is automatically
Yes, sir.
void.
That's correct.
Okay. Vice Chair Robbins.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve item 7. Second by Commissioner Kent. Questions for staff? Comments? There being none, all in favor? Oh, I do.
No, we're good.
We have 3 people that would like to speak on this. Stuart Hughes, and then Richard Hughes, and then Samantha Hughes. The Hughes family.
Good evening. Stuart Hughes here, 3630 State Road 44, 64-year-old lifelong resident in Volusia County. Just here I was here in February too, shortly after the hurricanes, and we had talked about what y'all were trying to do for the residents in the county. You know, especially people have children and want to give back to their children, stuff that their parents worked, scraped nails, 2 jobs to get what they got. And then to not be able to give it to your kids didn't really seem fair. So I think y'all are, doing the right thing, and everybody appreciates it. And just want to thank you.
Thank you. Richard.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have a lot of respect for you folks to take on this role in the county to represent the people and make decisions based on your best knowledge and you know, the best things that work out for the people of the county, and I do appreciate that, and I'm grateful for that. I'd also like to mention about, you know, our property rights as far as paying taxes on these parcels of land. Like my particular mother had 2 dirt roads and a county drainage easement on her property, which it clarified as 30 acres. She's been paying taxes for, you know, I mean, we've been here since 1894, so my dad was born on Samsula Drive in 1918. He married my mother in 57. They've done a lot of work and donated a lot to the community. My mother spearheaded a drive in New Smyrna to help raise money to build the health department on Canal Street with the Visiting Nurses Association. My brother, sister, and I donated hundreds of hours. We transformed a gas station on West Canal Street into a thrift store, and we worked that for over a year and a half, raised up to $100,000 to match funds for the county to help build the health department that is there now for the underprivileged people in Volusia County. And that's stuff we did to support our community because we cared, and my mother cared. She was genuine. And to think that she has paid property on this taxes on this property, and we came in upon her will, which was to grant each child 10 acres. And our attorney, Glenn Storchip, went up before staff and apparently was denied the ability to split it 3 ways because of technical lingo. And, you know, I don't know all the technicals about that, but you know, we just felt as though it's unfair and being charged to this day for that property, and then not being able to have grandfathered rights to that property to leave things to your children and all, which is the American dream. We're not property flippers in Samsula. Most of us are farmers, and we raise bees, cattle, and want to continue doing that on the property. We're not interested in flipping land and you know, making big profits and stuff like that. This is what we call home. We want to homestead it, and we'd appreciate it if you'd look favorably toward the residents of Samsula and grant us the ability to get what we think is owed to us. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you. Samantha Hughes.
Hello. I'm used to speaking to middle schoolers. I'm a middle school teacher at New Smyrna Beach Middle. My name's Samantha Hughes, and I'm a lifelong Volusia County resident. And I just wanted to say thank you for considering this. It gets me a little bit emotional, but we're a close family, and we want to remain that way and keep our property together, but separate it. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. You know, I run into people all the time, and I'm sure we all do, that that say, don't let the developers develop. And kind of my thought is, well, don't let the farmers sell their land to the developers for millions of dollars. Here's a case where there's a bunch of farmers and hardworking Samsula folks that are gonna do what they think's right for their families, but also protect that property from having 10 homes on it, and increasing the sprawl in Samsula. So good on you. You know, tell all your neighbors to keep their property and do what they can. And Water's Edge won't expand any further than it is right now, as best as I can. We all got to get together and buy the property opposite Airport Road there. But I think this is a win-win for the county and the neighboring cities in Samsula. So thank you very much for bringing it up and getting us to fix it.
Thank you. We did have one more member of the public who turned in a slip on time. Joseph, is it Thompson? Thomason. Of the famous Thomason farming family?
Did you all get my letter? I had my daughter email it because I don't do email. I sent it to each one of y'all. I know it's probably a little scathing, but I just wanted to talk. Thank you for what you're doing here on this, but I'm still wanting to address this issue of the county claiming it. For what I can see, no other purpose than to keep people like all of us having to go through political hoops or whatever of getting a non-conforming lot letter, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm sure that it's not just contained to our little Samsula area. This is probably countywide. And I'm surprised there aren't a lot more people here. And probably the reason is because they haven't went to go subdivide theirs or do it. And otherwise there'd probably be a pile of people more here. But one of the bigger things is whoever, and I wrote it in this letter, but I'm not going to read the whole thing. But some of your all county zoning people are going out and telling people that they can't do something because there's a ditch on a map. And the county has not maintained it, not dug it since it's been dug for 70 or 80 years ago. Under statutory law, you have to maintain it, correct? Grade it for a period of 4 years.
What?
The statute we're talking about is 95-361. So if the county constructs a road and any appurtenance of the roads, the county maintains it for 4 years, and basically all right, title, and interest are deemed to be dedicated to the county. The county owns it. If the county does not construct it, then that increases it to 7 years. So all the statute needs is any 4-year period or any 7-year period, and then it's basically all right, title, and easement devolve to the maintaining entity. So it doesn't have to be, immediate 7 years or the immediate past 4 years. It's just 4 years or 7 years, and then by operation of law, it kind of transfers over to the maintaining entity.
It doesn't take 7 years to dig a ditch or a canal. It doesn't take 4 years to dig a ditch or a canal. It has to be maintained or take that long or be in use by them maintaining it. So I think you're wrong on that as far as, like I said, if you maintain it or something, but this personal piece that I'm talking about, and it's not even mine, but it goes through the middle of my property, and I don't want my kids to have to come down and fight on it, is the fact that ditch, since I was a kid, has not been redug, maintained, or anything. So the county can't claim that, but yet people from the zoning come out there and told this boy, because he owns the northern 10 acres up north of me, that they own that ditch, and he had to go through getting this non-conforming lot letter. Fortunately, we're outside the Save Samsula is what you all are kind of voting, because they had a different, makeup there. But like I said, I just can't see this whole county that you're going to just use this just for the simple purpose. It's not like we're trying to block a road or plug somebody's water easement or ditch up. I would be all for the county doing that. But beyond that, I can't see why y'all are using that as a tool to keep us from being able to subdivide property, whether it's in Samsula or Pearson or wherever it could be. That was all. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last person was from the famous Lusner family, David.
Hey there, I'm David Lusner, and been growing up in Samsula all my life, my dad, my grandparents, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. But what I was just wanting to kind of clarify, I'm not real smart with kind of all this stuff. I try to read it, but I did see where it talks about that it's a maximum of 3 lots. And so I was just curious and wanted some clarification on exactly what that meant. I think that solves a lot of our issues, but I still don't know if it would solve an issue of a family that maybe had, what if they had 50 acres and they had 5 kids and were wanting to break it up into 5 10-acre parcels. I mean, am I reading that right or wrong, or I just want to know clarity on that, because I feel like we're moving in the right direction, but I still didn't understand where we came with that baseline.
The reason why again, Clay Irvin, what you're seeing is that division of property into 3 or more parcels requires a processing of a subdivision plat. 3 or few, under 3 lots basically means that we can do it administratively without having to go through the formal subdivision process. That's why it's at that level.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if there's no other people from the public who care to speak, I just have a quick remark before I hand it over to a couple council people who did want to speak. Who went first? Stuart, first I wanted to thank you for taking the positive approach and thanking us for the vote before it ever came. I think that's good to take that positive approach. And Richard Hughes, you said we're not out for big profits. I want you to know that I hope you make huge profits. Farmers need to make profits, because when they don't, they end up selling their land for development. So I want you to make as much money as possible. Farmers are important. They're integral for our community, and we need to keep you here. So, Joseph, I'll just let you know that Mr. Robbins said earlier that sometimes government heaps all this stuff on you, and this is one of those cases where government found something that at least this current staff didn't heap on you, but they looked back and they saw that this doesn't work well for the residents, for our farmers, and so we're going to correct it now. And Mr. Lusner, there are other things that we'll need to go back and correct as well. So don't lose hope. And I thank you all for coming in. And with that, Councilman Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I'm at this point just echoing what you said. I don't think when these items were put there, they were intended to mess with you. They were intended for a purpose and probably lied fallow for quite a few years, and we're just now catching some of them. So I encourage staff to weed this stuff out and try to get ahead of it so we don't put people through these problems where we can. But in this day and age, sometimes we have to be reactive. So patience is a virtue, and as soon as people like you step forward, and the news will get out, they'll step forward and bring it to our attention, and where we can fix it, we certainly will. I'm sure of that. So thank you very much for bringing it to our attention.
Councilman Don Dempsey.
Yeah, when we had our goal setting meeting a few weeks ago, this was one of the issues I think that came up, the complexity of the bureaucracy of the county. And we got Mr. Lusner, who actually just said, I don't understand all this stuff. And these are, I don't want to say common, I mean, but they're farmers. They don't necessarily know how to get through the red tape. And the gentleman before, Mr. Lusner, was talking about, you know, just how many people are losing the opportunity to subdivide and leave property to their kids because they just can't deal with the bureaucracy and they don't understand it. And I just don't know where we are with this ombudsman office that we had talked about and I think all agreed was needed. I mean, this is a classic example right here of why we need an ombudsman's office in the county to basically help people and guide them through the red tape so they don't have to deal with the clerks who maybe not be as helpful in guiding you. There's, you know, we need and I hope that that's something we're kind of really looking towards for this exact situation. You know, that's all I wanted to say.
Ditto, thank you. Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Clay, I just have a quick question for you. You might be able to give us direction or give me direction on. Right now, we're capped at 3 lots before we trigger that subdivision plot plan. At our level, at the county level in this board, can we, or do we have the option to raise it to 5, or are we bound by a state statute somewhere?
There's not, I think Palos and I need to clarify, because there are specific requirements if you choose to do subdivision of lands, but I'll have them clarify.
Just looking to streamline it for the next generation. If this is something we can get on the agenda to talk about, we don't have to do it here right now.
So the state law leaves the subdivision of when you trigger the subdivision up to the local governments. 3 is the standard because a long time ago that used to be the statutory limit. It used to be, you know, you subdivide 3, then the state would say you need to start platting. They changed it, I think, a couple decades ago. So now that it's up to each local government to determine, when that platting process starts or begins. We do have mechanisms when it doesn't make sense to plat that goes through your DRC process. And if it's large lots that would otherwise meet the criteria, DRC has the ability to use an alternate method than to require a formal plat. You still need some method of subdividing the property. The whole purpose of the plat is to kind of protect your consumers, to people who buy in reference to the plat, so you're not buying with a meets and bounds description, which kind of only a surveyor can make sense of. Someone gives you a plat, they give you a graphical description. That is the legal description of the property that you're buying. So it's the whole platting process was set up as a consumer, purchaser friendly provision. So you're not looking at a bunch of text, you're looking at an actual plot point and graph.
Makes sense. I was just looking, we talk about streamlining things at an administrative level. I'd have no problem with 5, and if it was a big deal, it'd come back to us anyway. But thanks.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Vice Chair Robbins, I would also have no problem with 5. I'll get that out there publicly right now, just so staff can hear it. And to the families that are here from Samsula, I just want to say just a couple of things before we vote on this item. And you may have heard me say this before, but this is why I love local government. Many of you showed up months ago and talked about this issue, and your local government listened to you and is trying to fix that problem for you and others that are in a similar situation. In the 1930s and 40s, those plots of land on the beach side in Ormond Beach and Daytona Beach were purchased from the river to the ocean. Gosh, could you imagine owning that piece of property? I live over there now, on my street with about 70 of my closest friends, because they've been broken up. And what you have is special. And what you're trying to do is loving and caring for your family and a lifestyle that you relish, and you've realized it's special. And you want to keep it for your family and others that want to purchase into it and buy that. And for that, you should be celebrated, which is why I'm going to vote, of course, yes for this evening. But I just wanted to bring up that point, that's one of the reasons why I love local government, because you can show up here, you can plead your case, and then we can debate it and talk about it and then make the best decision that we think is right for the entire community. Thanks for showing up.
Okay, nobody else has any comments? I will ask for the vote, and let's just do it all in favor of the second reading of Ordinance 2023-05. Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the ordinance is passed 7-0. Thank you for coming in. That takes us to item 8, amending Chapter 72, Article 2 of the Code of Ordinance, Division 6, Nonconformity.
Wait for a motion to approve?
Yeah.
All right.
You're on.
We approve 7. We need to approve 8.
Motion to approve item 8.
We have a motion to approve. Was that Jake?
Mhm.
Made the motion, and second by David Santiago. And we have one member of the public who wants to speak on this. Don't talk us out of it, Stuart Hughes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
We have a motion to approve, and who did the second? David Santiago. No other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And your work is completed in item 7 and 8. Thank you very much. Go grow some good beef. Item 9 is Ordinance 23-020, Small Scale Comp Plan Amendment of 29.11 acres at 1770 West Plymouth Avenue. Director Urban.
Good evening, Claire Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Items 9 and 10 will be addressed in my presentation right now. This is a comprehensive plan amendment, an amendment to the future land use map. And item 10 is an amendment to the zoning map to change the property from rural agricultural, transitional agricultural to the planned unit development zoning. The rezoning is a quasi-judicial, so you will need to have to disclose any kind of ex parte communication. The applicant is seeking to have a land use amendment which would increase the density to a maximum of 4 units per acre. Staff looked at this in context of our comprehensive plan in regards to the criteria that are established for amendments to the future land use map. And part of that is looking at availability of infrastructure, compatibility, impacts, etc. And as such, staff could not make a recommendation of approval for this proposed amendment. We felt it was bordering on and creating urban sprawl in this area. The aerials up above show and reflect the land use categories or the land use pattern we have established in this area. Over to the west of Richfern, you can see what is an existing landfill and part of a closed-in landfill. This property is immediately to the east of that. This was previously farmed as a fernery. We understand that there are some difficulties in the fern industry right now, and so the property owners are trying to do something with the property because they do not see necessarily interest in maintaining the agricultural pursuits. Unfortunately, we feel that going to the urban low intensity, which again is an urban category, and one of the critical aspects in our future land use element is being able to differentiate urban, rural, and transitional. This is not necessarily an urban area. Based on our evaluation of what's going on over there, we see that there has to be basically a determination of where we can stop. Are there availability of utilities? Yes, it's within the DeLand water and sewer service area, but services would have to be brought to the site. Overall, as I said, staff made a recommendation of denial, or with the future land use element, it's a finding of inconsistency with the future land use element and the future land use map. Your PLDRC also followed through and said, based on the evidence provided by staff and at the public hearing, that this is also inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. In regards to agenda item number 10, that is where we are looking at a PUD that will implement if this land use amendment is approved. And so what you see is that they're attempting to develop the property for upwards of 70 plus lots for single family residential. This shows you again the aerial at 10,000 feet. This is the conceptual site plan that shows the development of the property. As you can see, you have a layout of different lots throughout the site. They have stormwater. They have a variety of different things that are associated with it. Again, staff had to be consistent because we did not feel that the future land use map amendment was consistent. We have to recommend that the rezoning to PUD as presented should be denied. The PLDRC, hearing the evidence and staff's testimony in the public hearing, also recommended denial of the rezoning to PUD. The applicant is here. If there's any questions for staff, we'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Councilman Santiago.
Clay, can we go back a couple slides? Sure. Nope, keep going. No, yes, that's fine. No, with the aerial, I'm so sorry. Do you have an aerial that also shows the UL?
No, sir.
All right, then go back to where the UL is listed.
Okay, so you want the existing versus, excuse me, you want existing land use?
Oh, yeah, go to the aerial instead, right? No,
There,
stop right there.
okay.
What is this?
That is an existing old subdivision that was developed.
And that's UL? ULI?
Let me go ahead and clear that.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yes, sir, it's ULI.
That's ULI. So the applicant is proposing to take the ULI that's already there and go further up here? Is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's this?
Public, that is our landfill.
What is the likelihood of that ever being developed?
Remember the term developed, it could be utilized for passive recreation.
Gotcha. I'm talking about residential. Okay. What is this?
That is rural.
Okay. And then go to the aerial. What is
It's also landfill.
landfill? What is the likelihood of that ever being developed residential?
Similar answer, none.
Okay. So no one will ever be able to build anywhere here, but people have built here residential, and we would classify this as urban sprawl?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Quite another question. How far is the train station that we just broke ground on from here? About a 5-minute ride? Is that probably fair to say? Maybe 7? Drive?
Drive? Yes.
All right. I don't want to make comments here, Mr. Chair, because I want to be respectful for the thing that. I'll stop for now, Mr. Chair.
Danny Robbins for questions?
He brought up a good point, and I got to let this marinate for a minute. I will retract my.
Okay. Don, did you have a question for staff? Okay.
Just kind of following along with where Mr. Santiago was going. All the way south on Grand Avenue where it goes into 44, how far is that? I don't know if you have a...
I don't have an approximate. I can, give me a second, I can go figure it out on Google Earth.
No, you can just spitball it. What do you think? Half a mile?
More than that.
A mile?
Maybe.
Okay, because I know where this road to the west, Grand Avenue goes down to 44. There's a huge subdivision going in down there, right?
Those are 1-acre lots. Yes, sir.
And there, how many houses are planned for that?
I don't,
if you know.
The history behind that was an attempt to do something of a very similar nature, and the applicants withdrew it at the very last minute and came back with a rural subdivision that was developed for 1-acre lots.
Is it fair to anticipate now that Sunrail is going in the same direction that we can anticipate more sprawl getting closer to the Sunrail station?
What we've done as far as comprehensive planning is we've developed the Sunrail transit-oriented development overlay, where we intensified it to the highest level of density that we have in the unincorporated area within a walking distance of it, so that way, again, the focus on transit-oriented development, not necessarily driving to the train station, although it will be encouraged to help alleviate some of the traffic along I-4. But again, the whole concept is that you try and develop a compact area around the station so that you do minimize the cars on the feeder roads into the transit-oriented development and the transit station.
And to the west of this is the bike path?
Yes, sir. There,
I'm sorry.
there is the trail does go through this area, yes.
How far to the west is the bike trail?
I unfortunately, I don't know off the top of my head.
Isn't it right near the
It's
Grand Avenue?
Karen says it's right next to the dump, so I'll go by what
There
she
you go.
says.
Okay. And is that that's part of the bicycle trail, whatever that we're trying to promote as part
Yes,
of
sir.
Sunrail and everything else?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I guess last, I just have to disclose, I did have contact with the developer and their attorney. I don't know if I have to disclose that, but I'm doing it now. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, we can all do that now. That's for item 10, but if you have any ex parte to disclose before we get to 10, I also as well spoke with Attorney Woods.
Same here.
Same here.
Spoke to the applicant.
Okay. Okay. For discussion or motions?
I had a question.
You still have questions? Okay, Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. My question came to me a little late. Mr. Irvin, had to know this was coming. What is our definition of urban sprawl when we have, I can't even count how many lots there that are touching it. What is our definition of urban sprawl?
Okay,
And-
if you go to page 9-13 of your agenda package, there's the urban sprawl criteria. These are based on Florida statute requirements. There's 8 specific. They are does not have an adverse impact on or protects natural resources and ecosystems, promotes the efficient and cost-effective provision of extension of public infrastructures and services, promotes walkable and connected communities, and provides for compact development and a mix of uses at densities and intensities that will support a range of housing choices, promotes conservation of water and energy, preserves agricultural areas and activities, preserves open space and natural lands, provides for public open space and recreational needs, creates a balance of land uses based upon demands of residential population for non-residential needs of an area, and provides uses, densities, and intensities of use in urban form that would remediate an existing or planned development pattern in the vicinity, constitute sprawls, or if it provides for innovative development pattern, such as transit-oriented developments or new towns as defined in Florida statute section 163.3164.
What happens if what you just defined, and I just want to say I don't per se like this, okay? But the argument is, and I stand by it, what is the difference between what's being asked for and what's already there? Everything that you just talked about is already there. Once again, how can we legally, I'm having a hard time because everything that we described in terms of development patterns, natural resource out the window with the landfills there, that's probably common sense.
Well, actually, the landfills play a critical part. One is an active landfill. The other is a closed landfill. You do not want to put higher intensity development in close proximity of landfills because, one, if they're active, it creates an incompatibility of use. When you start cramming 4 units per acre across the street from an active landfill,
I agree.
It's something that we discourage. We have been on record with the city of Daytona trying to discourage any development occurring from our landfill because we know the incompatibility and how that can really have a negative connotation, especially on someone who's trying to provide a needed utility. If people may not like the landfills, but if you look at your garbage bill, it's helping out the fact that close proximity of those utilities. And so therefore, when you start having those incompatibilities, you create NIMBYs. And our former landfill operator made it very clear to me that we should not have single-family homes nearby our landfill because they will shut down the landfill. So again, if my staff, as they're looking at it, we have these clear definitions that are established in Florida statutes in the Florida Community Planning Act. That is the basis of our comprehensive plan and what we have to do from an evaluation as far as compatibility and whether it's urban sprawl. But then there's also just the ground truthing of what's exactly there.
Right.
And so, yes, do we have a certain point where urbanization has occurred? They are not necessarily 40-foot, 4,000 square foot lots that are in the R3 or the ULI area. So they are providing that transition as we were talking about previously. Now we have a situation where we're taking it so it's right next door, right across the street from an area that has a landfill. And then as you look towards the north, those are not ULI. That is rural land use with a variety of different rural and agricultural zoning. So at some point, from your staff perspective, where do we draw the line in the sand? Former council member, I can't remember which one it was now, it's just Johnson had some concerns with some proposed rezonings along the Glenwood where we went from 5-acre lots to 1-acre lots because he felt that was the nose of the camel getting in the tent. We're again trying to be true to what the comprehensive plan is,
right,
true to what we see as the existing land use pattern out there, being fully cognizant because as you can see in your staff report, starting on page 914, we have to go through a variety of analysis, and part of that is also private property rights. We are mandated by state law to have a private properties element. This analysis that staff provided here, again, because this is you acting as the policymakers have the determination as to whether or not you feel it's consistent. We have to look at what we feel is appropriate, make our recommendations. Again, if you all disagree with us, it's 100% understandable. But from your planning staff perspective, this is just the area we felt was inappropriate for this level of intensity.
What I'm just looking for is just like a couple items ago, so I don't get myself in a jam, is do they have the same opportunity? I think it's going to be a hard fight, although I would, in my opinion, I would like this to be a transitional area, but do they have the same opportunity? I don't know how to zoom in with all this jazz here, but those smaller lots there, by denying this, for instance, is it going to be taking that same opportunity that people around them have been getting? What I'm getting at, because it touches it. There's no, I just don't believe that sprawl is going to, the definition of sprawl is going to change this scenario. I mean, I wouldn't live by a landfill, but that's just me. There's people that will. That makes sense? So that's kind of my thought process, but whatever it's worth.
And Paolo was kind enough to help me out with the actual definition. Urban sprawl, as it's contained in our future land use element, pursuant to 163.3, 164, it's a development pattern characterized by low density, automobile dependent development with either a single use or multiple use that are not functionally related, requiring the extension of public facilities and services in an inefficient manner, and failing to provide a clear separation between urban and rural sectors.
But my question remains, is urban sprawl already there? If you ask me right now, my honest opinion is, yeah, and that's what I'm scared of.
But there's not a legal necessity to have to continue urban sprawl.
That's all.
For more questions from David Santiago.
I want to preface my questions because when I read through this, Mr. Chair and council members, is my motive originally was like, okay, this is an area that I think we want to allow to grow more because we have 10 million reasons for more people to be near that area. And that's $10 million that we are going to be investing every year in Sunrail. And that's why I asked the question to staff, how far is it, right? Is it going to afford opportunities for people to utilize the Sunrail and, you know, the white elephant that we're carrying to make it more successful? I mean, why bring a train station? You know, I think the way that area is not going to support it. I think we all feel that way, probably. I don't want to speak for anyone. So we got to be reasonable to allow for some growth to happen in that area so people could utilize it. So that was my motive. And I know I'm going into a question, but I led that to the questions that I knew the answers to already, which was obviously the landfill. Nothing's going to build next to it. Why not close it off again, I won't buy a lot there, but somebody might. And as Councilmember Robbins said, this already exists. They're single-family lots.
Is there a question here?
Yes, the question is coming
Okay.
up, Mr. Chair. And I'm glad you're keeping me in check. I appreciate it, because I will do the same thing.
Help me, Jake.
Yeah. No, I'll do the same thing. So my question, Clay, and I respect you. I want you to know that. I have a lot of respect for you and your team. But as I said in the last hearing, sometimes I think staff might get it wrong unintentionally. And this is one. So would this cause any negative impact to the surrounding community? Because I don't buy that this will be considered urban sprawl, as Councilmember Robbins said. It's already there.
Well, just to clarify the distance, thank God I have really good staff sitting behind me. The distance is 0.9 miles to, and by basically accepted standards, TOD, 0.5 miles is considered walkable. So it would be outside of the walkable range for the TOD area.
What about bicycles?
Beg your pardon?
Bicycles are okay?
No, I'm just saying, regardless, the walkability aspect of it is within 5.
Yeah.
And the answer is there compatibility? That's what your staff is looking at.
Gotcha.
Is it going to cause any problems? That's not the issue. The compatibility of a land use next to 4 units per acre, single family, is what we are concerned about.
I'll leave the questions away for comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, just one quick question for you, Clay. As you look at that picture, it looks like Parkway. What is the zoning there? What is the density there?
I'm sorry, which one? I'm sorry.
On Parkway Street, I guess it's Street.
Oh, yes, sir. Let me get rid of that.
When it looks like high density, but when you zoom in, it's houses with a lot of land around them. It looks pretty.
These are approximately half-acre lots on
Okay.
Parkway.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. Okay, Councilman Johansson.
I don't see any other names, sir.
No.
We're going to listen to the public or make a motion? Can I make a motion?
Either one. We have several.
I'd love to
public.
make a motion to approve.
Second.
Dick Johansson makes a motion to approve, and that's seconded by Vice Chair Robbins. And we have the attorney for the applicants here, Michael Woods. Michael, if you would like to go first, and then we have 2 members of the public who would like to speak, maybe 3.
Hello again. For the record, Michael Woods with Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, here today on behalf of the applicant. I'm here to talk to you about a small-scale comp plan amendment for the 29 acres and from rural land use to ULI and the associated PUD, if we get to that, calling for approximately 82 single-family units. This is a project that does merit some deliberation. We have legislative policies to discuss, some that are somewhat contradictory with one another, some that are self-defeating, and some that need to be weighed against one another. And we do have some practical issues to discuss regarding the neighboring property owners and county facilities. And we have real consequences to discuss regarding the dilemma of aging agricultural property owners. And this is maybe the flip side of that last hearing you just heard about with the ag property. And trying to make the best of a declining ag operation in this location. My presentation is going to address the county's urban sprawl criteria, because I think that we have a way to get to a determination that there is no sprawl there. You've started to touch upon that. The policies identified by staff as not supporting the ULI, and then the real world impact of your discussion. So with our location, to give you the background on the property at the corner of Richford and Plymouth, the owners started their fernery back in '72, and their newest acquisition of the property of those 3 parcels there was in 2005. We do have a landfill to the west side of us, and then on the west side of that landfill is Butch Paul's residential subdivision. It has not been built yet, but it is entitled. We have the closed landfill to the north of us. We have Barclay Square, which is a 60-acre county park directly across the street to our north. We do have residential to our east and to our south. and agricultural uses. There's a cattle feeding immediately to our south on the residential property. And we do have those blueberries that are open for self-pick. As far as some other facilities, we have the county's multimodal trail is 1,700 feet to our west, and Citrus Grove Elementary is less than a half mile away to our east. And before getting into the sprawl question, I just want to show you kind of a zoom out a little bit of our breakdown on our density. As we pull this up onto the overhead projector, I'll go fairly briefly here. Sorry. I don't trust PowerPoint, so I thought I'd bring the old-fashioned stuff here. I've had PowerPoint fail on me too many times. But what we're going to start off with is, and this kind of shows it a little bit. When you looked at your original staff report, it zoomed in a little bit closer, showing our property's proximity to the ULI and directly to the south. And that was one of the reasons why we first applied for the land use change to begin with, because we thought, well, we're touching and concerning. How much of a heavy lift might that be? But we do understand that there has been some arguments raised, and you've gotten a letter in from one of our neighbors addressing the nature of that subdivision, you know, the age and whatnot. So we don't rely just upon the proximity of the Azalea Lane and Parkway subdivision to our south for the ULI. If we can pull up, I guess, I don't know, is the overhead not working? Thank you. Okay, so that's your staff report. If you can pull up to the next sheet right after that. And then rotate it. There you go. So in our red square is our subject property, and this is zooming out just a little bit to show the ULI that's in the county zoning or county's land use in the immediate proximity of our property. You can see to the east, there is some incorporated area, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And then towards the southeast as well. And if we look to the next page after that, which is going to be sheet number 3, pulls out even farther. There you can see Butch Paul's property to the west of the landfill. It's also showing the ULI. And then a little bit more ULI to the northeast and then down to the south. Now, if you look at that little smokestack down the bottom left corner, that is ULI. That open white space to the south, that's the TOD overlay for the Sunrail station. So that's your urban low intensity area for the county designation. But there's also a lot of incorporated area there too. So if you could flip over to sheet number 4, please. Is the next one. I pulled up the land use for the city of DeLand, and again, the red square is where we're located. What that shows is the peach, which is kind of that bottom left where I have the ULI. That's the city's DeLand urban low intensity, which allows between 0.2 and 4 units an acre. There's a light yellow in there. That's where the LDR is. That's their low density residential with a maximum of 5.8 units an acre. And then we even have some orange medium density residential, which allows for a density of up to 12 units an acre. So if we flip over to sheet number 5, all of that in that nice yellow stained color there, that is all the densities that are greater than or equal to what we're asking for in yellow. And so the question there is, I think the context is important as we discuss urban sprawl, because there's some narrative that somehow we're racing past great swaths of undeveloped land to intrude upon a rural sanctuary. And that's just not true, nor are we racing out to extend a drastically more intense development pattern. And one of the things I want to reiterate here, yes, we're talking about a land use change. Yes, we're at 4 units an acre, but keep in mind with the PD that we're coming in with at the 82 units, we're probably closer to 2.8 units an acre. So I also want to, before I get to So before getting into the urban sprawl designation, I do want to talk about something that's not directly binding on you, but I've mentioned this before. Maybe we can rotate that 190 degrees to the counterclockwise. Beautiful. So this is the DeLand 2050 plan. That's their long-term, non-binding future land use kind of concept. And it basically outlines and targets the development goals for the greater DeLand area. And to be clear, y'all not responsible for enforcing this. This is the city of DeLand's long-term planning. But it's relevant because we're talking about whether or not people have made thought processes for planning versus just generalized urban sprawl. I've submitted a copy of the DeLand 2050 plan on the record previously, but I've got another copy I can give to the clerk as well, because this is where that plan comes from. And the overall area, anything that's in color, is in the greater DeLand area set by statute for utilities. The yellow area is the part where City of DeLand says, you know, status quo is really good for us. We don't need to increase any density or intensity. The pink are the commercial corridors. The little red circles are potential TOD node areas. And then the orange is the area for DeLand to receive and accept density increases. Now, it may not be massive density increases, but that's where they're trying to get their growth to. And if you flip to the next page and rotate it one more to the left 90 degrees, this is a zooming in of that project, and the other way around. Perfect. Oh, no, just a little. There you go, right there. Okay, so that has the zooming in there, and if you can kind of zoom back a little bit, or you can kind of see on the far left side of the screen there. Oh, the other way. Oh. No, I'm getting dizzy. It's all right. What this is showing, we'll zoom out a little bit. Our property is in the dark orange area. We are right at the cusp of the cutoff area. To the north, where Barclay Square and the landfill is, that is, hold the line, that's the density that DeLand's contemplating. And again, I'm not overselling this. This is City of DeLand policy. This is City of DeLand guiding policy. It's not adopted in their comp plan. They look to this. And that is the concept of where some potential growth could go there. So I want you to be able to see that because this was chosen for that area. And I want to raise the other question I want to raise to you before we get into urban sprawl is a conversation that was held in here back in 2018 with respect to the state of Florida, Blue Springs, Darien Springs, and the BMAP. We've had some conversations about that too. And we're trying to protect our springs from encroachments of septic fields. Now, the property that we have is within the BMAP for Blue Springs. It's kind of surprising it goes that far north, but it does. And it's in an area where we're in the PFA, the preferred area where you have to have enhanced septic fields if you choose to go septic. Now, when the state came in and imposed that, and it was in this chambers, and all the septic providers were here, and all the utility providers were here, there was a huge hue and cry. How can we extend our central water and sewer services out into the western edges and to the eastern edges of our county when we don't have an adequate density to be able to support and justify that? Central water and sewer are a primary reason to approve this change because it's in service of policies laid out in that 2050 plan and the overall BMAP. We're not asking for a huge density increase, and as we kind of talked about, we'll circle back, the growth is already there. And I would point out, when we're talking about the land use, and this map that's up there before you right now, it's interesting to see that where that ULI is in proximity to us, if you run along Plymouth, there are three developed lots between us and the ULI. Now, how that 3 lots is the great leap into urban sprawl, I'm not exactly sure how. But with that in mind, let's talk about those urban sprawl characteristics. There's 8 in your staff report. We meet 3 of them. Staff says, absolutely, you're on board with that. We don't have an adverse impact on, and we protect natural resources and ecosystems. We don't have any wetlands. We've got a nice tree preservation area. We promote the efficient and cost-effective provision of extension of public utilities and services. We are almost 4/10 of a mile, or a little under 4/10 of a mile from the city limits, with central utility servicing a project. And we do preserve open space and natural lands and provide for public open space recreation areas because our PUD requires us to do so. That means we need to hit 1 of the remaining 5 criteria to knock out the presumption of urban sprawl. And again, you guys have discretion. It is a land use change. So the main one that I look at is category number 3. And it talks about promoting walkability and connected communities and provides for compact development and a mix of uses at densities and intensities support a range of housing choices. Now, I will tell you, we can't provide you with a mix of housing choices out here with this one project. We're not asking for density allows for townhouses or apartments, and it'd be insane, given this political climate and given the area, to try to come in and do that. I know most jurisdictions aren't allowing for density above 3 units an acre, but status quo and denial just keeps the area even more sprawling with your even larger lots. And I think this is where that factor comes into play with the Sunrail to the south. We're not going to deliver the apartments and townhouses for the Sunrail, but this will be the residential growth and development of the single family homes in that radius. The city of DeLand has identified this area to be a receiving area for future development. We talked about that with the 2050 plan. And as for the walkable community, this is what kind of frustrated me on this comment in particular. We are contributing to that policy within our project because we have sidewalks and we have required trails within our project. And all those set-asides, the tree preservation, the open space, the trails are all on the east side of our property, adjacent to the residential. It's already there. To try to serve as a buffer and to not have, not to force our neighbors to the east of us with slightly larger lots to have to live next door in close proximity to 50-foot wide lots because, that's asking a lot. But within our project, we've got those trails, but I'm very frustrated because there's a 60-acre dog park directly across the street from us, but we're not within a walkability area. And I'm even more frustrated the county multi-trail system is 1,700 feet to the west. Now that's, if you go outside of the Athens Theater and walk to the new courthouse, that's 1,700 feet. And that gets you access to the Sunrail station, that gets you up to Delian Springs, that gets you to points north if the DOT ever gets their act together on the improvements up on 40. Now, I would like to be able to tell you that you could immediately do that right now and walk along that property because it is developed across from us. The county has developed the property as Barclay Square and is in charge of the closed landfill that's across the street. There are no sidewalks there right now. Most other developers, if they came in and developed the property, would have been required to do so. We'll be required to do so to have sidewalks along our property. And so you'll be able to at least walk along the frontage of our property with sidewalks and then cross the street to Ridgewood to get to Barclay Square. Unfortunately, the pedestrians will be walking on the grass in front of the landfill to get to the Sunrail or to the multimodal trail. But if you're riding your bicycle, you can ride in the right of way and get down there 1,700 feet away. And I think the question of that is, in any event, our residents won't have to drive to get to those locations. And there's a reason why you have these two quality county facilities out in this portion of the city, or the unincorporated portion of the city, because we anticipated growth coming here. The other criteria, and again, I think that's the one to kind of hang your hat on, but some of the other ones that are there, the promote the conservation of water and energy. I don't know that the CPA is really supposed to focus on low impact design standards. But what I will say is that our proposal lines up directly with that state BMP to get us off of septic, to get us off of well, and to have centralized water and sewer there. And denial of our request, and we will kind of talk about that, will yield 1 acre lots potentially with septic and most likely with well. And then the question is a balancing act of do you want the well in close proximity to a closed landfill and another landfill? And the landfill is a conversation we do need to have. Preserving agricultural areas and activities. Well, it's a closed fernery, and I understand the purpose, and we'll touch upon this policy a little bit more in just a second. It is there to protect our viable, thriving agricultural areas, and I think the example I was going to give is to avoid encroachment into an area like Osteen, where you have large, thriving kind of activities. The activities for ag in this immediate area are our property, and it's a closed fernery. You probably got the letter from the property owner kind of explaining what's going on there. Got that cattle operation on the residential home and the blueberries. That's it. There's a silvicultural operation on the northwest corner of Grand and 44. So you're not protecting or preserving an agricultural use here. It is gone on this property. It has ceased to operate, ceased to be, and it's caused some problems for the property owner. And then the last comments here on numbers 7 and 8, create a balance of land use based upon demands of residential population for non-residential needs, and provides uses and densities and intensities that would remediate an existing or planned development pattern in vicinity that constitutes sprawl. What this to me reads is an idea that we are providing commercial servicing the already residential there. And it seems to me like it's an expectation to provide the commercial before the residential shows up, to have that mix. On a larger scale project, for instance, the TOD to the south, where it has a mixed use of apartments and townhouses and single family and commercial, that policy makes sense. But for a project of this size, we don't really have an opportunity to meet that criteria. But again, you don't have to if you find that we meet the criteria for number 3. So we focus a little bit on the rural land use and the purpose of the urban low intensity and the protection of ag designation. In the staff report, it talks about the rural land use, and it consists of an area which is a mixture of ag and low density and provides 2 functions. It's either a transition between ag and urban uses, or the second's the small rural community, which we are not in this case. So what agricultural uses are being preserved or protected here by keeping it in that designation? Staff, we identify our closed fern nursery. We've got the blueberries, we got the cattle. But we're not in an area of a thriving ag operation that contributes. This isn't protecting our ag industry. It's a good policy in general. It's not applying in its intent here. But let's just say that any of those other two ag parcels want to continue to go on. Moving to ULI doesn't conflict with that. In fact, ULI contemplates retaining existing ag zoning and uses to continue. So it's explicitly compatible with those adjacent agricultural uses. So you're not creating problems for them if they choose to stay there. The rural designation is defined to consist of low-density residential. Urban low-intensity is defined as being low-density residential. We are taking a low-density designation and replacing it with a slightly denser but still low-density designation. And the key point I want to bring out here is rural designation is not there to protect large residential lots. That is not the goal or policy for a rural designation. It's not about the aesthetics or the form of the land ownership. Now, I normally don't go point by point, but staff report does address some policies not in support of the change. And there's 7. I just want to touch through some of those a little bit. I don't know who asked that. Karen. I'm almost done, Karen. So the first policy cited is request for land use map amendment shall discourage proliferation of urban sprawl. And then policy 1.1.3.10, protect Volusia County's valuable natural resources. New development shall be encouraged towards infilling existing urbanized areas. This is a policy that's in support of objective 1.1.3. where Volusia County shall limit urban sprawl by directing urban growth to those areas where public facilities and services are available inside the designated service area. That's been done. We're in the DeLand, City of DeLand 2050 plan, the greater utility services area, and it'll be upon the developer to bring those utilities down to our property if they're not there already. The criteria by the density and intensity guidelines under 1.3.1.8, staff doesn't really state what policy in that is not in support of the change. But what I can tell you is that the goal of 1.3 is to provide a variety of land uses sufficient to meet future needs while minimizing adverse impacts and disruption of existing neighborhoods. Volusia County shall provide for adequate and appropriate lands for the location of all land use types, residential, commercial, industrial, ag, rec, list them all, to support anticipated population and maximize compatibility with existing use. And the rest of the policies under that objective, 1.3.1, it's dealing with non-residential development coming to a residential neighborhood. Talks about scale of business, talks about signage. Residential neighborhoods and other residential areas shall be protected from encroachment by incompatible land uses such as commercial and industrial. The type of protection may range to landscape buffers and all that good stuff. But what that compatibility protection is about is not about, it's not talking about a residential to residential. And even then, you've got buffers to protect from an intense use next to one another, but we're not talking about intense uses. And then right next to that policy, within that same objective, you're talking about, as residential areas develop, sites for future public use, such as parks, schools, libraries, and open space areas should be obtained through dedication and purpose. We've got a 60-acre dog park across the street. We've got a multimodal trail 2 blocks away. Citrus Grove, which is not you guys, the school board, is 0.4 of a mile away. Was it their intention to have the entire county drive to those locations? Or did we contemplate that some growth was going to come to this area and we got the facilities there ahead of time? I've already touched upon the BMAP plans and trying to extend the utility services in an efficient way there. There is a policy about compatibility and transitional uses and buffer. It's cited as 1.3.1.7. But again, in that section is dealing with encroachment of commercial industrial uses. The policy right above it talks about mobile home location. The policy right below it's campground location. And then the one after that's airports and then rec space areas. It's not addressing compatibility between residential lots and slightly larger residential lots. Now there is 3 policies right in the row talking about urban growth directed away from ag areas, protect ag and forestry resource areas, and prevent intrusion of incompatible land uses into non-ag areas or into ag areas. I think there, what we're talking about, you know, we're in support of ensuring ag and silvicultural lands are protected and that we're not creating inconsistencies or incompatibilities, but there's no evidence whatsoever that the request is violative of those policies because the ag uses can stay even with the ULI. We are not consistent. I got you. The last policy, and this is the practical concern, you've got the letter from the neighbor, or from the property owner. They are trying to get out from under this. They've been there for decades. Fern industry has left them behind. They've tried to sell it for ag property. They've been unable to do so. You have policies here trying to protect ag, but you're also tethering a rock around these people's necks and they can't get out from under it. We've had other projects try to look at this for some type of development. This is the only one that's made it this far. We know it's an ask because there's a land use change here. But if this doesn't go through, I don't know what they do with that, because you then have the question of acreage, 1 acre lots in the proximity to the landfill, and it's a double-edged sword there. You want to bring in properties in single-family residential next to the landfill? Can you have a larger tract land that someone's going to buy there? And I think to your point, Mr. Robbins, is you may not want to live there, but someone may be able to live there and be able to afford to live there as well. I think the fernery business has moved on. Property's been on the market for a couple of years with no takers. You retain the status quo, and they could try to develop acreage-sized lots, but that comes with its own practical challenges too. We're 1,700 feet from the trail, half a mile from a school, less than 2 miles from Sunrail, and we have the dog park. If you approve this land use change in the associated PD, you get 82 units, a density of 2.8 units per acre within 2 miles of 4 significant county features. I appreciate your indulgence with that very lengthy presentation, but it was a lot of points to hit on the staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. Real quick, there's a strong move to try to encourage affordable housing. I don't know if your client or you are able to tell us. I mean, it's next to a closed landfill.
And an open.
Are these houses, and an open one, are these houses be a little more affordable because they're maybe less desirable to some?
I think the product will reflect the surrounding property area, yes. I don't know that it reaches the federal definition of affordable housing, but I think it would come into the factor that they know.
More affordable than some other properties of the same size.
And I would say the flip side of that is, how do you then try to market like an acre or larger with that proximity?
I'm with you. All right, thank you very much.
Just a quick question. I don't know if either for you or Clay, whoever might know the answer, do you know what the water quality is? This land is served by well?
I believe, yeah, for the fernery operation, I believe so, yes.
For the development, will it be served?
It will be water and sewer. Central water and sewer will be required at the density we're asking for.
Okay. Are either of you aware of the Fazio farm that was close to this area?
I don't know.
You're not familiar with it either? Okay. All right, then I guess I can't bring it up if it's not in here. Okay, that's the only question I had. So we'll open it up. We have a motion on the table from Jake Johansson to approve, seconded by Danny Robbins. And I'll open it for debate. Councilman Santiago.
Are we going to do debate before public testimony, Mr. Chair? I think we should do public testimony first and then go into debate and go to the vote.
Okay, first we have Becky Mendez.
Good evening, Chair, Council. Becky Mendez, adjacent property owner, 730 North Ridgewood Avenue. Wow, this is a different meeting. We took a lunch break, dinner break, and came back to a different universe, it seems. So let's talk about the ULI, Councilmember Santiago brought up, and the existing platted subdivision. That subdivision is provided on page 43 of your agenda package, is the actual plat. It's called West Minnesota Estates. It was platted in 1960. We did not, the Volusia County didn't adopt their first comprehensive plan and even consider what a land use designation was until 1990. So the urban sprawl criteria of the State of Florida Growth Management Act defined what urban sprawl was because we were subdividing property in the middle of rural areas and providing an urban pattern, land use pattern, where there were not proper utilities and infrastructure to support it. So to say that, well, it's already there, we wrote the growth management laws of the state of Florida because of this. So to piggyback on it, I don't think is the proper catalyst to determine compatibility with the adjacent land use. The urban sprawl criteria, we added a little bit of information. The staff report, or for your consideration, the staff report says that there is capacity for water and sewer, but it is not available. So the closest sewer, and again, that subdivision constructed around the 70s, is not on water, is not on sewer. There is no reclaimed water. There are no stormwater ponds. The roads are in deplorable condition because it's an urban development pattern out in the middle of nowhere. So the county is left responsible for maintaining those public roads, and they don't do a great job. There are no sidewalks in the area because it's a rural pattern. The provision for utilities, so one of the urban sprawl criteria, if you can, was it's not an efficient or cost-effective provision or extension of public infrastructure and services. Closest sewer is on Hazen. Again, there is no reclaim, and the water is on Ridgewood. Yes, they may be blocks away, but they're not available. And when you extend utilities into rural areas and they're not looped and there's not a lot of users, you have really bad water quality issues. That's my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Clark.
Hello. First of all, nobody's addressed the stink. When you're at Humane Society Road, which is about 1/8 of a mile north of Plymouth, you know to turn your air conditioners off and put your windows up because you're going to gag. This is all the time, not counting all the methane coming out of the closed dump across the street. It spits out that methane type smoke, stink, which is really bad too. It's next to the dump. You can't have water there. And if they get DeLand water, it's going to taste like chlorine. So they get the worst of everything. It's impacted. It has one house on 1 acre. That was the original plan, I believe, that was out there for density. This is just the wrong spot for this development. It's one house on 1 acre, and county council, one of the county divisions, said you can put 14 houses over there. So let them go and do that, because they'll probably get murdered when the people do buy in there and they wake up in the mornings and their house, their clothes, everything stinks from both the dump where the Chinese wallboard was there when they put that in. That was a gagging smell. But and the dog park is only 14 acres, not 6. Just to, clarify that. It's just bad. It's too many houses in that spot. The county should buy that property from Echo and just have a field. The maintenance would be mowing the lawn. You could put cricket fields in there. It would be an open use, just plat of land, which is needed. There's a huge cricket population of people that pay that coming in, and they're looking for an empty field. Have that. Nobody's going to get sick from this stink. And don't forget the chemicals that's coming out of the ground across the street in the old Sherwood. And the Fazio farm was a cattle ranch, which, by the way, has a toxic, I don't know how bad it went, but they had to put the liners in it, thus the dog park. was part of that. And it is. It's very rural. North of Plymouth, it's very rural. South of Plymouth, south of 44. South of 44 is where the people are going to live and everything else. And they already have approvals for putting in townhomes and everything. I think Ty Harris was the attorney pushing. We was hired for that. So what can I say? The Sunrail, who knows what. But having all those homes over there is not a good thing. Just plain old not a good thing there. It could go south over, I'm just so frustrated. I don't know what. It's the stink, really. If they lived in Canarsie and Brooklyn off the Belt Parkway, they would be able to think they were home.
Thank
It
you.
has one of the largest dumps.
Thank you. Paul, is it Winsett? Thank you.
My name is Paul Winsett. I live at 746 North Ridgewood. We've lived there just over a year. And I just want to say a couple things. I'm retired. I walk in that area almost every morning. Some of the things that the attorney for the property owner is not telling, or has not mentioned, is there are no sidewalks in this area. It might be 1,700 feet from a bike path, but you can't get there. I wouldn't walk it. The worst part of my walk is walking from Hazen west back to Plymouth, or west on Plymouth back to Ridgewood, because the traffic is ridiculous. It stands to reason that people living in those homes are going to have children. They have to get to the elementary school. They're within the limits of not having a bus. They're going to have to either be driven or they're going to have to walk. The problem with that is this. The intersection at Hazen in Minnesota now completely fails. The only sidewalk that is there is on Minnesota on the northeast side, and then on Hazen on the east side. There's no other sidewalks. So there's also not bicycle lanes. You can't ride a bicycle. You can't do any of that. It's not safe. When I walk on Plymouth, I walk on the grass, even in places where the ground is a hill. So using those recreational ideas as, look, this stuff's already here, it's perfect for a neighborhood, it's really not. Those are rural roads, they're rural intersections, they don't have places for pedestrians, bicycle people, they don't have any place for that, because they're not supposed to, they're rural. It's that simple. As far as the train station that's not open yet, it's too far to ride a bike, in my opinion. I would just drive there if I was going to use it. I don't think that's a consideration for that neighborhood. And to echo what Becky Mendez says, I walk that older neighborhood. That older neighborhood is in terrible disrepair. And the reason for it is it doesn't have the resources that a neighborhood like that, if it was built now, should have. It doesn't belong there. It was built in a rural area without any of those resources. So if you build this neighborhood, you let this neighborhood go in there, it's going to be a little island unto itself, not connected to the rest of us, not connected to the dog park, which is not right across the street. It's actually at the intersection of Ridgewood and Plymouth. And people are still going to have to drive their cars to get there. There's going to be a lot of traffic issues. Just something to consider. All right.
Louise Mendez. Louis.
Louis Mendez, 730 North Ridgewood Avenue. I'm not going to repeat what they said. You all heard. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I'm sorry. For you guys who know me, I don't argue. I never argue. But earlier on, I heard you guys saying, we need to do the right thing. We need to trust the staff that we have because you are our professionals and you guide us. All right? What's happening? Where are you now? This is not going the right way. I don't know what happened. Like my wife said earlier, I don't know what happened after lunch, but come on, guys. You have a professional staff telling you why we should deny this. And here we are trying to pass. That shouldn't be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Pedigo?
Chair, I also believe that you have a speaker form for Melissa.
Mendez?
Winset.
Winsett? Okay. You didn't already speak? Okay. We're going to hear Amanda. No, let's hear from Amanda, and then I'll call you.
Hello, pretty much they said it right. I live at 1730 West Plymouth
Speak into
Avenue.
pull those mics to you so that everybody can hear you.
I live at 1730 West Plymouth Avenue.
There you go.
Okay, right beside where the development's going to be. Y'all said it great, actually. Perfect. The only thing that I have to add is with the sunrail. We live there. We don't care about the sunrail. We were there a lot longer before the sunrail was coming. And with the schools, there are no sidewalks. There's nothing there. It's beautiful next door to us. I live right beside it. I sure don't want to wake up in the morning and look at a 3-mile, their walking trail that they're trying to put, a recreational area. I don't know. We don't want it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa.
Good evening, Melissa Winsett. I live at 746 North Ridgewood Avenue. Want to disclose really quickly that I am a senior planner for the city of DeLand now, but I was your transportation planner for 19 years, up until last year. So I know the area, and as a public works employee, I just want to throw this out. We told the city of DeLand that they should not develop a mixed-use development on the east side of Tomoka Farms Road because it was going to be a problem for the county staff, the county elected officials. It's going to be a problem here too. Just mentioning that. I also sent a letter signed by my husband and me, and since you talked to the applicant's attorney, I hope you really read my letter, because it seems like you didn't, but I know you're busy, and I hope you did. But this is leapfrog development, and if you forgot what my letter said, it's a development of lands in a manner requiring the extension of public facilities. And I'll just zero in on that. Public facilities. We keep on talking about DeLand public facilities. Has anyone reached out to DeLand? I work there. I can tell you I have never heard of that. It's one thing as a planner or a government is looking up, oh, is there capacity? Yes, no. No. Has someone called up the city of DeLand and said, hey, you got so much water and sewer capacity. Is this what you have in mind? Do you want to serve this area, or do you want to serve all the other areas? Because if it's like your transportation plan, they probably don't have enough money and enough infrastructure to service whatever the outer year is. Your staff did an excellent job. They're spot on. Please trust them. Also, the applicant's attorney showed you the 2050 plan. That's it's an outdated plan. It's currently being updated. It may be going to City Commission, the next City Commission meeting. I don't know. I wasn't the planner working on it. But what he referred to is not what is being worked on right now. Also, let's talk about traffic. Oh, wait a minute. My husband covered that. But the intersection of Plymouth and 15A fails. Once he has his land use amendment approved, he already has his entitlements. That means he can go just like all the cities do, and he can pay his proportionate fair share and go. He's entitled to pay for that, get impact fee credits, and go. Now is the time to ask him to extend the sidewalk network for our kids so that you don't have to worry about crashes and hiring extra sheriff's deputies to work all this. Do you have the money? Do you have the resources to cover everything that's needed for this? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will give Michael Woods a chance to rebut. Did you have questions, Commissioner Santiago or Johansson beforehand? Okay.
I have questions I can ask him during debate.
Okay.
One thing I do want to clarify, the 60 acre on the dog park, that is a 60 acre, and I apologize when I pulled it off. It's 60 acres, the landfill and the dog park. We double checked and it looks that Barclay Square is about 14 acres in size, but it is across the street from us. And I think the other issue with respect to the sidewalks that are out there, it is a chicken and the egg thing. I've been out there on my bike and I ride, and I do agree that there's, and I brought it up before, is that there's no sidewalks in front of the landfill based upon the history there. With respect to going to Hazen, where the school is, we would commit to be able to extend the sidewalk up to connect to that existing area for connection to Hazen. That's above and beyond where our location is. It would be within your right of way, but that could be, we would be able to do that for you. Not the entirety of the length going down to the multimodal, because again, if you're going to ride your bike, you can ride that there. But, that would be a concern and something we'd be willing to do for sure. And other than that, any questions you may have. Thank you for your time tonight. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one, I want to put it out there, tough one for me because Mr. and Mrs. Mendez are friends of mine, and I hope we could still see each other and talk in the supermarkets when we always bump into each other. So please, I don't take it personal, and I'm trying to do the job. I think I have the best I can. So I respect you guys, and you know. With that being said, you know, I had to address the comment that this is leapfrog development. And I totally disagree with that because the frog doesn't have to leap. It's right next to it. It's touching ULI already. And that's a big thing for me. It's already touching it. And if you go east, on the other side of the landfill is ULI also. So if you just took that landfill, it's contiguous. And I think the map that Mr. Wood put, which was a very, you know, you brought it out, which was very helpful to me. And I hope we can do that going forward. You see a little bit more expanded version as we make these decisions. And again, no reflection upon staff. I love them. They do a great job and they get it right most of the times. But this is a policy decision, folks. It's not, you know, quasi-judicial. It's for us to see, does it work? The standards are very different. If we feel that this could be developed and it has value, my initial, as I said earlier when I led into my questions, is that we have 10 million reasons to make sure that this area can support the $10 million note we're going to have every year for Sunrail. We got to do whatever we can within reason to make sure there's stuff that people that could sustain this facility. There was discussion about the DeLand services being brought there. Well, it's already in the designated DeLand utility service area. The city of DeLand has already drawn their map saying that we will extend services in this utility service area. So that to me has answered that question as to what their commitment is to provide utility services. I think there was comments about sewer and water, and I'm very familiar with the loop stuff because you're right. You know, the loop has to be done. I've experienced that personally. But those are standards that are applied during the development and the planning phase, which will come up next between staff. And then there were comments about traffic and fair share, sidewalk. This is, I believe, is going to be a PUD. Am I correct, Mike? So by the fact that it's going to be a PUD, our staff is going to be at the negotiating table with the developer to find out how best to develop this and what is going to work for the area. So, which puts us at a more advantage than just a regular zoning, which is what we did earlier. That's correct. I'm just saying the future. Yeah. So I'll just wrap up, colleagues. This is not, in my opinion, urban sprawl. We have reasons to make sure that this area develops properly, and I don't see it really negatively affecting anyone in the community, and it just makes sense for us to approve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Clay, Paulo, Mike, is it safe to assume that the people that live there now live with the smell? Is it safe to assume that the people that live there now probably have kids that somehow make it to school without getting killed? And the question I was going to ask is, can you make some assurances that the sidewalk would make it to for the half-mile walk? And it sounds like they will. I don't know. I don't know about the failure of the intersection at Hazen, but County Manager, I guess we take a look at that and make sure it gets straight. And I'm not, if there is an issue, something that would make it to on our plan to fix if it was broken.
It would, but as part of the development process,
Absolutely.
we would be asking them. to-
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't care who pays for it, but, all right. And a word of, I don't want to call it caution, but something that I mentioned when I first came on board council, we're just now, for the public, starting the debate process here. Nobody has made a decision yet. Nobody has debated. We have changed our minds during the debate process before. So don't assume that we ate dinner and changed our mind. The decisions aren't made till the vote's taken. So just be careful when you come up and chat here that you're not doing something that may subsequently change our mind. So having said that, I think I've got all my questions answered. I appreciate it, and I'll listen to the rest of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I've got to agree with everything that Mr. Santiago said, as well as Mr. Johansson. I just would note that it looks like the primary artery getting out of here to this would be to the south to get to 44 to go east and west, and this is where they put the roundabout in. So it seems like that we're already equipped for the increased traffic to the area, because it appears most people would leave here to the south, and there's already some sort of traffic device in place to kind of handle the extra traffic from this. And I mean, I got to agree with their attorney. The fern industry is basically collapsed. My dad was in it for decades, and it's tanked. I know a lot of fern growers, it's tanked. And when you're left with a piece of property that you can't really use for the ag purpose you had it for decades, then you got to do something with it. And it does seem, I mean, I agree with Mr. Santiago, because it does seem like there's no leapfrog that's going to take there's no leapfrog. I mean, it's right there to the east. We've got the rail system, the trail system, 1,700 feet. You may not be able to walk, but at least you can ride your bike to get there, and then take the rails or the trail system that I think they were mostly intended for, or equally intended for, bicycles as well as walking. So I think if we're going to spend all that money on bike trails, it'd be nice to see them getting used. And not everybody, I mean, if we're putting the Sunrail system in to DeLand, I mean, we got to deal with it. And like somebody said, 10 million reasons to do this, and I agree. We got to pay for it. And at least, hopefully we'll get people moving closer to the train station who will work in Orlando and commute, and this won't just be a novelty thing, that actually the Sunrail will be used to get people back and forth to work, and not just to go to Winter Park and get ice cream once a week, So, and not everybody's going to want to live in apartments in the immediate area surrounding the Sunrail station. So here, this might be a nice compromise for people who want to live in a decent housing community close to Sunrail. And like it or not, I think there's going to be a lot more developments coming in. There's one to the south, right there, a mile or so away, directly to the south. It's not in the picture here. And as far as the smell goes, I mean, people live in Brunswick, Georgia. I don't know how they can do it, but every time I drive up 95, you can smell it. And some people just choose to live in that environment. I'm personally surprised they'd want to build there, because if there is that kind of smell, I don't know if I would personally want to live there, but if they think they can sell these properties to people, then God bless them. And so I just, that's pretty much all I got to say.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about smell before Karen spoke. I was thinking about water, because I know the Fazio family that lived across the street, and they got moved. Their land had to be bought, and they had to move somewhere else because the water quality was so poor, it was toxic. And so I don't know I don't know how you, in good conscience, develop this land and sell it as a housing, but that's a marketing issue and a sales issue. Mr. Woods, you said that we're really not racing to develop all over all of our rural and farmlands. I got to tell you, sometimes it feels that way, and the people in this room that spoke that live in this neighborhood feel that way. And we have to represent them too. We have to protect their neighborhoods. Now we're looking at this one section south of the development and talking about leapfrog. There is no leapfrogging because the frog has been there for over 30 years, maybe 60 years. I don't know when the first house went in. But when you look at that, because I don't know how many council members drove this area, but I did. And even that section, that's what, 20, a quarter of an acre, maybe 22,000 square feet. It still looks rural. It's a house with a lot of land. There's chickens running around. That's what these people in the neighborhood are trying to protect. And then we look around and say, okay, this will never be developed, that'll never develop. So man, we got to develop this as fast as we can. I just don't understand that line of thinking when we have people that live here that say, please don't do that to us. So yeah, Sunrail, it never, there's so many things we can blame on Sunrail, the 10 million reasons, but there might be 265 million reasons. Half the voters in this county that are really concerned with how we're developing and with the fact that they just see the green areas that are left just disappearing rapidly, and I agree with them on that. I think the staff got this right. I think that this doesn't fit into this existing neighborhood. I think it's a health hazard. And Don, I have so much respect for you, and I hate when we disagree, but we'll disagree respectfully and honorably. There are problems in the fern industry, but there's ferneries that are thriving, and there's a reason. I don't know anything about your dad's. Was it your dad that owned one? Know anything about that? But I do know that there's reasons that some ferneries didn't make it, and I don't want that to be the reason that these people are now stuck with this big development in their rural agricultural neighborhood. And I'll end with that. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a while since I went back and forth on an issue. I can't remember going back and forth this many times in my mind, writing notes and trying to keep up. And just when I think I'm going one way, one of you guys flip me. So the traffic was an issue, because that's an issue with me, period. I live in a very high, that's near and dear to my heart. I see, I live near that now in Daytona. I expect that. I live near the Speedway and an airport. So I moved in there expecting that. I was interested I'm not familiar with the area. So interestingly, I didn't know about the roundabout. So they are trying to hopefully address that traffic. But I was also concerned with the fact that somebody, and forgive me, I can't remember who, had brought up the fact that the roads are deplorable now. So, so hopefully that would get fixed regardless, whichever way we vote. Just when I thought I had my mind made up, now I see there's two more individuals that want to talk, so we'll see if I flip again. So I apologize, but I respect it. You gave a great case for that, and you had me, and then somebody else talked, and they had me. So I'll be interested to hear what else is said. Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Irvin, just very quickly. Staff recommended denial. Is that because of inconsistency with future land use map?
Yes.
Okay. And then our Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission recommended denial 4-1 based on inconsistencies with the comp plan? Okay. And just for clarification, Chairman, because it happened so long ago, when the motion was made, and I'm really can't remember it. Was the motion made to agree with staff's decision for denial, or was the motion made to go against staff's decision and approve what the applicant is asking for?
Let's make sure, because the motion was to approve.
I will always make the motion to go with the recommendation. The recommendation right now
Is denial?
Denial. So
Okay.
to approve denial.
Okay. That's what I wanted to just find out. I wasn't
That's
sure.
important.
It is important. And then who seconded? Make sure they were good with that.
I thought Danny Robbins seconded it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to make sure. I'm good. Thank you.
Yes, I will, just to clarify to staff, I will always follow the recommendation of staff. Staff recommends denial.
Chairman, I appreciate Councilman Johansson clarifying that, because you're right. I agree with you, Jake. Whenever we make a motion, we need to make sure that it's in the affirmative of the recommendation if we're going to approve it. Otherwise, we need to reword everything so there's not that confusion. So I'm pleased to hear that.
Councilman Robbins.
No, that clarity I think was needed as well. And we can obviously let our vote determine this, whether we vote for it or not. But just a couple things, Mr. Dempsey, as the district rep, I'm probably the most familiar with it, and I'm just judging from what I'm hearing and most intimate with the workings of the area. And although, like, I feel like a lot of other folks up here and maybe out there, although I wouldn't live there, we've determined that the ag usage on it is next to none. Can't grow any food on it, right? Who's going to eat that stuff? The fern business is out. So what I'm looking at right now is a denial versus which is nothing, or using it to what really it's left or intended, the only thing it could be used for, really, and to not, I mean, we're not really maximizing it, but I don't see any real other option right now, but it's a tough one, for sure. It's a tough one. That's all.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess last bite here. The alternative, I think, was discussed, right? That they take it and divide it into, and I don't know if the number was offered, but into 1 or 2 acre lots, whatever it might be. And then you have wells. Talked about water quality, right? At least with the approval, it's bringing sanitized water. It's bringing sewer out of the area, because the city of DeLand has already said they'll service the area. So I'm just confused. I'm confused that we would think that this is even urban sprawl still. Because again, there's ULI to the left, ULI to the bottom, and there's ULI that's even further out when you see the expanded area. So I think it's really the best use of the property to do something with it, because the alternative is bad. So just remember that. So my understanding, an affirmative vote for the motion is to deny the project. So we would have to vote, if you're in favor of the project moving forward, you would have to vote no on the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did you need to interrupt?
No, Mr. Santiago clarified that. I just wanted to remind that right now the motion is to deny the project. So if that motion passes, project's denied. So, but if it fails, that leaves open the question of, you can approve it. Do you approve it, as it's provided, but it allows you to kind of negotiate further, put in some conditions. But right now, the motion on the table is motion to deny the comprehensive plan.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. And Mr. Santiago, I think you hit the nail on the head, and I think you just made up my mind. We have to accept the fact and stop playing politics, because we can't have it both ways. We hear about protecting water. We hear about all this stuff and protecting land rights. This is a damned if you do and damned if you don't kind of scenario. And the only scenario I see to maximize everything, although it is what it is to go with the development. I think it's consistent at this point. I think it's a better option to go onto city water. I think this is planned. I think DeLand did plan this and to go out this far, even though it's not, nothing is in stone with a comp plan. Nothing is in stone with any of these plans. Only constant is change. And we have to, unfortunately, read and feed and adapt to what's going on around us. That's why we have the option to modify comp plans and all these policies and exception to policy because there's so many factors. So with that being said, that was my second turn, and I know how I'm voting.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, and I'll kind of just supplement this. I don't know if you guys were around 30 years ago and you remember the Benelade lawsuits that came out, but you got to remember that these ferneries, let's just say we left it as a fernery and the fern industry came back booming once again. All they do is put pesticides into the ground, and we have septic and wells out. Well, we got wells out here. So is it really doing these people a favor, these adjoining landowners, to just continue this as a fernery and keep pumping pesticides into their water source? I mean, it might be a blessing in disguise for them to at least stop that, put an end to the pesticides getting dumped in, poisoning their water supply, and switching it all to tap. And so I just, and if we're worried about I don't know if this is in the watershed to the river, how close it is and all that, but I mean, they usually put ferneries way out in the middle of nowhere because of the issues with the pesticides going into in the water table and all that. So I just maybe like for y'all to consider that as well. Thanks.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Woods, I just want to verify. I've heard two people tell me that DeLand will service the area. I've heard a couple more people, but now I have somebody from DeLand that's a planner telling me that we should talk to DeLand, and maybe she hasn't heard enough about it, but she's not the planner. So I just want verification, please.
So DeLand is the utility service provider for this area. We're going to be responsible to extend the lines. Like, that's how it operates at the developer's cost. I don't know in the application process, feedback from Jamales and maybe Clay can speak to that.
Whenever we have a comprehensive plan amendment in an area that is served by a city, we provide that information to them. We have received confirmation that they have adequate capacity at the plant to serve the project. They do not have lines immediately adjacent. It would be up to the developer to provide the lines.
Mandatorily. They can't say, we can't afford it, we're going to wells.
Well, I don't think they can't get well and septic on the size lot.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Just a final remark. I hope that we will get to the point as we're discussing things like this. If it seems like one of us might be voting differently than others, I want to get past the accusation, well, we're just playing politics. But part of politics is representing constituents. And I hear from enough constituents that are really concerned about the way that we're developing. Some with development at all, they don't want any. But mostly people are reasonable, and it's just the way we're developing. I don't think this is the way. And if that's playing politics, I'm sorry. It's not. This property is never going to be a fernery again. It was run out of business a long time ago. And it would cost way too much, but that doesn't mean it's its only option. It could have other options as ag land, and there could still be homes built there within its current zoning. So okay. I want to take away the argument that it's this or nothing. There you go. So I'm not going to belabor the point, but when we have neighbors around this property come in, every one of them say, "Please don't do this." To me, that's significant and that means something. And so that's why I'm going to vote for this, which is to deny it. Troy Kent.
Yeah, Chairman, and I'll just say, I don't always agree with staff's recommendation. I don't think they always get it right. I think that's why we have elected officials, to make those final judgment calls. But when our staff is saying that this is inconsistent with our future land use map, and our PLDRC saying it's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, that weighs heavily with me, and that's where my vote's coming from tonight. Thanks.
I don't see any other, I thought you were just pressing your button to speak.
No.
Okay, then Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Santiago.
No.
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
No.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
No.
Mr. Robbins.
No.
Mr. Brower.
Yes, and
5-2.
the motion is denied.
If
5
someone on
to
the
2.
prevailing side, because
So
the-
now we'll go to item 10.
No. The question has failed. The question
Right.
was to deny. This board voted to not deny, so we'd like all of our items to be in the affirmative. So if someone would make a motion to approve or approve with conditions, we can have that kind of affirmative vote.
Do I have that motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve, could I just say the item number? I just want to make sure. Item number 9, and as is. And I'll allow the PUD process to play out with staff, because they'll negotiate anyway.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the PUD. Is there a second?
Second.
Pardon me. Item 9 is the comprehensive plan. What would be the appropriate motion would be motion to approve the land use amendment to change it to ULI.
I withdraw my motion, Mr. Chair, and I make a motion to approve item number 9, comp plan amendment to ULI.
Okay. And the second is still by
Second.
Robbins?
Yep.
Okay, we've had discussion. Carissa, would you call the roll again, please? And this is, the affirmative vote is passing the ULI.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
No.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. And so it is passed this time affirmatively 5-2. And that takes us to item 10, which is the quasi-judicial hearing part that we've already declared ex parte.
This point, a point of clarity. Staff recommended denial of the PUD because, again, we had to be consistent with our recommendation in regards to the comprehensive plan. Now that the comprehensive plan issue has been identified, I was asking staff, do we have any other outstanding issues with the PUD other than the land use? And the only thing is coming to the discrepancy and determination of what is open space. Our code requires tree preservation area as well as 20% for open space. The applicant has made a PUD that utilizes 3 acres for open space and then is trying to use the tree preservation area of 2 acres to meet the 20% requirement. Past practices, as we have implemented the PUD rezoning, we have not counted tree preservation areas towards their minimum open space. So they are deficient by 2 acres based on the concept plan that is identified here in meeting the minimum requirements for the PUD. So to approve the PUD, you can condition it upon meeting the requirements for minimum open space. That is the only outstanding item besides as it pertains to the PUD. The PUD will allow for development of 6,000 square foot lots, approximately 82 lots over there. And as we said, there would need to be at least 5 acres of open space in addition to the 2 acres of tree preservation area.
Okay. Do you have questions for staff or?
Excuse me real quick.
Also, to ensure that the proffer by the applicant to provide sidewalks to Hazen would also have to be included in as part of your motion. Make sure it's included so that that document will be amended to reflect their contribution.
Question for you, Clay, Mr. Chair, if I can.
Sure.
Have you talked to them since all, I mean, I know things just happen fast. Have there been any dialogue within the last minute or two?
No.
Okay. And I guess I would be inclined to support staff's position. Mr. Chair and council members, I'd like to hear from the applicant or the applicant's representative to address why or why not, or they're willing to concede to that.
Okay, Michael Woods.
Hello, for the record, Michael Woods, Cobb Cole, 231. With respect to the sidewalk, no problem whatsoever there. With respect to the open space, that was one of the outstanding items that we hadn't finalized because we didn't know where the land use change was going to go. I think we can, I think we can continue to talk to staff to try to revise that and get it closer to what your default standards are. Are you cool with, we roll that to the next meeting? And I think it means us revising to meet what standards provide.
Continue this one.
What do you, are you, so that we can get, I mean, or we can just accept that we can meet their standards. Okay, we can just, yeah, no, we can agree to meet the standard, to revise the conceptual plan to reflect that.
Right where the iron's hot.
Yep.
Okay, so you're requesting a continuance?
No.
Sorry. No, we're willing to do the sidewalks and we're willing to meet the staff's requirement for the open space.
Okay. Thank you. Becky Mendez.
Most all of the other PUDs or development projects that Cobb Cole asked for a land use map amendment or a rezoning, particularly a planned unit development rezoning, they normally hold a community meeting. The public notice requirements for all of these public hearings are only for adjacent property owners. Cobb Cole, from staff, normally requests that they hold a public meeting and send mail notices to the residents within a 250-foot radius. This has not occurred. I respectfully request that you continue this item. If you don't, I will request that the PUD be modified to install the sidewalks to Hazen, certainly, but also the extra 1,700 feet to the west so it connects to the trail. And it's talked about the landscape buffer requirement of the land development code. It just says that it's going to comply. I want to be clear that it requires a 4-foot tall masonry wall perimeter. There are a lot of bears out in that area, so just a standard privacy fence will certainly not suffice. So it needs to be a masonry wall. It also, according to a lot of the comprehensive plan policies that you have in the county's comp plan, requires connected communities. That's why urban infill development is really good, so we can connect them. They should revise their plan. I believe it's on page 40 of your agenda item, because that platted subdivision from 1960 dead ends into their property, but they do not connect to it. So they should connect into it, so we have connected communities, and they should repave all of Parkway as well when it gets to Holly and provide sidewalks on there. And that way, we have a connected community and we have an urban environment. If you want to put them out here, They have to build the infrastructure to go along with them. The county, I'm a taxpayer. I should not be responsible for maintaining his internal roads because we can't take care of the ones we have now. So amend the PUD. He can have all those roads in the urban development, but he can maintain them, or his owner or the developer. We talk about affordable housing. There is nothing affordable about this development in a rural area. Nothing. There is going to be so many overhead costs to make this subdivision a reality that the price of those homes are going to be astronomical. The HOA fees are going to be through the roof. And who's going to want to pay that? Living next to a landfill. So great for our property values. Allow them to do 4 dwelling units per acre next to a use that's incompatible with single family, so you get more crappy houses. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Woods will have a chance to rebut that if he wants, but Clay, I have a question about, did the public notices go out? Was this a noticed meeting?
Let me clarify. We do not have a requirement for a mandatory neighborhood meeting. We send out, as Ms. Mendez says, notices to adjacent property owners. What she is talking about is in past practices that not just Cobb Cole, but other land use attorneys, when they have projects, have at their own fruition held community meetings, similar to what earlier tonight we heard the pastor from the church talk about what they did on their own fruition. So it is not a technical requirement. It's something that has been done over practice, and it is nothing that it would be a violation of our code.
Thank you. And the final member of the public is Karen Clark. Okay. Okay. Mr. Woods, do you care to speak to any of that, or no?
Just to reiterate that we will extend the sidewalk up to Hazen Road to allow for the connectivity, because Hazen has the sidewalk that then would bring it to the school. No interest in extending it farther to the west for the bike trail, because you can ride your bike down there. And again, we will reiterate that we will comply with the staff's requirements for the calculation of the open space and free space area per their standards. And the only other thing to reiterate there is the actual density that comes out with this is closer to 2.8. That's with all the units here now. We're probably gonna have to lose some units there, obviously, to make up that the difference in the open space and tree preservation. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to put this out there. I voted the way I voted, and it is what it is, but something I feel a little uncomfortable with, although it's not required. How does this board feel about the community, outreach in this? I know we voted on it, but I don't like the fact that the community also didn't have an opportunity to. That makes sense? You can.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. Thank you. So who would like to respond to Mr. Robbins? Okay, we'll just keep the order that is Jake Johansson.
Can we make that part of this? The public, this was a notice meeting, so there was a chance that this was going to be denied or approved, and this item would be brought. So I'm comfortable with that, but Mr. Wood, can we get the client and you to have a neighborhood meeting to kind of chat about the things that concern them and see if you can possibly
I think it's fair to do so. I would just point out too that, I mean, I know both Ms. Mendez and Ms. Winslet professionally, and in fact, when we first noticed this for planning board, we did continue at one meeting because Ms. Mendez noticed that there was, in that instance, a notice failure. There has been conversations before, but I think thus far with respect to the PD, I think there was an assumption maybe that the land use change wasn't going to go through, and therefore there was no further conversation. But we'd be willing to have a conversation with staff.
Can we make that a stipulation with the sidewalk and the other stuff, just to solidify it, or no?
Again, once you approve the PUD, it's out the door. So having the public meeting after you've approved the PUD does not give the public any input, so then they would have to come back for an amendment to the PUD. If you want them to have a public neighborhood meeting, then what you need to do is continue the PUD to a meeting in the future, so that way, if you feel that they need to have the neighborhood meeting,
Thank you.
that we can gather that in. It will also give staff time to work with them to come up with a concept plan that provides the sufficient open space.
Mr. Wood?
Yes, sir.
To the detriment of your reputation, are you willing to agree to that outside the confines of the PUD, under the understanding that I'll say no to everything for you for the next 3.5 years if you don't? Hey, man.
I mean, so.
Sorry, Paulo. No, would you please?
So I think to give staff time for us to work on the conceptual plan to revise for those conditions, I'm happy to meet with the neighbors here.
Perfect.
I'll put out to you here and now from an expectation standpoint where we stand. We're comfortable with doing the sidewalks to the school above and beyond. We're comfortable with doing but the other requests we'll entertain. We'll have that conversation, and maybe there could be some conversation about the proximity of the open field, because I have heard that comment. Both Ms. Mendez has brought it up to me, and I heard another woman speak today of what's on their backyard. We thought that was a good thing because we are providing that buffer, but we can have that conversation. But I think if we can have it in not the next meeting, but the following county council meeting, you got first meeting in August 1. Sounds like a great month.
I think we have a motion. We have a motion right now, right?
We don't have a motion on
We don't
item
have a
10 yet.
motion? I'd like to then, if it's okay, Mr. Santiago, no questions, to make a motion to continue to August 1st.
I'd second that.
Okay, so the motion from Jake Johansson is to continue this until August 1st.
Just to clarify, that's no sooner than 9:30 a.m.
Yeah, before the, well, I think we'll be.
I don't think that'll be a
I
problem.
don't think it'll be an issue.
It's 10:32 and we're on item 10. Okay, no sooner than 9:30 a.m.
Yes, thank you.
And who made the second? Was that Matt? Councilman Reinhardt makes the second. Okay, discussion. Jake, are you still up?
No,
David
sir.
Santiago.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment to the fact that, again, trying to stay consistent with process and due process. I would have been okay with dealing with the issue right then and there. The applicant had agreed to the issues. It was agenda item. I think Jake had started with that, and it was a publicly noticed item. And they did do the legal requirements. So I'm just a due process guy, and then we talk here often about barriers, government, overreach, and by creating another layer that is inserting more government overreach and involvement in people's overall process. So I go along with it, but I felt compelled to say that, guys. I think we're going against some of our comments, and we were prepared to just deal with the issue because everything was agreed upon based on the already negotiated PUD. So we're also adding work later.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Santiago. I mean, I'm just looking at an aerial satellite view of this whole neighborhood, and I'm not seeing, I hope we're not intending to belabor the developer here and saddle him with all these extra niceties to make a utopian type of neighborhood. I'm not seeing any sidewalks on Plymouth east of Ridgewood for the first block. I'm not seeing sidewalks north or south of Plymouth on Ridgewood. So I don't know where all this connectivity lingo is coming from, that all these sidewalks have to somehow interconnect. And they're being nice enough to take it to Hazen, I guess, for the school. That's nice, but I don't think it's fair to saddle them with all this stuff. Would we really be happier making this a fernery again and dumping pesticides in the ground for another 50 years? Come on. I mean, this is a good use for this property. I think everything that Mr. Wood said in his presentation is appropriate. I think the development is coming this way because of Sunrail. I mean, this whole thing about not being able to walk to the bike path, 1,700 feet, come on. And if you can't ride a bicycle over there, which I think the bike path is really meant for, I mean, let's put a painted line down the right side of the road for a bike lane if we're that concerned about it. But all this stuff about the sidewalks, when I don't really see any credible argument that this existing neighborhood has overwhelming sidewalks, I don't see it. I wish somebody would tell me that there's all these other sidewalks out there, because I don't see it. That's all I wanted to say. So I agree with Mr. Santiago. I was ready to vote on this and just get it all over with and deal with it today.
Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. I'd like to amend my motion to approve as it currently stands, and with the understanding that Mr. Woods will be a good neighbor, and the client.
And second that.
Okay, so you're canceling your
I'm canceling.
original motion.
Yep. Cancel
and
my motion or
seeking to approve as is.
as is.
Okay.
And Paulo's going to correct me.
Well, as is with the two proffers.
Yes.
One is the correction of the open space, and the other is the sidewalk to Hazen.
Okay. Wow. Well, I'm sorry you did that. I hear the words of overreach, and I don't see any overreach. I think we're trying to give the existing neighborhood a say in the protection of their own neighborhood. And the reason they're asking for sidewalks is because there aren't any sidewalks anywhere. And if there's going to be a development, probably with kids in there that are going to go to school, and I think that they're the only ones looking for safety for these kids. I'm sorry that lost. If it loses, I think you deserve to have that hearing. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted the opportunity. I understand what you're saying about government overreach and, Big Brother and all that, but I guess I was looking at what the chair was just saying, giving the residents in that area a concession to, at least have a say at the table. And the sidewalk issue, they got to start somewhere. So if it leads it to the school, it leads it to the school. They're willing to do that. So maybe it doesn't have sidewalks anywhere else. There are a lot of neighborhoods right now that don't have sidewalks, but they will. They start somewhere. So I appreciate what you're saying, and I don't think we're burdening anyone with that so much as when the attorney just told us they're willing to, and the developer willing to do that. So.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Irvin, just for clarification, get it on the record, PLDRC recommended denial, correct?
Yes, sir.
Planning, your staff recommends denial?
We did, based on the land use issue.
Thank you. My next piece is, I know we already had this conversation, but this gets confusing, so I just want to make sure. Again, I think Mr. Johansson made this motion. Is that also, Mr. Johansson, the same way, like you said, you will always vote in the affirmative? So this vote, yes vote is a denial vote?
That is incorrect. This recommendation was based on the denial of the first. That failed. So I'm making a new motion based on the information that that Clay provided.
Maybe somebody else besides myself is glad I asked that question.
Yep. So I am, and I think Paulo clarified it. We're recommending to approve with the sidewalk and conversation about the open space and the promise that they're going to chat with the neighbors.
And Mr. Chair, can you tell me who seconded the amended motion? Was it?
You're still claiming it?
Reinhardt.
Were you done, Mr. Kent? Okay. Councilman Dempsey.
I had to respond to Matt. I don't know if I'm Well, the only thing that I would say, no disrespect to anybody who's here, but I mean, if sidewalks were that big of an issue, why did they buy into a neighborhood that doesn't have sidewalks? I mean, how can you come in and complain about no sidewalks when you bought property in a neighborhood that's predominantly without sidewalks and now demand from the developer, you gotta put sidewalks in, when you've already, I'm sorry?
No, just.
I understand. I just don't know if it's fair to saddle them with the responsibility of basically sidewalking the whole northwest side of town. I mean, come on. I mean, they're being gracious enough to add onto other property that's not even their, I wouldn't think it's their responsibility. And I just don't know how genuine it is to complain about lack of sidewalks when you bought into a neighborhood without sidewalks. So that's all. Thanks.
My last bite. It's a quick
Councilman Santiago.
A quick one. And I'm glad you asked the question, Troy, because you're right, because the recommendation only stood because of the previous vote that failed. So that was a good question. I wanted to acknowledge that. And Matt, I think the point that I had made earlier about adding unnecessary burdens. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you were saying. Okay. Yeah, because they fulfilled the requirement. That's what I'm saying. And I just don't want to add layers, as I think as most of this council doesn't also. So, all right. I think I misunderstood you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. You've been gracious to allow all of us to speak probably half a dozen times with this. There's a motion, there's a second. Can we take a vote? I think it's time.
We had one more person to talk, and I mean, it's very brief. Don, I don't think there's any graciousness here at all. What's happening is an entire neighborhood's being changed. We're looking at a 60-year-old area of houses south of it. This isn't fair to the neighborhood. I don't think there's any graciousness here. And with that, if everyone is ready to vote, and this vote is to approve the rezoning with the stipulation of the sidewalks to Haven and the extra 2 acres of open space. I thought that was off the table.
Promise. That wasn't part of it.
No. Okay. Krista, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
Just so I'm clear, this is in favor of accepting it with those stipulations.
Yes.
And,
Correct.
okay, yes.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Kent?
No.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
No, and the rezoning is passed 5-2.
That vote was on the amended motion, so now we would need to vote on the main motion if I'm looking to my legal department.
Now, my understanding is that you actually withdrew the motion.
Yes,
Withdraw and
that was the only motion on the table. If there's... Okay, that brings us to item 11 already. Ordinance 2023-30, motorists prohibited from driving around barricades.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of council. Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. Before you is ordinance number 2023-30, motorists prohibited from driving around barricades to enter a flooded roadway during a declared local emergency for your consideration for adoption. It has been advertised. If adopted, this would add Appendix E to Chapter 46-152 of the Code of Ordinances that could be enacted during a declared local emergency. If the ordinance is enacted during a declared local emergency, it would prohibit motorists from driving around a barricade during a flooded stretch of roadway. The roadway would have to be clearly blocked and signage erected to notify that the roadway was closed. There was some additional material that was added to the agenda yesterday with some additional items that were provided in support. And with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Motion to approve.
We have a
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Robbins, second by David Santiago. Questions? I think my only question was clarified by staff, and that this, I wanted to make sure that the residents in a neighborhood would have ingress and egress, that they weren't be prevented from crossing a barrier. And I believe that the answer I got was affirmative, that they would.
That will be
I don't know how that happens, but.
Yes, sir. That'll be taken into consideration. Yes, sir.
By who?
Well, if a roadway is actually flooded, like the barricades put up and it's closed, that's what this is the dangerous situation this is trying to prevent. I think it's a different situation. I don't know if it's necessarily directed at the. I don't want to speak for anybody's words. A situation can always happen, but residences will be allowed to ingress and egress to their homes safely under this type of ordinance.
Okay. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. When we first commented on this, before we decided to put it on the agenda and have Mr. Dyer take a look at it, I was kind of skeptical, but saw something here in Florida, I forget where, about a policeman who stepped out of his vehicle to help somebody who was in a flooded area. Don't know if they crossed a barrier or not. Next thing I know, they get sucked through a drainage culvert underneath a 3 or 4 lane road, 30 seconds underwater. Luckily, there wasn't a tree or something in that pipe, and they popped up 30 seconds later on the other side. But being a whitewater rafter and whatnot, I've seen people who've tipped their kayaks over and get caught underneath a tree, and they don't come out until the springtime. So I don't want that to happen to anybody in Volusia County, so hopefully we can stop the madness. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other discussion from council. Then all in favor of passing ordinance 2023-30, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Brings us to item 12, our five-year forecast.
I move to approve the presentation, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to just open it real quick.
Please.
Turn it over. Yeah, we are here tonight to make sure, either seek or confirm direction. As you know, we've really been talking about budget in bits and pieces since February. So based on those conversations, your department heads submitted budgets. They're in their final stages right now, and it's off those numbers that we were able to put together the forecast. And I think it's important to understand, and we'll go over that, the assumptions that were made and how we come up with this. Really, it's a 5-year budget plan, and I think that's important to understand. And I think it's significant. You have a team that worked very hard on putting this together. They're not asking for things they don't need. They're asking, a lot of our focus has been on maintaining the infrastructure and buildings that we have. I think you'll see that. But that's really in the detailed budget that will be coming to you next, based off the direction that we get here. And I just want everyone to understand too, with this budgeting process, we take what everyone's saying, we put it together, but what happens next is a series of meetings and tests and looking at these expenses. They go through a process. A lot of the things they ask for don't make it. So we try to track that to make sure that, well, if it doesn't make it this year, maybe we can get it in the outer years. but I do want everyone to understand that they don't get everything they asked for. We set a target budget based off of what you're doing today. So if as they accept that report and you're looking at year 2, well, you're setting us direction already for next year's target budget. So just keep that in mind. So that's put together. They meet. It goes up through first the division heads, to the department heads, then to the executive staff, and that's kind of the final cut that gets made, that gets put into the budget. So with that, I'm going to turn it over now. These guys take those numbers, the numbers they receive from the constitutionals, and we're off and running with a 5-year plan. Go ahead.
All right, good evening, Council. Aaron Van Cleek, Deputy Finance Director. Just to expand a little bit on what George opened up with, so it is a extensive process. A lot of review goes into it. I have a team of analysts that work with the divisions as they're working on their budget, and then those analysts review what's been entered. They look at trend lines, they look at prior year expenses, not just the request, but what has the division spent in the past? Does it compare to what they're requesting now? And if not, what's the difference? What's changed? So there is a thorough review process that we go through. Like George said, the target budget is year 2 of the forecast. So when you see these forecast pages laid out, whatever year 2 is does become the target budget that we work towards next year. But it's not a, hey, hit this target. A lot of the division directors take it as a challenge to come in well under their target whenever possible. So it's not just a here's your budget, hit this. And there is special justification required if you're going over target budget, or council action, like the corrections inmate medical contract that you guys approved earlier this year was $2 million more than what we had in current fiscal year. So that was not part of our target budget for next year. So that was something that we had to absorb. And so you'll see some of that as we go through this. So the forecast structure, all the forecasts you see tonight will be laid out the same way. They're set up by fund. There's 6 columns. Each column represents a fiscal year. You'll have the fiscal year 22-23 adopted budget in the first column. And then you'll have the estimated actuals for 22-23 based on the budget that was approved and where we're actually going to finish this year. And then you'll have the 23-24 budget request, followed by 24-25 through 26-27 planning years. Those planning years are where you use the assumptions for growth, either in revenue or expenses. And they're based off of that base year, the 23-24 budget request year. That's what we grow our assumptions off of, is that base year. And so that's what you'll see in the forecast laid out. The top part of each document represents the revenues. The remainder of the document breaks down the expenditures and the reserves. And then, of course, fiscal year 23-24 will become part of the recommended budget if there's no changes made. The one change we do know is we get another set of values from the property appraiser's office on or before July 1st. So the June 1st values is what we're basing this forecast off of now. The changes are usually very slight, so that shouldn't create a major change, but we do not have those values yet. And so then all the funds we're going over tonight are ad valorem funds, with the exception of the stormwater fund. It's the only non-ad valorem taxing fund that we're going over. We do have some changes that are affecting all of our funds, regardless if it's a taxing fund or an enterprise fund. We had FRS rate increases, 10% average, $4.4 million impact across all of our funds. And then you can see the other ones there. Property insurance, council approved the property insurance policy, I think in May, and that was a 60% increase and $2.7 million. Then we have health insurance cost increases of around $2.8 million, which is a 12.4% increase. And then we have a wage adjustment for 23-24 factored in of 5%. And that comes in at $8.8 million. That's not just base salary increases. That's also the FICA, Medicare, life and long-term percentages that you have to add on to the base salary that we pay. And that does include the union contracts that have been approved to this point as well. You have revenue assumptions that we used for the forecast years for growth. Remember those 3 planning years that come off of that base year. The taxable value growth gives us an idea of what we can expect for taxable value in future years. We went with 9%, 8%, and 7%, and you'll see on a couple of our bar graph slides how that kind of brings us back to what we have been prior to this year's exceptional growth and last year's growth. We've had 2 big years of growth, And eventually that will start to level off some, and we think that's what's going to happen in the future years here. And then you see the other percentage increases there for state revenue sharing, sales tax, utility tax, and communication service tax. Your expenditure assumptions also used for the forecast years listed here. So while we have 5% factored into 23-24, we are using 4% for the forecast years. Property insurance, we are hopeful that we do not get any storms this year, and property insurance levels off, and we're hopefully going to be able to keep that increase around 15%.
Can you take a breath one
Sure.
second? David Santiago has a question.
In the communication services tax, what do we get on that annually?
So you'll see that on the MSD slide. It is about $10 million a year in the unincorporated area. Roughly, let's see. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, that's the utility tax. The communication tax is $3,036,000. Sorry, had them confused.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so on the expenditure side, again, the percent growth is built from the fiscal year 23-24 request. It is based on trend analysis, the growth that we've seen in prior years, the consumer price index, federal, state, and local economic and demographic sources. We try to go out and we try to gauge what's going to happen with utilities, what's going to happen with the different cost increases so that we can kind of get an accurate forecast whenever possible. Here you see the Mosquito Control and Port Authority taxable value increase percentages year by year. So both of these districts only levy taxes in the east side of Volusia County, and they only provide services on the east side of Volusia County. Any services provided anywhere else other than the east side are reimbursed by either the unincorporated area, the MSD, or the city receiving that service. The taxable value increase for fiscal year 23-24 is 12.5%. with 2.4% of that being related to new construction. So that's 10.1% is related to the reassessments, which includes home sales or the value increase. So homestead value is capped at 3% increase per year. Non-homestead properties are capped at 10%. Home sales, they're not capped. Whatever the home sells for becomes that new set value. You can see on that slide as well, we are, with our forecast assumptions, we're kind of returning closer to that prior, where we were prior to 22-23 as far as the growth percentages year after year. So for the mosquito control revenue budget, we're going to do an adopted to request comparison for each fund that we talk about. In the mosquito control fund, it is mainly ad valorem taxes for the source of revenue. There is a one-time revenue source in 23-24 for the sale of a helicopter. We're purchasing a new helicopter and we're selling an existing one, so we have recognized that revenue in this forecast. And it is estimated to sell for about $1.2 million. Also, the increase for 23-24 is investment income. You see the in the investment income sale of surplus, so the $1.2 million for the helicopter, investment income is increasing by $134,000, and you'll see investment increases consistently throughout all of our funds. Our short-term portfolio is performing really well, and so that's created an ability for us to budget a lot higher for our investment income. So for mosquito control expense budget, you see the comparison here, the 22-23 adopted to the 23-24 request. Personal services is increased by 8.8%, or $185,000. That does include the wage adjustment that we spoke about, the FRS rate increases, the health insurance increases, again, consistent that you'll see through every fund. Operating expenses only increased by $49,537, or 2% over fiscal year 22-23. And property insurance, liability insurance, and chemical costs were the largest driving force behind that increase. The capital outlay increase is due to the purchase of a new helicopter, which, as you saw on the previous slide, will be partially offset by the increase in revenue. So here's the spreadsheet that we talked about, how it's laid out with the revenues, expenditures, and the columns. You see it is being presented, if you see along the top, the millage rate that's listed, it's being presented at a flat millage rate for 23-24. The emergency reserves are maintained throughout the forecast at 10%. That's 10% of current year revenues. And the reserves for future capital decline each year as we're saving for the new hangar building needs out at the mosquito control facility. You can see the fund has a healthy ratio of revenues to operating expenses. You see the line underneath the subtotal for operating expenses says % of total operating revenue. So for their operations, their revenue is sufficient to fund their operations. It is the capital that is driving the need to remain flat. So it is the need for that new building that is required, or showing the need for us to remain flat in that fund. I'm going to skip over these slides for every fund because I basically just said it when I was on that last slide, so I won't bore you by repeating it again. Port Authority Fund revenue budget comparison. In the Port Authority, there are basically two big revenue sources. It's the ad valorem taxes and it's the park fees for entry into Lighthouse Point Park and Smyrna Dunes Park. So the Port Authority, like I said, it is an east side taxing district. The park fees are estimated to be slightly less than they were in current fiscal year, but they are an increase over our estimate. We're actually estimating bringing in a little less than we had budgeted this year. So we grew off of that estimate. So it does look like a decline, but it's actually an increase on where we're going to finish this year. For the expense comparison for Port Authority, you see the difference there. The personnel, it's a $51,000 increase. Again, includes all the stuff we've already talked about. Operating is basically flat. If you add, it's $948 difference, so it's 0.1%. The capital outlay is a decline. Where the increase is coming here is for capital improvements. We're transferring money to a Port Authority capital fund for dredging projects in future years. We're hoping to use that for grant match for these dredging projects, and it'll also could help net beach renourishment sand that we could use along the beach as well. So, but that's not the purpose of the dredging. The purpose is the need to dredge, right? And the benefit is getting that sand. You see the Port Authority here listed out. We are recommending that at a rollback millage rate for 23-24, and we have that rolled back in future years as well. So we're forecasting that with a rollback in future years. The 10% emergency reserves are maintained throughout the forecast, and depending on the size of the dredging projects and the funding needed in the future, the rates could end up needing to be flat. We'll just have to see as we work towards that. So I'll skip over that one for you. So then we get into the MSD and fire district taxable value. I won't read the percentages. You can see what they are right there. It was 12.9% for 23-24 with 2% new construction. So the fund revenue comparison in the MSD, the revenue is increasing by $897,000 or 2.2%. You see sales taxes reduced. That's due to a shift to the public safety fund of sales tax, and we'll talk about that fund when we get towards the end of this. Communications tax is reduced based on trend, so it was about a reduction of $154,000. And then miscellaneous revenue is increased due to the investment income. Again, you'll see that consistent throughout. Charges for services include animal service fees and then growth and resource management, zoning, and permitting fees, and that's an increase of $105,000 to the revenue. Here you see the expense comparison. In total, the MSD expenses are increasing by $891,000 or 2.2%. The increase in share funding of $2.6 million is offset by reductions in other one-time transfers, such as transfers to the building permits fund. We don't have to make that transfer this year because the building permits fund is bringing in substantial revenue to fill their expenses. And then the tree mitigation fund in 22-23, we had restricted revenue for the tree mitigation fund that we transferred to a restricted fund. And so you don't have that transfer in 23-24. So that's what that reduction is. Here you do see the MSD forecast is presented at a rollback rate for 23-24. And we do have it presented with a rollback rate in future years as well. Depending on the expense growth, there may be a need to maintain a flat millage rate in future years. As you start getting to the 25-26 and 26-27 fiscal year, you start to use one-time money to fund recurring operations, and you don't want to get into that situation. So we might have to address the millage rate and remain flat in those years. The 10% emergency reserves, as you can see here, are maintained throughout the forecast. And staff is evaluating the potential to increase road funding for unincorporated road improvements and maintenance out of the MSD fund because it does fill the unincorporated area. So would be a good use of those reserves. So this is the non-ad valorem taxing fund that I spoke about, the stormwater fund. You see the revenue comparison year to year. The stormwater fees are increased by $17,000. It's only a 0.4% growth, and investment income is increased by $154,681. For the expenses, the total expenses are increasing by $449,000. You had personnel increases of $196, operating increases of $253,000, with the largest increase being for professional services. We actually moved from capital into operating for the permit reporting requirements for the MPDES permitting and the Mosquito Lagoon reassurance plan. So here you can see the stormwater utility fund forecast laid out. There is an issue with the revenues versus expenses when you get to fiscal year 25-26. So the second to last column, if you look all the way down at the bottom where it says reserves for future capital, there's a negative $841,000 number listed in that column. Last year, when we presented the 5-year forecast for stormwater, we also forecasted fiscal year 25-26 as having a problem. Last year, it was like $749,000, so that number has grown a little bit. What it's showing is our operating revenues are not sufficient for our operating expenses. And I'll show you on another slide here, we have the opportunity to increase the fee that is paid, and this forecast for the past 2 years has shown that need. So right here, the $72 per year per equivalent residential unit in the unincorporated area of Volusia County, that is what the stormwater fee is annually for unincorporated residents only. Cities have their own rates, as you'll see on the next slide, but that has been the same flat fee since 2005. That fee has not been raised since 2005. The resolution that created that fee does allow us to increase, based on a study, up to $96. And the only current growth we have in revenue is when those equivalent residential units are added, but they're added at that flat rate of $72. So it's not based on the value of the home, it's not based on the value of the property. It is just a flat fee that's added, and so the growth is just not keeping up with the expense growth. You see here the stormwater utility fee comparison. This is by month. Public Works did put this information together, looked at surrounding cities. And so you see us, if you break our fee down to a monthly fee, we're $6 per month. We're the second lowest in the area, Lake Helen being the only other one that's lower than us. You see how those rates fare out there. If we were to raise the fee $12 this year and $12 in fiscal year 24-25, so $1 a month basically each year, that would make the fund sustainable for at least the forecast period, and it would bring in a total additional revenue of $5.4 million. Additional revenue in fiscal year 24 would be $759,000. So we would take away that negative number that you saw in the forecast. It would be fundable for current services provided and current operations.
Chairman, can I ask a question? Can you go back one slide? Just, can you say that again? How much are you talking about raising it?
So the resolution allows us to go up to $96 with council approval. So I said if you would raise it $12 for fiscal year 23-24, and then with the plan to increase it another $12 in fiscal year 24-25, so you don't do the increase all in 1 year, then you would have a sustainable forecast for the stormwater fund. So it would go to $84 per year with the $12 increase, and then up to $96 the following year.
Thank you.
Can we park there just for a second for one other question? You said growth is not keeping up with stormwater. It's the fees with growth that aren't keeping up. It's unfair to ask you, but it also makes me wonder, is our pattern of development, the way that we're growing, affecting this? That's not, I'm not asking you to speculate on that, but I think it's something we have to keep in mind. Anybody else have a question at this point? I see 3 names up, or you want to all wait to the end? Okay, continue.
Just to clarify on that growth, it is because it is only growing at that flat rate, right? So every time you add a house, it's $72. So it's a very small percentage increase. So if you're not, when you're growing in ad valorem taxes, you're growing a higher rate because your taxable value is going up much higher, right? I mean, you saw the percentages, 12.9%, 12.5%. a much bigger increase. When you're increasing by that flat rate, that definitely doesn't keep up with inflation, is where we're having the issue. So this is the fire district revenue budget comparison. Fire district is ad valorem taxes with also a Lake Helen contract, and they do receive transport revenue as well. The intergovernmental revenues is what the Daytona State College pays for use of the training facility. And then you see investment income is in an increase of $839,000. But this fund is supported mainly by ad valorem taxes in the unincorporated area of Volusia County, because that is the service area. So for the fire fund expense budget comparison, you have a total increase of $18,612,000 for fiscal year 23-24. I know it sounds like a giant number, but the biggest part of that increase is the capital increase. A capital increase accounts for about $16.2 million of that $18.6 million increase, and the biggest piece of that is Station 15 relocation that you'll see on the forecast laid out. That's about $15 million of that number. Personnel is an increase of $3.6 million, or 14.2%. It does include the addition of 3 new firefighters, a full-time and part-time fire inspector, and an office specialist for fire. And then it also does include the union contracts that were approved by council this year. Operating, they actually had a reduction of $69,000, or 0.7%. So that's where they're at on their expense comparison. For the 5-year forecast that's presented here, we are presenting it at a flat millage rate for 23-24. The 10% emergency reserves are maintained throughout the forecast period, and staffing needs and union contracts are addressed throughout the forecast. You do see the reserves at the bottom of the slide for fiscal year 23-24 do fall to $9.9 million. We're using $14.5 million of one-time money, so prior year savings, to help fund that Station 15 relocation. So then that will take us into the stars of the show, the county-wide taxing districts. So we have the general fund, library, Echo, Forever, and then the new public safety fund. You see the taxable value presented here for those funds. It is an increase in 23-24 of 12.9%, with 2.6% of that related to new construction, and then 10.3% related to the reassessments, which includes the home sales. And you can see again in the future years, we are returning that to a little bit more of a normal growth pattern based on history. So for the library fund, you see that a majority of the revenues that come into the library fund are ad valorem tax revenues as well. It is a total increase in revenue of $550,000 over fiscal year 22-23. When you look at the expense comparison, the total expenses are increasing by $709,580. It's 2.9% increase. Personnel increase of about 7%. Operating increase is $373,000, and that is because of mainly property insurance and publications were the 2 largest increases in the expenses. Capital improvement and outlay is actually reduced by $491,000 in this comparison. The library fund that we are presenting is at the rollback millage rate, and it is presented at the rollback millage rate for future years until we get to fiscal year 26-27. When we laid out the forecast, we had it at rollback every year, and when you got to 26-27, you were bringing in less revenues than you had operating expenses. Again, looking at the subtotal operating expenses line about in the middle of the page there, you don't want those to be more than your operating revenues, so that's why we left it with a flat millage rate in 26-27. The capital transfer for the Port Orange expansion that you see right above the total fund expenditures line, that transfer will be satisfied by fiscal year 25-26 as the project should be fully funded. I should point out too that these rollback rates are based on the June 1st values and my calculations based on CRA payments. The official rollback rate might be a little different than the rates you're seeing today. You'll see those at the July 11th meeting when we actually have the DR 420s all filled out and everything. So for the Echo Fund, this is the revenue comparison of the Echo Fund adopted to request. Again, ad valorem taxes, the biggest revenue source in this fund. The only other revenue source we have is investment income. Again, investment income is doing really well, so you see a big increase there in that. you have your fund expense comparison for adopted to request. The largest change for fiscal year 23-24 is the inclusion of the direct county expenditure plan that council approved earlier this year. And so that's where you see that 5.7 million part of the pie in 23-24. That represents the projects that council had previously approved for this fiscal year to include in the budget. Here you see the ECHO forecast laid out. It is being presented at a flat millage rate. You do see we are, again, adding to the reserves in future years. The reserves are growing to about $29.6 million based on current assumptions. However, in recent conversations with Dr. Burbaugh, he said we have multiple agencies that are seeking exceptional grants in fiscal year 23-24 and in 24-25. So we have at least 3 agencies that he knows of that are going to be coming to council seeking exceptional grants, which could affect that reserve balance. The growing reserves could also be used for additional direct county projects as we identify them. They could be used for the recreational complex or complexes that are needed based on the study that's out there now. You also have spoke about the motocross facility, and so things like that could be targets for this ECHO balance. Oh, sorry. So for Volusia Forever, again, predominantly ad valorem taxes. You see the revenue comparison there year to year. The expense comparison, standard increases that are affecting all funds. There was really nothing out of the ordinary. You do have the 15% set aside that goes to the land management fund. That was voted on by council. Every year we set aside 15% for the management of these properties that we acquire. You see the forecast laid out here. It is presented at a flat millage rate. You do see, again, a large reserve balance, $15.9 million in 23-24, and growing to $44.4 million by 26-27. However, what's not represented in this forecast is the major land acquisitions. You see land acquisitions listed at $37,500 to $41,000, but that's for the small lot acquisition program. That does not include the Forever A-list or B-list properties that we currently have targets on. There are 21 properties between those two lists for a total of 11,218 acres. At a $5,000 per acre average cost, that'd be $56.1 million for acquisition costs based on the average with no partners. Obviously, we always seek partners for the acquisition of the lands, but that just gives you some perspective on what those reserves are going to be used for as we can move forward on acquiring those properties. So now the real work in the general fund. So this actually went one too far. General fund revenue budget comparison. So when comparing the general fund revenues year to year, it would appear that we are losing a ton of revenues. However, remember the public safety fund that we're splitting off. So the public safety fund is going to fund the law enforcement office of the sheriff. And so you'll see that fund here in a minute when we move off of general fund. So that just has to be taken into account when you're looking at the revenues, you're looking at the ad valorem taxes and the millage rates. For this year, we really have to treat those two funds as one, and we have to add them together when we're making a comparison. Ad valorem taxes, when compared with the public safety fund, the ad valorem taxes are actually an increase of $29.1 million or 12.8%. If you don't include that, then it looks like the taxes are going down by $47 million. Charges for services are going down by $9.4 million or 69%. That's due to moving the beach access fee revenue, Marine Science Center entry fees, and other beach-related revenues into the beach management fund. And you'll see that when we lay that out on the forecast. We're actually creating a beach management fund to track all expenses and revenues related to the beach, off beach, and that way we can have a clear fund, run one report, and give council the answer at any time, how much does the beach cost? When we presented in March, we had to pull those numbers together based on multiple spreadsheets, which is not hard to do, but this makes it a lot cleaner, a lot easier, a lot more transparent. So you'll see that when we lay out the forecast. Sales tax for the purpose of the general fund, the sales tax is going down for fiscal year 23-24 by $822,000 or 4.1%. However, we are using some of the sales tax in the public safety fund, as you'll see. So it's really not a decline in sales tax that we're going to be receiving. It's just reallocating how we're using that sales tax. And that you remember from the MSD fund, I had a sales tax reduction as well. So we reduced the sales tax going into both of those funds, and we moved some into the public safety fund, and I'll show you why here in a minute. Miscellaneous revenue, that is mainly your investment income, and that is an increase of $3.2 million. And that is, again, due to the dividends from our short-term portfolio and long-term portfolio. Judgment, fines, forfeitures, licenses, and permits is reduced due to the moving of beach safety-related revenues for the beach to the beach management fund. And then your intergovernmental revenues are increasing by $2.7 million, and that is expected increase from state revenue sharing that's driving that increase. Your other taxes are decreasing by $528,000, and that is other taxes. It's the franchise or the concessionaire fees for the concessionaires on the beach also move into the beach management fund. So just a reclassification of those revenues to the restricted fund instead of the general fund. Transfers from other funds are decreasing by $2.3 million, and that's because of the new public safety fund again. We budgeted every year for a return in excess fees from the sheriff's office, and that was budgeted in the general fund because that's where the majority of his funding came from. But now that it's going to be a public safety fund, we cannot budget for excess fees to the general fund. Those excess fees would not be returned to the general fund, they'd be returned to the public safety fund. So that's why you see a reduction there as well. For the expense comparison for 22-23 for the general fund, this is rolled up to categories due to the size of the fund. You'll be seeing more detailed breakdowns in the recommended budget, and we'll talk about some of the big changes on this slide. So elected offices, they went down by $64,598,649. Well, again, that's because of the shifting to the public safety fund, right? The sheriff's the biggest piece of that, was the biggest piece of that pie. The public safety fund is also paying for its share of tax collector commissions. So the tax collector for the general fund looks like it went down. However, it's just a shifting of those commissions to the public safety fund instead of the general fund. The general fund still pays its fair share in addition to the school boards and cities' share of commissions. The total share funding reduction in the general fund was $68,890,000, and it's offset by increases in the supervisor of elections and the clerk judicial budget request. The supervisor of elections has an increase of $2.1 million. This increase is due partly to the upcoming 2024 primary election, which will require additional staff, additional postage. She always has larger increases in the years where there's a presidential election, primary election, because she has to gear up a lot more for those. And it also includes, her request also includes $814,000 in one-time capital for some 75 new voting machines, some delivery carts for polling locations, a postage machine, and a new folder inserter machine. We are actually funding the $814,000 with one-time money, so using prior year because it's a one-time purchase. So we figured it would be a good use of one-time money to fund that capital with that. The judicial clerk line increase is $1.3 million, with a majority of that increase attributed to the clerk at $804,000. That does include $350,000 for a new Wi-Fi system and hardware. That is an Article 5 expense, so it's technology expense that we have to pay for. So it's attributed to judicial and clerk, but it's not actually funding that's going to her. It's $350,000 that we will expend out of our budget for that new Wi-Fi hardware and system and hardware. The increase for internal county operations is $4.1 million. We had to sustain a lot of increases for 23-24. We had the medical contract that I already spoke about at $2 million. We had Sunrail funding increase of $2.2 million. Last year we were forecasting that would be a lot greater. However, it's looking like the taking over of the Sunrail is going to be somewhat delayed to where we will only be on the hook for about 3 months of funding in 23-24. So we were actually able to reduce what we thought we were going to have to pay in the upcoming fiscal year, but it's still an increase of $2.2 million over our current adopted budget. And these two items alone account for $4 million of the 4.1 increase. The other increases, such as the wage adjustments that we spoke about, retirement increases, the property insurance, health insurance costs, all affected the general fund. But we were able to offset those increases in part by increasing reimbursements from other funds and reducing the transfer to economic development for new incentive funding. So the only money we're sending to the economic development fund is to fund the personnel and operating costs. There is no new money being added to the incentive balance. And then as far as the general fund divisions, they all did a really good job of keeping the line on their expenses and not growing, basically growing with CPI. They were able to hold the line in a lot of areas. You see the general fund laid out here. It includes a new veteran services counselor and a special projects coordinator for the emergency medical administration. We do have a use of fund balance of $11.7 million. You see in 23-24, that blue line, it says one-time revenue source. That one-time revenue source is our prior year fund balance, so that is money saved in prior years. On the next slide, you'll see from the 22-23, in fact, I'll flick there now, 22-23, bottom of the page, 83 million total reserves, falls to 71 million for 23-24. That's representative of the use of $11.7 million in that blue line there. That is to fund carry forward capital, projects that are appropriated and approved in the 22-23 budget that we have not been able to complete. We put those in what we call carry forward, so we're budgeting for those expenses again in 23-24, but it's already money that was approved in 22-23, so to ask for new money for that is not appropriate. You're using one-time revenue source. So between the carry forward capital of just over $10 million, the $814,000 for the supervisor of elections, you still have almost $1 million of one-time revenue source that we're using to balance this budget, and you can attribute that to the ERP system upgrade of $1 million or the corrections chiller replacement capital. Sorry, looking at you, Matt. So a couple other things to point out on this slide. Down near the bottom in the 23-24 column, you see a new transfer to the Beach Management Fund of $15.5 million. So that transfer to the Beach Management Fund, you'll see reductions in public protection because that's where beach safety rolls up to. You'll see reductions in growth and resource management because that's where the Marine Science Center and the Sea Turtle Conservation Unit roll up to. And then you'll see a reduction in public works. Because obviously that's where coastal operations were. So the reductions in those three areas, they're not really a reduction, they're just moving down to that transfer to the Beach Management Fund. So it's just a reclassification to that new fund. And now what you'll see in the general fund every year is you'll see the transfer for what we are subsidizing the beach with. And that transfer is made up of two pieces, if you remember, a piece for buying down the resident passes and then a piece for subsidizing the operations. And so there is two lines that roll up to that total of $15.5 million. Another point I want to make on here is the prior year fund balance sustainable, that blue line right above subtotal for government services. Again, that is $5 million of anticipated savings that we're recognizing in the 23-24 budget. So throughout the entire organization, we know we'll have vacancies next year. We know we'll find grants for some of the projects that we want to do. We know we could find some operational savings. So we're taking advantage of that by including that negative $5 million. Without including that, obviously that's $5 million more in ad valorem taxes you'd have to levy. So by including that, we're reducing the tax rate automatically. You see the millage rate that's listed on here, the 3.3958. Obviously looks lower than the 4.8499, but remember you got to add it to the public safety fund to get a true picture of comparison. The revenue surplus in future years that you see listed revenue less expenditures, you have 5.3 million up to 21.8 million. That's based on our assumption growth, right? That's based on the taxable value growth and maintaining a flat millage rate. It does allow us to grow our reserves for future capital up to 80.2 million. By the end of the forecast, which will allow us to continue the pay-as-you-go capital program. We do not take on debt in the general fund. The only debt we have in the general fund is for the Sunrail, just over $11 million. So if we're going to continue with pay-as-you-go capital, then we have to build a reserves for those capital projects. However, with that revenue less expenditures in future years, it does give us some flexibility on rate as we're getting towards those years, especially if values come in higher than what we're estimating, then that'll give us even more flexibility. So it's really based on what direction we want to go. Here you see the public safety fund laid out. There you got the rate of 1.4541, and you add that to our general fund rate, and you do get to the flat rate of 4.8499. So the transfer from the MSD of 22.1 million, that is for the unincorporated patrol. So from the MSD, the transfers to this fund to fund unincorporated patrol for the MSD area. The transfer from the sales tax of 3.4 million that you see listed there in 23-24, that is to offset the CRA payments and tax collector commissions. So the tax collector commissions and CRA payments were previously paid for out of the general fund. And so with this new fund, they are going to have to pay into those as well. And so we transferred the sales tax equivalent to fund those payments. So then the transfer to the sheriff of $126.9 million, that's what you're funding with the ad valorem taxes, the city contracts, the transfer from the MSD, the school board contract, and other outside revenue. And then we are budgeting in this fund for excess fees to come back from the sheriff's office of about $2.5 million throughout the forecast. So that's up to how his budget plays out. It's, again, just like our $5 million number. It's just a number that we're putting in there to kind of keep the rate lower and recognize the fact that positions don't stay filled all year long. So here you see the millage rates again, just to cover the adding them together. The 3.3958, the 1.4541 gets to the 4.8499 flat millage rate. They will be listed separately on the trim notices, so there'll be separate lines on the trim notices. I'm sure there'll be a lot of explanations needed because general fund's saving so much money, but what's this new tax? So we'll have to answer those questions once the trim notices go out in August. Future years will treat these funds separate from each other, and there'll be calculated rollback rates for each fund, so they will be completely separate after this year. Kind of talked about the financial health a little bit, but the fund was forecasted last year to need a flat millage rate in fiscal year 23-24 when we presented the forecast last year. And so we are at that flat millage rate. We have the Sunrail delay of funding was offset by increases in the FRS rates, health insurance, property insurance, the corrections medical contract, and the capital needs. The 10% emergency reserves are maintained throughout the forecast, and I covered those already. So that's the 5-year forecast presentations for the ad valorem tax and funds. And now I just want to talk really briefly about Florida Tax Watch rankings. 2023, how Florida counties compare. FloridaTaxWatch.org, you see the website listed there. It's an independent, nonpartisan, nonprofit taxpayer research institute. It compiles and analyzes data. Staff, Ryan and I actually went through a couple years ago and validated this data by pulling the same sources from the Department of Revenue, the Florida Office of Economic and Demographic Research, and we recreated these rankings to validate them and prove that they were good rankings. And anybody can go and pull this data and do that same step. So talking about the highlighted Volusia rankings, a lot gets said about the millage rate and where we rank in rate. Rate's only one piece of it. Taxable value also has to be considered when you're looking at the rate. Monroe County, a county in Florida, can claim they have the lowest millage rate in the state, but they have the highest taxable value. So of course they're going to have the lowest rate if they have the highest taxable value. That's why I always say rate's only one piece of it. You got to add the values into it as well. So a better look is where we rank per capita. So if you look at per capita, and this is all from the Florida Tax Watch, anybody can pull this information up. Per capita total county expenditures, we rank 57th out of 67 counties. Duval County is excluded from these rankings. The statewide average you see listed there, just over $2,000. Volusia's per capita total county expenditures were just over $1,200. So we're below the statewide average. Per capita total revenues were 55th out of the 66 counties. Again, below the state average. However, we're 12th in total population out of the 67 counties. So we do have a high population in comparison with the rest of the state. Per capita total property tax levies. So we are 22nd out of the 67 counties, with the statewide average being just over $2,000 and the Volusia County average being right around $1,600. But that includes all taxing jurisdictions, not just Volusia County. So that is our cities, that is our independent districts, the hospital districts, Florida Inland Navigation District, St. Johns River Water Management District, and the school board. So when you start breaking those down a little more, again, with the data from the Florida Tax Watch, our per capita county government property tax levies for what council sets We are 38th out of the 67 counties with a statewide average of just almost $800, with our average being around $600. So that 38th ranking, we actually have fallen in the rankings when compared to the prior years because of the work we've done with our expenses. The school district ranks 30th out of 67. And then, of course, the independent districts rank 18th out of the 67, and our municipalities rank 6th out of the 67. And you see those averages listed out there. And then this gives you a little look at what we've done with our millage rates for the past 9 years, as well as the proposed rates for fiscal year 23-24. These are the rates that we'll be looking to set at the next meeting, at the July 11th council meeting, so that they can be printed on the trim notices and mailed out in August. As you can see, the general fund has either been at rollback or partial rollback for the last 5 years, as well as 6 times out of the last 7 years. Just going back to fiscal year 2018-19, when we went to a full rollback from the 6.1, we have not levied $149.9 million in general fund ad valorem taxes by the rate reductions we've done every year. So that's $149 million of tax revenue that we have not levied because of the rate reductions with the value increases. And so that just kind of shows you a little bit of what we've done. The savings would grow to $218 million with the rates presented as presented for 23-24. And so that wraps it up for any questions or direction from council.
Questions first, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you explain what the communication services tax is and what is assessed against?
Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. The communication services tax is a tax that's levied on phone bills and also cable bills, satellite TV bills. There is a state component and there is a local component. And the local component that is levied by the county, we collect on the unincorporated areas portion of that local component.
What's our percentage?
I do not have that off the top of my head, but we'll get
That's
that to
okay.
you.
I think I got the total dollar amount from the presentation, around $3 million. I'll just leave with this. And this particular one is just a preliminary, correct? So we'll get the final numbers. I think you're basing your numbers on 9% on the valuation increase?
So we got the preliminary numbers from the property appraiser on just before June 1st, and most of the increases were 12.5 to 12.9% for fiscal year 23-24. The 9% is our future year assumption, and that's just an assumption for the planning years. That has nothing to do with what you're going to do for 23-24.
But you use 12 for the following year in your assumptions?
No, in the assumptions we use 9% in the following year.
Okay, so there has the potential to be higher.
It has potential to be higher, but eventually those values are going to level off. Houses are not going to keep increasing in their sale prices, right?
Future years, yeah.
So future years, yeah.
And I'll just, Mr. Chairman, I'll just make the same. The communication services tax, I think, is a unfair tax. The legislature created it years ago. I've been a strong proponent of eliminating it while I was there for 8 years, and the state has chipped away at its state portion of it. But I think that, we should consider, depending on how the number comes forward, I just want to throw out as a proposal, considering if we have the potential later on to either reduce it, work towards eliminating it. It's a tax that's assessed to everyone. If we were to find a way to eventually phase it out, it would help people that rent, and it helps everyone. When people have multiple phones, the cable, the internet, it's an unnecessary tax. We just had the opportunity to do it, and all governments took advantage of it. But I think as things progress, we should consider chopping that away or eliminating it toward the future to give everybody tax relief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would add, and I think you're aware of this, but just for clarity's sake, the tax that we levied would only affect unincorporated addresses.
Yeah, I realize that, and hopefully somebody has to start the trend, and I think cities should go towards that also.
Is that a motion? Make it a motion?
I don't know. We don't know the final number yet, but I wanted to throw it up there to my colleagues to consider. I think it could be a low-hanging fruit for us, depending on the final numbers, to potentially eliminate a tax to the residents if we can afford it.
Okay, Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. David, I think your
your head's in the right place, and I support some of those initiatives. You know, everything is up, obviously, in our daily lives. Insurance premiums up thousands %, gas, groceries are up. Daycare housing is unaffordable, childcare is unaffordable, healthcare is unaffordable. And I see some of the, you know, we were approached with increases to stormwater. In my opinion, I have a hard time swallowing that right now. I'm just throwing it out there. Until we see what this economy is going to do, especially in this next election, I'd be very cautious to my colleagues to maybe consider pumping the brakes on that. And until we kind of see where everything's going, just like David said, keep money in pockets. I know we talked about cutting possibly the gas tax as well. I don't know what we got. All this CDGB money, I don't know if that's the right letters, but it's close enough. These federal funds, is there anything that we can cover in using the federal funds to keep local dollars with our taxpayers until we can get through this? That's where kind of my head's at. And also, too, for the our reserves, I know that 10% is our recommended kind of threshold. What percentage is our reserves right now? Is it 12%, 14%, 18%? Where are we at? 30%? I don't know. Our general fund, just our general fund reserves.
So you can see the different reserves that are presented here. The emergency reserve, which is the last line of the reserves printed on this slide, is kept at 10%. The total reserve obviously is growing,
right,
based on this pay-as-you-go capital program. So if you wanted to look at just FY24 as an example, rounded, that's probably about 30%.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. I know we have a lot of great echo projects coming, but you know, this is a year that we want to keep money in people's pockets. You know, I got a kid that plays travel baseball, and we go to Boomba Field in Seminole County. We're about $30 million project back in the day. We have about 30 million in reserves right now with Echo. If we decided to do something like that, we'd barely be able to afford it, and we'd take care of the reserves in a heartbeat. But I don't think anything that we'd like to do, motocross, BMX, cricket in a blueberry field, whatever the case may be, that we're going to take action on this year. So I think we ought to maybe take a look at curtailing the 2% on Echo at least for a year, to help put money back in people's pockets as best we can. And I'd also like a little bit of clarification, Aaron, on the stormwater. We kind of talked about that in our one-on-one, but do I understand that we charge 72 flat per ERU for residential?
Yes, $72 flat per residential. The commercial is based on a formula that takes into account their pervious surface.
Right.
Right. So is that commercial? Would a condo be commercial?
I do not know the answer to that question.
I'd have to check to make sure.
And the reason I ask is if we have a condominium that's 50, but they're stacked, not that we have a lot of that, if any, in Volusia County, but the impervious surface wouldn't be the same, right? So, but I'm very interested from a stormwater standpoint to bump up that fee to get it where it needs to be. Again, trying to keep money in people's pockets, but we also have to charge them for what they're using in stormwater. And it's been a big issue of ours, stormwater. We talk about it all the time post-Ian. So those are my two concerns based on the brief that was given. Thanks.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Santiago, when you said that about the communications tax, immediately I'm writing it down because I was like, really? You know, a tax on that? And you explained what it was. So even more, all of us, I think, are in the same mindset with what we can reduce. But
That's on top of
maybe
sales.
we could be that trendsetter and be the one that does it.
It's on top of sales tax too, just so you know.
And it's on top of sales tax. And like you said, you know, it is just unincorporated, but, you know, we just said a little while ago, you got to start somewhere when I talked about sidewalks. Sorry, Don, I didn't mean to bring it back up again. The stormwater issue, very good point, Mr. Johansson. Well, you and I remember squeegeeing stormwater out of a condo, so I get that. The questions I had, though, getting down into about the fire. Did you say that relocating fire or Station 15? Did I
Yes, sir.
hear that correctly?
So they're pulling it out of right now it's located by
So
the,
take it away from the training facility. Is it, man, you were looking stiff back there, so I figured I'd make you walk. Yeah.
he always does. Good evening,
So
Joe
they're talking about removing it totally off-site, or?
Pulling the fire station portion out of the building, making it totally a training center.
Okay.
And then relocating it to Red John and 92.
So it would stay in that same location,
same
same area, so
complex.
those people wouldn't lose services out
Right.
there. Okay.
It'll
all
actually
right.
increase the service because they'll be.
Yeah, they'll be two separate.
Out of.
Oh, wow. Yeah, closer.
Right.
Closer to 92. Okay, thank you on that. And then I saw a couple other stations relocation.
Most
on
of them
that.
most of them on there are renovation remodels.
Okay.
The relocations, there's Station 47,
Yep.
1847, which is out next year, and then 23 is a relocation. That's the new Smyrna one, and that's
Yep,
out in year
Turnbull.
5. Turnbull.
Right,
And that was
okay.
out in year 5.
Okay, all right.
The rest
so-
of them are all
Those-
remodels and
Or Station 11, which is, or not 11,
18.
18, which is really in Flagler County.
Oh, wow.
And
Yeah, let's bring it back home.
the same idea as 15 was to bring it down out of the neighborhood and put it on a major road where they could get a better response time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That answers some questions. And the last question, Aaron, if I could. On the major capital improvement plan, that forecast, does it take into account, you know, you're talking about years in advance for certain replacements. No, I'm not bringing up anything about chillers or handlers. Does that take any of those? Does it take into account the cost of material down the road?
We try to factor that in with the capital improvement plan that we presented.
It's hard to do, but.
It is. We try to factor that in with the capital improvement plan that we presented to council at the June 6th meeting.
Yeah.
So the estimates for those future years do take into account some inflation.
Like a percentage of an increase
Absolutely.
of what you see a trend at, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure, like, in other words, well, we projected 3 million for a certain project, but cost of material now it's 4 million. You know, I to eliminate surprise.
And we do have that happen.
You have some more for me?
When he was done with that one, I have an answer to a previous question.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you very much, I'm done.
The communication services tax is levied on the unincorporated area of the county at a rate of 5.22%.
Can we get what's the service tax used for?
Go back actually and show the whole picture. I'll get there in a minute. Backwards is not as fast as forwards. All right. So the communication services tax, being an unincorporated only tax, just like the utility tax, is collected on the unincorporated area and then used in the municipal services district, which is the district that provides municipal-like services in the unincorporated area. That's why the Office of the Sheriff is the largest budget there. That's for his patrol. For city-like services that he runs in the unincorporated area. That communication services tax in this budget is $3 million of the revenue. So if you were to make a reduction in that, that would affect this forecast, obviously.
We have some room in terms of, we're forecasting it rollback. We don't have to do a rollback, you know, so, you know, some of our others are flat. I'd have to have them do the analysis. But
I would draw attention in 24 specifically that to the gray line at the bottom, you do have a little bit of a revenues exceeding expenditures. I think the bigger impact would be in future years.
Right.
Where you don't have that revenue. You actually have what you see in the blue line, you have prior year fund balance starting to be used. So if you were to, I'll take FY 24-25 as an example. If you were to reduce the communication service tax and you wanted to fund the expenditures as presented, again, the majority of which being the Office of the Sheriff, you would then be using additional one-time revenues, or you would be adjusting the ad valorem revenues.
Thank you. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Aaron, you did a masterful job. Thank you for ripping that off the top of your head the way that you did. Council, anytime that we can put and keep more money in our taxpayers' pockets is music to my ears. You will always get my support. For us to be talking about rollback when we're looking at the wildly large increases in not only property tax, property insurance, but health insurance, the increase we're giving our employees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it makes me proud that we're able to sharpen our pencils and still be looking at rollback at this point, which I believe there's more meat on the bone that we'll be able to possibly shave off before we do our final assessment this summer. That being said, George, this is food for thought, but I had a one-on-one with these gentlemen. Thank you for that. And I just feel like, you know, this was for us tonight, and I appreciate it, but I'm just guessing here, all 7 of us had a one-on-one. And we had this information ahead of time. If we could talk to our staff about their the questions, as long as we need them back and forth, but their presentation, I don't think it's too much to ask to say, do what we've set ourselves up for, which is 10 minutes, because we've had that. Now, if they're doing this for the public, it's a public meeting at 11:52 at night, there's a couple ways I think we could tackle that, and that is, you know, the day after this presentation, it certainly could be put out on a link that all of our residents can watch this presentation. And I think these gentlemen would make themselves available a couple of times if the residents, our constituents, wanted to come and meet them here and go over it that way as well. I'm just trying to think of ways in the future. We're going to do this every year. Every year this is happening and coming before us, and it's a good, healthy exercise. But I'm just like, why did I sit through this one-on-one if I'm getting it again right here? I don't know how anybody else feels, but it's
just because we need direction, and this is the only time you guys can actually talk as a group. I definitely can, if I were to talk to all of you and you all sounded exactly the same, then I would have that direction. But this is your only time,
right,
to be able to publicly give us any kind of direction.
Yeah, and maybe I'm not clear on it. I understand that part. We, as an elected body, with working within the rules that are set by our state with the Sunshine Law, I get that. What I don't get is why we're having a 30-40 minute presentation when we all had a one-on-one. If it could,
we can look at shorten that.
If it could be like the same rules we apply for ourselves. And I was going to bring it up at the end of the meeting, but I'll just chat about it now because it just happened. Sure. And I started with, it was a masterful presentation. It was great off the top of your head. but I'm just trying to think of ways that we can streamline this process. You know, if we give ourselves 10 minutes to present on anything that we're passionate about, I think our staff could do the same thing. 10 minutes, because we've already done a one-on-one with everybody. Just a thought.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple things. I think the proposal that's before us today only has a couple of the funds that are proposed at rollback. The other ones are at I forgot the term. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, you have the MSD, the library, and the port fund that were presented at rollback for FY 23-24. The forecast years, the library had a variation in that. The Echo and Forever Fund are both presented at the flat 0.2 mils. The public safety in the general fund, again, because of the way that they're separated out, one is lower, but one is new. So added together, they are equal to last year. That would be a flat millage as opposed to a rollback millage. And then you also had the mosquito control fund and the fire fund that were both presented at a flat rate. And I'm trying to get through all these slides to show you the summary slide where the numbers actually are.
No, I seen it. I don't think you have to get there. I just wanted for clarity for the council and for the public that there was just a few of them proposed. So
yeah, it would be the ones that are in green for the FY 23-24. Those would be the ones that are presented at the rollback rate. We did not go over the forecast for the Silver Sands Bethune Beach MSD. It is a very small district, as you can tell by the 0.01 millage levy, but that one also would be, when we come forward, recommended it'll be at the rate that's shown here on this slide.
Okay. And I wanted to follow up on Councilmember Johansson's comment. Jake, did I hear you correctly that you'd be okay with proposing to go roll back on the Echo fund? Is that correct? Did I hear you?
I would entertain any drop in Echo for 1 year. I would say zero.
Oh, I Echo
2%.
some tax relief in that area, just to let you know, especially since the fund is healthy and we're still continuing to somewhat struggle to get that money out. So I would support something to be done in that area.
My only concern, and I mentioned it with the Seminole baseball thing, that's a $30 million bogey. And we've had some pretty lofty thoughts about what we want to do out west with whatever it is we're going to do out west. I don't think that's going to happen in the next 12 months. I don't think it's going to happen in the next 24 months, maybe. But there's land acquisition and there's building whatever the heck we're going to build. And I don't know the cost of that. And I don't want to tie our hands on that. But damn, we're in a bad spot right now, and I think this is the year that we can save some money. And I think this is the year that we tighten our belts, we give back to the public, and we kind of maybe drag our feet on the wants and concentrate on the needs.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that something could be done there from my perspective. At a minimum, the rollback at a minimum, and I think we should discuss that. But I also wanted to follow up on your comments on the stormwater. If I can get the Public Works up here, if I may. So, based on the prior histories that we've had with flooding, and you heard a lot of comments during that time frame. Infrastructure. We had infrastructure fail, and whatever it might be. Have we come up with an assessment as to what they're going to take to fix some of these issues? And is that addressed in this budget proposal for Public Works?
As far as the flooding issues that Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director, as far as the flooding issues that we saw during Ian, a large portion of that flooding occurred within the cities. New Smyrna did their study where they looked at what happened. We've reached out to a lot of those cities and told them we're willing to partner with them on some studies to look at that. We have a lot of studies on the books from past years that look at the basin management and things like that. One thing, in talking with our consultants is a lot of, it was an event that was unprecedented, and we've talked about that, but that doesn't mean that there's room for improvement and looking at resilience and things like that. So we're always looking at those kinds of studies. We've got some flood projects that are moving forward already that were ARPA funded, that we're in design for. One would be, a good example is North Beach Street that routinely goes underwater. That's an issue we've identified that was definitely impacted during the storm event. We have Poozer Pond over in the Orange City area. That's an area that flooded during Ian that we're addressing with ARPA funds and is currently in design. So we anticipate working with the cities. The city of Daytona Beach is looking at the Nova Canal through that Army Corps study. We're going to be participating in that, I'm sure, as well. So we know that there's going to be some studies planned for to address some of these flooding. Deltona experienced a significant amount of flooding, but most of that flooding was either within the cities or was, for example, Stone Island. You know, the river staged up a half a foot higher than anybody's ever seen, short of raising all those houses in Stone Island. It's not a lot we can do, but we do have some locations that we're looking at, and we anticipate some studies moving forward with that. And, you know, there's going to be a need for that. There's going to be, you know, we're seeing increased assets being constructed, you know, that we have to address with our operational and maintenance standpoint. So we anticipate those increasing moving forward.
Okay, thank you. And then my final comment, when I'm done, just to follow up, I'm glad some of my colleagues have kind of sort of embraced the potential discussion on CST. I think given even ECHO could be some relief for the folks. CST, if we can make up the difference, could be something that would be great. I think it would be a great message to our constituency that we eliminated a tax. When have you heard of government eliminating a tax, right? So I think if we can get there, certainly would love to support that effort. So thank you for your comments. Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you. I would be all for eliminating that tax, but I think if we do that, we have to pay for it. We have to have a related reduction in spending, or else they're just going to have to backfill that money, aren't you? If we get rid of, you're just barely keeping up now.
So you saw the 5-year forecast for the MSD fund, and it was in the future years that we'd have to look at it. So what it would look like is potentially, if you were looking at trying to fund the same expenditure level, then next year rollback would probably not be possible with that same expenditure level. This year we'd have to go back and look at exactly what we'd have to do depending on what the proposal would be, if it was a phase-in or if it was a full elimination.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up on your comment? I think it could help you, possibly.
Okay, go ahead.
And I think I predicated that on the fact that because they only built in a 9% number for this forecast. That's why I'd asked them that question in the beginning, right? No?
Next forecast.
Taxable value increase is 12.5% for the MSD fund for 23-24. The 9% is for the following year, the planning year.
Then I misunderstood you.
All the taxable value for all of our taxing funds increased anywhere from 12.5 to 12.9% for fiscal year 23-24. The 9%, 8%, and 7% are for those growth years, those last 3 years on the forecast, because we got to gauge what our revenues are going to be. Okay. So in those future years, yes, the growth could be a little more, it could be a little less, but it's our best assumptions based on the data we have at this time.
One more thing that needs to be stated. That 9% number is with reassessments fully valued. That MSD forecast, which is where the communication services tax lies, was presented at rollback for all future years. When you present it at rollback for all future years, you're not taking that whole 9%. You're only taking the new construction, which was forecasted, I think, at just above 2%.
Yeah, 2%.
2% each year. So we're only forecasting property tax revenue growth of 2% in each future year. If you were to not go to a rollback in one of those future years, then that would then have the 9%, and that would then fund potential changes in the CST.
And I think George said that he wanted to recalculate that with you all to see what that difference of the number from 1.69.
We'll go back and take a look. Now that we got some thought on that, that's what we can do.
Okay, thank you. I'll stand by that, though. I think it's still a good idea if we're going to cut it, and I'm for it. But just like when Mr. Kent came up with a plan to reduce the cost of getting on the beach, he came up with an associated plan to pay for it plus several $1 million. So I just think it's, if we're going to reduce revenue.
$9,950,000 to be exact.
Remember that number. And I think that was wise and the way to do it. And I'm sorry that it didn't pass, because there was no reason it shouldn't have. So if we're going to look at that, and I hope that we do, I do hope, I think it's too soon to say let's dip into Echo or Volusia Forever. Those are the only two taxes that our constituents voted wildly in favor for. They're generally against tax increases. They voted for those. And yes, it looks like there's a lot of money in reserves there. There are, but it's because the projects haven't, we're just getting started with it this time. And there'll be projects that will take that money. And if they don't, then we'll look at it. But I think it's too early to look at it. I hope that we don't start dipping into Echo and Volusia Forever yet. I want to make sure when we use these terms, we all agree on what we're talking about. When somebody said that Mr. Kent said that times are tough for us, everything's gone up. Everything's gone up for our constituents as well, and so he's not looking forward to a tax increase. When you talk about rollback, will that be a tax cut or keeping the taxes exactly the same, or is that not having to go to full rollback because property values have gone up so much?
Okay, so rollback is the state definition for a calculated rate that keeps your revenues the same from a county-wide perspective, or whatever taxing district we're talking about, keeps the revenues for that district the same, and then add new construction on top of that. So you do get to have a little bit of revenue growth for new construction that's added to the tax roll, but in total, all existing housing stock prior to that year, some values will go up, some values will go up less than others. But if you keep your your tax revenues flat via the rollback rate, then in a high growth year like this, what that would look like is you have homestead residents with a assessed value cap of 3%. In these funds where assessed value has gone up by 10% and new construction is on top of that, so assessed went up by 10%, but their value was capped at a 3% increase. If we lowered the millage rate by 10%, which would be like that rollback calculation to basically wipe out the new assessment growth, you would have about a 7% tax decrease for those homesteaded residents. However, in total, because other new properties that sold during the year, their values aren't protected by that 3%. When someone buys a house, they're accepting that new value for what they paid for it. When that gets reassessed, they're going to pay more in taxes. That's how, even though the revenues stay flat, homestead residents pay less because the new assessments would be paying more. So you'd be shifting the tax allocation, if you will, by doing a rollback. So rollback by state law is what you have to do in order to avoid a tax increase. But that doesn't mean that's what individual taxpayers see. When individual taxpayers, it's all across the board. It depends on what their values do. Rollback is a definition that's tied to the overall revenues, not to any individual taxpayer. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you. Let's see if you can boil it down to even more. And I don't know if it's possible for the average homeowner who didn't sell his home. They're staying in it when they get their tax bill this year. If everything was at rollback, it's not. But if everything was at rollback, would there be a tax increase because of the increase of property value, or would it remain the same?
If we're using the definition of tax increase at the individual level, like literally the amount they pay, their assessment was locked in at a 3% increase due to the way that the growth came in related to sales. Our rollback rate would be about 10% less. So 3% value, 10% rate. They would see about a 7% reduction in the amount they pay.
Okay, thank you. this is why I think it's important that I have a slight disagreement with Mr. Kent whether or not we need to do this. And I think this is necessary for the public. This is one of the most important things that the public wants to know about their taxes and what they can expect. And in a really difficult year, several years, you guys have done a great job of coming back with a budget that's didn't make me go home and cry. I'm not breaking champagne, but with what you're given, what we're all given to work with, you've done a good job with the numbers. I would prefer, we started this at 10:48. There's nobody here. Well, this is his first meeting, John Nicholson, but the public's not here because it's too late. And this, I think they need to hear. Now they can go back and look at the video, but this is not your fault, but I wish we'd have put this up closer in the agenda so that the public could be here and could interact with it. The work that you have done is, we're heading in the right direction. There's more work to be done. I think whoever said, either Mr. Santiago or Mr. Kent, that there's still some shaving that needs to be done. I hope that's the case. And I know it's hard. My last question, I want to go back to stormwater again. Everybody's asked about that. Right now it's $72. Every new home gets $72. It's not covering expenses. Can you say with any degree of just being definite that is because costs have gone up so much, or is it because with the increased flooding, whether it be from the storm or not, are you having to go out and do a lot more maintenance in stormwater and emergency repairs? Is that attributed?
Well, I mean, we're seeing higher intense storm events, obviously. But what I would say is back in 2005, when they set the rate at $72, they set a cap at $96, and they did a thorough study. Now, I would like to say that we're in the process of moving forward with a rate study to take a look at where we're at. But at the time, the council set a cap, which allows future councils to increase the rate by resolution. And they set the rate at the $6 per month or $72 per year. And they spelled out different levels of service as far as maintenance and capital programs. And, level of service A, B, C, or D. And they talked about one was, basically you're responding to issues. You're not doing any preventative maintenance, or you're doing things by inspection instead of routine. And what I would say is in that they said to get to a level service A, you need to get the rate to about $10 and change per month within 10 years. And that gives you to a level service A of maintenance, and also in the capital plan, which looks at water quality and all those kinds of things. And right now we're at a level of service A in terms of our routine maintenance as well as our capital plan. So we've gotten there at the $6 rate. And you say, well, how did you do that? And 2 years after they set the rate at that $6 per month, we did the LA consultant study in Public Works, and we looked at our efficiency, and we combined a lot of our tasks and everything. And then 10 years later, about 2018, 2017, LORC came back, LA consultants came back, and the bottom line is what they said is we were doing more work with the same amount of people and less equipment. In other words, we got efficient. So we were able to kind of increase our level of service through efficiency. And then on the capital side, we've been very successful at getting grants when it comes to water quality and things like that. And this council has approved money for some of our flood projects with ARPA money. So, but what we got to now is higher intense rain events and inflation. And we have more assets out there to maintain. Many of you get requests from citizens, and as well as I do, one of the chief requests they get is drainage related. And so, but we're very proactive in dealing with those issues and the maintenance that we do. We camera and we inspect all of our pipes. We remove sediment. We run 2 vac trucks, street sweepers. We do all this preventative maintenance that was spelled out, and we've been doing it at that lower rate. But right now it's caught up in terms of inflation, what things cost. what was the minimum wage back in 2005 versus what it is now. We're dealing with the same amount of people. So it's a plethora of things that have increased the costs and that got us to where we are now.
So you become efficient, and we're really at the end of the efficiency line. You become as efficient as you can, and now costs are still going up. You just answered what I was really wondering, that the maintenance is part of this. It's not just doing the stormwater projects, but then they're all maintained, and the more water there is, the more maintenance there is. Thank you. That's the. I'm going to stop there. But you're not done. Jake Johansson. Maybe you are.
No, I don't think so. Thank you, sir. It probably doesn't just apply to you, but I'll pick on you since you're up here. We talked a lot about roll forward money from projects that didn't get done this year. But when we snapped the chalk line for the budget, did you and every other department plan on executing the 23-24 capital projects as you forecasted last year? And do you have the capacity, if so, to do those projects and the projects that didn't get done last year? In other words, are we jamming too much into our sock in 23-24 where we're going to have rollover money again? And do we back off a little bit, get 100% completion of what we haven't done and what we need to do, and not roll over again, thus saving just a little more money next year till we can get back on our feet?
Well, actually, I can speak to that on stormwater. We've just completed 2 major water quality projects associated with the Mesquite Lagoon, so those are done. We're in design on those ARPA projects that were awarded last year for some of those projects I mentioned. So we're at the limit in terms of what we know what we can handle as far as projects goes. And so our 5-year, project plan takes that into account. So we're not, some of these projects from design to construction, they overlap multiple budget years. So we're right where we're at.
So you don't think the rollover projects that have just started are gonna delay projects that are on the capital program?
No, sir. If you have, you present the capital project schedule,
right,
which just doesn't include public works projects, includes all the projects. You can see where we're at on that schedule and whether we're on time or not.
All right. Yeah, that was it for now.
I will add a piece to that for the general fund capital.
Yeah.
So we were carrying forward $10 million in capital. 3.3 million of that is related to the corrections project, the air handler and chiller replacement. So that's a sizable piece of that carry forward. That's one project. So the carry forward amount of 7 million is actually lower than what we had in the prior year carry forward. And what has caused a little bit of the issue has been the material shortages that we were experiencing and some of the projects that we had to send back out to bid because of the prices that they came in at. So our carry forward is typically not that size every year.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just to clarify, just a couple of things, because comments I heard. So when we vote on our tax rate, this is my first time, of course, up here on the county council. I'm assuming those will probably be at the front of the agenda. So is that right, Mr. Rectenwald?
Well, when you do the actual, the budget hearing where you're setting the rate for final in September, those are done, that's a separate meeting. That's done at night. It's by state statute. There's a particular time it has to be after 5 or 6, whatever the time is, but it'll be the only thing that we tackle.
And that, of course, Chairman, gives our residents an opportunity to come and weigh in, and hopefully they will at that time. I just want to make sure that I'm clear in that this exercise is vitally important, I believe. The questions, I don't think there should be a time limit upon. I'm questioning why we each had a one-on-one and then the presentation went on, I don't know if it was 30, 40, 50, or 60 minutes. I don't know. Not beating up the presentation. It was masterfully done, but there's another way I think that this could be handled in the future, because we're going to do this every year. And that is, if we're going to do one-on-ones, then why did we get this long presentation here? Is the presentation not for us? Is the presentation for the public? And if it's for the public, where are they? There's a few of them that are here. Thank you for sticking it out. But there's other ways that it could be presented to the public on a continual loop, on a website. These gentlemen could be video recorded and give all that information that they gave us. I just want to make sure it's clear, Chairman, that I never said, nor do I think that this is not a beneficial exercise. The Q&A is extremely important. I don't think there should be a time limit. But if I sat down on a one-on-one with these gentlemen, I think that they could have zipped through this presentation in 5, maybe 10 minutes, and we could have started with those questions instead of. I'm not going to go back and watch the whole video, but I'm just going to say 40 minutes. I'm just going to say 40 minutes. We already did this. It was already one-on-one taken care of. If we have questions, that we went over them, we did that. I sat down and we talked about a few things and some questions and concerns, and I think that's what that was for. I just wanted to clear that up, Chairman, because I didn't want the public record to reflect that I didn't think this was an important exercise. The Q&A is important. I'll leave it alone. Thanks.
I will say that we'll definitely take it. We hear what you're saying, and we'll work on presentation length. But I would add that not every one-on-one briefing goes the same, and nor do we get to cover every topic in the same level of depth that we did here, because there's a lot of questions. We have a lot of new council members, and we spend quite a bit of time just on some questions that are asked during those meetings. So I would like to say that there are some topics that we don't feel like we covered adequately in the one-on-ones because the questions take precedence, and there is some material that we want to make sure we have a standard baseline that everybody's on the same page. That's all.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Ryan. And I think that's a great opportunity for you as staff to speak with George and say, hey, we weren't able to get everything done in the 1 hour or 2 hour session that we had. Can we set up another session with that individual because we didn't get it all completed? I think it's a great opportunity to kind of knock that out of the park there. Thanks.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I think, Mr. Kent, if that does come up in a lot of these presentations, I'll throw out a motion, or somebody can throw out a motion on these big presentations. Hey, is everybody comfortable with this? We just proceed and we can get through it. I don't think that's going to be a problem. County Manager, where are we at with the eliminating the business tax receipts we brought up? It's about 600,000 or 800,000. Can we get that on this next? Get rid of it.
Yeah, it's not 600,000.
How much?
I'd have to come up with, but it's not in that neighborhood. We have been working on that. We have a task team. The eliminating the tax is one thing, but there's valuable information that's used in other ways that we get out of that. So we're trying to develop how can we get that information, and then we could move it, look at it, getting rid of that tax. So we'll hope to have an answer to you. Maybe I don't know if you'll have it by July, but that's something to look at. But it's not in that neighborhood.
Wait, is it? I thought is it a little bit less, or what? A couple 100,000? I had 600 written out. I don't know why, but
we'll get you the numbers. 600,000 is probably closer when you include the way. It's actually a little bit convoluted the way that business tax receipt works. If you're in the county, or sorry, if you're in a city. You know that cities have BTRs. You go to city, pay your BTR. You go to county, pay the BTR. The county BTR, if you're in a city, also then gets remitted to the city, except for a collection allowance for our administrative services. So there's a difference between what's revenue, and I think that's where George was heading towards, versus what we collect in total. But we'll get you the exact numbers.
still, I mean, we can keep this if we're collecting the data on it. They can still submit their information, right? We're just not charging. Can you still get it?
We can get into it, but it's going to be a while. But basically, it's not, I guess, data. I'm being coached here a little on this subject. If we don't know what's in the building or the use of it, that triggers other issues with the fire department.
Okay.
And other uses. And this is our way to know what the use is. So when someone starts a business in a building, and one of our ways of alerting the fire department and other places that, hey, Joe over here wants to do a restaurant in a room, in a building or space that was never meant, we have to go look at sprinkler systems and hoods and all that other stuff, is through really the BTR, which of course took the place of what it would call an occupational license. See, so that's the key thing, is we have to know what's going on. As far as the money part of it, yes, that's one thing we're looking at, we could eliminate, as long as we can come up with a way to get that information.
And then lastly, Mr. Kent had brought up earlier in the year, I believe it passed for off-beach parking revenue, new revenues coming in. How can we, do we have any numbers on what the projected revenue or intake is going to be there that we can pass on if we have those projections at this point?
So there's two pieces to that. Ben can speak to the bid that's currently put out, but we did include in the beach management fund, because that'd be off-beach parking revenue, we did include $1 million of revenue for parking, not knowing exactly when we are going to kick off off-beach parking. So we did include $1 million in the budget in the beach management fund, because it would be
totally separate.
It would go to the beach management fund.
Okay.
So the solicitation is out for the new tax toll, or I'm sorry, excuse me, the toll contract, which will include off-beach parking. One thing we will have to, we've, I believe, received the solicitations back. It goes to a selection committee. We're working to get to that October 1st deadline when the current contract ends. What I will say is we'll have to come back to council at some point and establish what those off-beach parking rates are. Those weren't set at the last meeting. It was just direction was to pursue it. And some of that information that will be contained in those solicitations when we do make that selection will help with that information for you all to set those rates. So that's currently where we're at. We're still moving forward with the direction you gave us, and we hope to have a new toll contract that includes off-beach parking ready for you all to look at here in the next few months.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. A quick question for you, Ben. You mentioned the stormwater study. I was going to request, I think this is probably already going to cover it. Will that study cover where all the increases are coming from, where the pressure is to?
Yeah, so assuming the direction is to come back with the rate increase that Aaron had mentioned, the $12 for this year and then $12 next year to get to that 96, we would do what's called a fee study, and they go in and they look at your operations, they look at your capital program, they look at what things cost and where your increases are, and they lay out what your anticipated operational costs and capital costs would be moving forward for a certain time frame, and then they recommend a fee structure based on that. They look at, how many, what your tax base is in terms of, in this case would be the unincorporated area, single family homes and commercial, and they look at all of that, and then they make a recommendation based on that, and that would be included in there. So if we come back next month with the resolution to increase it by $12, we would include the study that was done back in 2005 that looked at all that recommended the cap at $96. So you would have that information. And like I said, we're moving forward with an additional rate study that would take us possibly beyond the $96 if the council were to decide that.
Thank you. And last comment, I'm done with you. Last comment I wanted to touch on what Mr. Kent said. I'm glad that you clarified that, because my understanding of you was certainly not that you don't take this seriously. I've heard you at city council meetings when it comes to trim rates and all that. I know that you take it seriously. My concern was that I just want the public to get it. If that means that we find other ways to do it that actually helps them get this information in a more efficient manner, in a way that it's easier to digest than this, then I'm all for it. I remember last year, these chambers were full. However, that might have been at the trim rate. meetings. I know they were full at those meetings too. By the time we get to trim rate meetings, setting those, it's harder and harder to make any changes. So I just want the public to have the information, but Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I know that most of the public will be waking up tomorrow and watching this while they're eating their cereal. And I just want to make sure that we're clear. We talked about rollback, and we talked about, Ryan, about everybody's taxes going down if we go to rollback 10% rise or 10% drop, 3% rise. I got that. I understand it. But I want to make it very clear to the public that we are but one of about, 10 maybe, depending on where you live, taxing authorities that are on your tax bill. So even if the county goes to rollback, if you live in a city that doesn't, or a hospital district, or you said the library was already going, but any of those 10 or 11 things on your tax bill, your overall taxes might still go up. We're not the only people looking for your money. So just be aware of that, and know that even people that with their best efforts, people come and fill up these seats. I don't know how it goes at the school board, but I know they don't have this many seats. So there's a lot of people out there looking for your money, and you got to be aware of where it's all going. So thank you.
I would add that we gave an example of the homesteaded resident.
Absolutely.
There's legal things about
so
what
many
it means.
caveats to the tax bill.
Councilman Kent.
That's all right. Trent's fine. So just really quickly, can I have Aaron or Ryan, because it was brought up, my off-beach parking fee idea? Can one of you come up to the podium for a moment? And by the way, that idea was residents, no charge. This is only non-residents, following the lead by the very smart New Smyrna Beach. Did you play with my numbers at all? Did you play with my numbers?
We did an estimate of $1 million based off of the fact.
No, that wasn't my question. Did you play with my numbers? How close was I?
We did not validate the numbers. We're looking just
I thought we had a conversation, a quick conversation about that, and you guys did look at my numbers.
So we looked at.
See that one-on-one?
We looked at the off-beach parking numbers that you came up with. I think there was some discrepancy in the number of spaces that we'd have available, but I don't believe you were far off in your parking revenue.
Right. So I gave, as far as the parking spaces, that was the numbers that you all gave me that we have available, and that was only being filled 60% of the time. So 40% of the time it wouldn't be filled, again, following New Smyrna Beach's lead. And by the way, council, I'll just tell you, that $1 million, no offense, is laughable, because it's more like $6.5 million is what we're talking about. I think my numbers were good. I did my homework on it, and that's why I was asking the question about that. Nothing else. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, I make a motion that we don't bring up the previous off-beach parking discussion ever again. I'm joking. I'm joking. I want to bring this in for a landing. What does staff need, so let's go move over to the next agenda item? You need a motion to accept the report?
Exactly. We'd like that, and what we'd like would be direction. I would ask that we have the trim meeting is the next meeting, and I'd like to go as we proposed as far as trims, because you want to set, that's going to be the maximum. If we want to continue, you got time in August to look at any kind of other savings, because first of all, and these guys do a great job putting it together, but it's all those people that are out really making these things happen, and then they bring it back, and then these guys put it all together. So I need time if we're going to do any kind of service level change or anything. So my ask would be, if you're okay with this, sounds like we're close. You talked a little bit about communication tax. I think we have a way of doing that without, at least for this coming budget, without changing our service significantly. So I'd like to come back, at least with it, setting the trim at where we were, but we'll also have some ideas on what we might be able to do with the communication tax and some of the other ideas that were brought up here.
I like that. I wanted to add the one item to see, following up on Jake's idea on Echo, to see where the council sits. I think his argument was a good one on Echo. And I would support, because we have to set the cap or where the number should be, right?
Right.
For the notice. I would support going to currently having the change for Echo to go rollback. Just wanted to see what you all think. For the initial notice.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. I think we know, at least Councilman Santiago and I are thinking the same, but I am very comfortable right now with the county manager, who's kind of gotten a flavor of what a couple of things here that we might want to do. If we give him the go-ahead to set the trim, set the millage at what he has briefed tonight, knowing that it can't go higher, but it can go lower, and we'll fight these fights at a later time.
Good point.
So my recommendation, as a matter of fact, I'll make a motion to accept the report and the millage rates as briefed by Ryan and Aaron, and work toward lowering them after we set the max millage rate.
Okay, great. We have a motion to move forward and come back with trim rates based on the numbers as presented tonight. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by, was that Danny Robbins? Okay. Troy Kent.
Yes, and that I was going to be happy to second that, but I'm glad it was already done, because that was my point, and Mr. Johansson just said it very eloquently, which is we can set that initial rate. From that meeting, we can go down, but we can't go up. And just so everybody is aware, my thought process is, after we set that, is that my hope is we're able to bring it down even more than that initial setting of what we have. And then, Chairman, you might have said it, I'm not sure, but and not to take anything away from staff, they are hardworking individuals. But the comment was made from someone earlier about, they did such a great job of bringing this back to us. And I'm just going to say it publicly. The buck stops with us. We're the ones who have been giving direction to George since we've been sitting on this dais together for the past 6 months. And George has been listening to us and helping to lead his team into where we are. And we've been talking about, saving $60,000 on this project and $20,000 on this project, and really questioning how much we're spending on bathrooms and things like that. That stuff doesn't go unnoticed by George. So I just wanted to make sure I gave this council credit. And also, we're in a pretty good, this county is in, financially, we're healthy. We're in a healthy situation. The assessments are high, and that's been a good thing for all government agencies. So, we definitely have an ability to trim things, and I think we're going to be able to do that. And that's a super positive for not only me, but I think all of you. It's positive for our taxpayers. They're going to feel some relief. And those are impactful things that we as an elected body can do, whether it be in communications or in Echo or both of them and somewhere else. It's something that we can do that is, our taxpayers will feel this in a positive way, hopefully. Thanks.
Vice Chair Robbins.
I have a motion after we take the vote.
Okay, there's nobody else on the board to speak. The motion is to send this back to staff to come up with the trim rates based on the numbers that we've talked about tonight, and then we will look further at any additional cuts. The trim rates, I think you said that, I might have misunderstood you the way you said it. The trim rates can't go up, but they can come down.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you said it in reverse.
No.
Okay, good. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And Mr. Robbins, you have another motion?
Chair, are you ready for this? Can we bump up, make a motion to bump up item 16? We got some folks here from Halifax that are.
I second the motion, Chairman.
Because we care.
Just because that's right, we care.
Okay. That's fine. Item 16, medical lien ordinance.
Mr. Chair, I'll take a quick stab at due to the lateness in the hour and jump in on this if I could. What's that? No. So when this was last before you, it came forward as a request from Halifax Health for this council to adopt a medical lien ordinance. What you have attached to this agenda item are two versions of that ordinance, version 1 and a version 2. Essentially, due to a court decision, a number of counties that had special laws allowing for medical liens, Volusia included, it was deemed to be unlawful to enforce those, and so if a medical lien was to be established, it needed to be established by ordinance. So version 1 of the ordinance would apply to settlements or judgments, recoveries that somebody would receive for their injuries. It would not apply to their income or their homes or so on. And version 2 is distinguished from that to allow for a pro rata share of attorney's fees and costs that are incurred by a patient in recovering the damages. That's in essence really the difference between versions 1 and 2. This is an agenda item for discussion. We have representatives of Halifax Health that would like to address. My understanding is that, and they can speak for themselves, but they're amenable to either version. If you have an interest in pursuing this at all, we're just looking for which version you would be interested in, and we can bring back a proposed ordinance for adoption.
Thank you. Commissioner Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for bringing this before us. I am familiar with this from prior life, but members, I'll just make a motion that we direct staff to create the medical lien ordinance version 1. And version 1, I believe, is the cleanest version and the most appropriate version.
I'll second.
Okay. Councilman Santiago makes a motion to accept version 1. The second was by Troy Kent. And questions, discussion? Kelly, do you want to speak?
Just very quickly, Kelly Quietek with Halifax Health. I'm here with my colleagues Jillian Wheelock, our Deputy General Counsel, and Joni Hunt, Vice President of Government Affairs. I just thank you all for your consideration today. We do prefer version 1, so if you have any questions, we're here, but you guys got this. So, oh, sorry, one more thing. I do want to thank the legal department and especially Laura Coleman. She's been working with us for over 2 years on this very patiently and intelligently, so thank you.
That's what I was just going to add, that this has been years in the making, and more than just the last 2 as well, I might add. So I don't see any other questions or discussions, so let's call for the vote and see if your long wait was worth it. The motion is to approve version 1 of the lien ordinance. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 7-0.
And just for clarification, Chairman, you're going to have to bring that back as an ordinance, right, Mr. Dyer? Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll make sure it's in the end of the agenda when it comes back as an ordinance, too.
Yeah. Public Works up next. Can we bring up something else in front of them?
Okay, so now we're back to item 13. Is that what you're here for?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
I already reviewed it.
We got this is a 2-for-1. So we're looking to amend our waste hauler contract. Based on the contract, they're allowed to request an increase for the CPI related to garbage collection, which is 6.92%. However, it's capped at 5%, so they're requesting the 5%. They're also requesting an increase associated with the tipping fee increase that was approved last year at the landfill. So the amendment to their contract would allow for them to see those increases in their fees to us. And then there's also a resolution to increase the non-ad valorem fee that unincorporated residents pay for waste collection. Currently it's at $262 per year. It would increase by $17 or $1.42 per month. So that includes the pass-through costs associated with the waste hauler, as well as admin fees, recycling costs, and so on. I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have regarding this.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Vice Chair Robbins makes a motion to approve as written and seconded by David Santiago. Any questions? Any discussion? All in favor? Troy Kent.
Yeah, thank you. So just very quickly on this. So the 5% max, I get that. And now they're looking at the 6.5% that I just saw. Did you have a conversation with them? Is there any wiggle room on that at all that we can, and I know this is a pass through to our residents, but you know, we're not wanting to do $1 more a month for our stormwater. And we're looking at more than that for this. This is a service. I know some people would argue it's a tax. I'm just trying to save our residents any amount of money that we can.
As you can see, you know, the CPI index is actually higher than what they're requesting and what we're proposing. I will note that multiple waste haulers are coming in and requesting. I believe Ormond approved an 8% increase to their waste hauler. Deltona approved a 15% increase last night. So if we're not able to reach an agreement, their contract per the language expires in 6 months and we would have to go out.
Yeah, and I appreciate you giving me a doom and gloom response and oh my gosh, this could be terrible, but that wasn't my question. My question was, did you have a conversation with them on, is there any wiggle room on this, or are we already locked in? Have we already said, yeah, the 6.5% is 6.5%?
Yes, the answer to your question is yes. We talked to them. The contract language stipulates that this is what they're allowed to ask for. They're not willing to go less than that. Like I said, if we can't reach an agreement, the contract expires in 6 months and we essentially have to go out to bid.
All right.
The contract.
All right. And, you know, have we had any issues or concerns with the service?
No, actually, FCC Environmental has been a very good waste hauler. We've had a very good working relationship with them. When there's issues, they respond right away and they do a great job.
Yeah, and council, I'm not recommending that we go out to bid because that could turn out to be a real negative thing if you look at those numbers from the new bid process when it comes in. Doesn't mean it would be, but it certainly could be. So I appreciate you giving me some information, but you know, you can't, I'm not saying you, but I don't think anybody could blame me for trying to save our residents a little bit of money.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we're obviously, you know, when it comes to these things, we're trying to save the taxpayers as much money as possible.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, Ben, you raised the tipping fees in November of 22. Why are they just now coming to us?
They don't go into effect till October 1st of this year.
October, got it.
That way we gave the cities plenty of time to work with their waste haulers on any increases that they might have to deal with, just like we are.
Got it, thanks.
That was my question to Ben and staff when this came up is,
I felt a little insulted that we went, how many years? 15, 20 years without an increase, and then as soon as we do it, it comes, and Ben pointed out that no, they have asked for increases before as costs go up. Here's why I wasn't pushing this. I am affected by this. I live in unincorporated Volusia. They pick up my trash, and that's all they pick up my trash. I've never, since this company, this is completely different. Since this company's been there, I've never had to go down in the ditch and retrieve my trash cans. I've never had to clean up the trash all over the street. So I think they're doing a good job. I wish they wouldn't raise their rates, but everybody is fighting the same thing we are with everything's going up. So that's it. Any other discussion or questions? All in favor of this increase, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 14, consideration of alignment of Veterans Memorial Parkway extension. I thought we were getting close.
I hope this is quick. I'm going to go for a record, so. Good evening, Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. This item is consideration of an alignment for Veterans Memorial Parkway. There's a gap that currently exists between Graves Avenue and 472, and we are looking to fill that portion of the West Volusia Beltway in. It's the last remaining section. This road improvement was actually designated number 4 on last year's priority list for the road program. And so first step in that is to go ahead and take a look at what alignments make sense for that particular road segment. So we identified 3 potential alignments, one at the request of the property owner. This is somewhat unique. We're basically dealing with one property ownership group. So we do coordinate with them, see what their preferences are, and if we can make it work such that there's no additional expense or any other hassles for us, then we certainly try to accommodate that. So what we're proposing is a 2-lane section at this point in time. We would go ahead and set it up so that it could be expanded to 4 lanes at some point in time in the future. So we do try to build that into our design overall. The 3 alignments, north being to the east so that everybody can be properly oriented, are shown on this particular exhibit, alternates A, B, and C. Alternate A is an alignment that was previously designed back in 2002. The county had worked with the property owner to fill this gap at that point in time, and then due to some issues wasn't able to go ahead and move forward with that particular design, and due to financial constraints the project was left on the shelf at that point in time. Alternate B and alternate C are new alignments that we considered. Alternate C is the one that we considered at the request of the property owner. One of the things that they were looking for and hoping to do is try to leave a larger section of property for potential future development without being split the way that alternate A would go ahead and do so. We studied alternate B because we think it accomplishes that same goal, but also at the same time utilizes more of the existing Kentucky Avenue right-of-way and saves us both construction costs and potential right-of-way costs by requiring less right-of-way for the project. So getting right to the skinny on it, county staff is recommending the cheapest alignment that accomplishes our goals, which is alignment B, alternate B. Skip to the last slide. Alternate B comes in at a construction cost of $9.4 million. You can see that's slightly less than the originally designed alternate A and quite a bit below alternate C, which is a longer alignment. And then you also can see that the right-of-way of demands that we would have to purchase, the acreage is less than the other two as well. And so for those reasons, as well as some other minor issues that make for a better operation of the road network and certain developments that are occurring in Orange City, we recommend alternate.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago?
Thank you. Can you pull the slide, the original one that shows all 3 back up again? Yeah, I guess it's that one. Hold on, I just gotta get my orientation. With option A and B, what happens here to Kentucky, this area? Notice how it stopped. Does it continue on?
No, we'd pick up from the existing road section and carry it into an intersection with Veterans Memorial. Okay, so that's the portion of Kentucky Avenue that would remain.
What about going to Grave? You close off going to Graves?
No, sir. No.
You can continue.
The intersection between Kentucky and Graves exists. Kentucky would come north and then curve to the west where it would intersect.
So both will still be there?
Correct.
Both options.
Correct. We're not looking to eliminate roads. We're trying to improve the operation by.
Okay. The color pattern threw me off, that's why, because it stopped. The option C, I know you said the applicant, the property owner preferred option C. I didn't speak with them about this, but I actually prefer option C. For the reason that it would take pressure off of this. What happened here? This got changed. Go back to the other one. No. Using me here. Sorry, I'm just thrown off here. Where the heck is it? It would take pressure off of veteran. Is it veteran? No, MLK and 472.
Well, with alignment C, we would actually realign Martin Luther King to intersect to the west. So we would end up reconstructing that portion north of 472 at that portion. That's why the cost is so much higher.
Okay, so you're saying that the section between at 472 and up to that first...
Basically, Casadega Road.
That'll be eliminated.
It won't be eliminated, it just won't connect. We will actually break that section. There's a development that's been approved by the city of DeLand, and then in that southeast quadrant, that intersection of Casadega Road and Martin Luther King, where their connection is to Martin Luther King itself. So we have to preserve that connection. So for that reason, I still have to keep that section to the south in place. I couldn't carry the driveway, or actually road, farther west to the proposed alignment in gray, because one, I'd need more right-of-way, but two, then the intersection is too close to Casadega Road at that point in time, at the future location.
Here you're talking about, right?
Correct.
I was just thinking that it would eliminate pressure here at 472 and...
Well, it certainly would, because all the pressure would just be moved west.
Yeah, if we had both.
You're still going to have, a majority of your traffic is making that movement north-south from Martin Luther King to Veterans Memorial.
And my last question is, I know that now knowing that the property owner prefers option C.
Well, that was what they requested us to look at.
Okay.
They actually have, in conversation with them today, they're basically comfortable with B or C. They've recommended they do not want A, but if they have to, their preference is B or C.
I'm guessing we're buying the right away from them.
Sure.
Is there any negotiations here?
Well, when we initially spoke with them, there was an offer to provide the right-of-way for alternate C north of 472 in return for vacating or trading them, the right-of-way for Martin Luther King from Casadega South. Because that development was approved by the city of DeLand, are no longer going to be able to trade them that. And so they've said they may or may not, they have not made a decision at this point in time as to whether or not they would require us to buy the right of way or they would provide that for free.
I mean,
the non-commitment at this point.
I certainly would like
we
to
would
have...
assume that would need to be purchased, and that's factored into the costs that were shown.
Yeah, I would think that approving this today would put us at a disadvantage to potentially negotiate.
Well, knowing who the property owner
we're going to show our cards, you know?
Well, but I can't really move into negotiation without being directed which alignment you would prefer. I certainly can't move into condemnation in the future if that's what's necessary.
I gotcha.
And be able to put this in place, I may have to go ahead and take that step, and do anticipate potentially taking that step, simply because it's a large amount of property and has a huge effect on this, and the potential damages that could be associated with a particular alignment. So for those reasons, that's what we're doing, is we're asking for correction on the alignment so that we can really start negotiations.
All right, let me see what my colleagues have.
Let's hear from County Manager George Rechtenwald first.
I was just going to report that today, the City of DeLand sent a letter actually directly to my assistant, so it didn't come to me until while we were here, with the preferred alignment from the city was alternate B. So just wanted to add that in from DeLand's perspective.
Thank you for noting that, George. We also have the same, a similar letter from Orange City recommending B, that's their preferred as well.
And Vice Chair
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Did they say why?
Actually, I don't remember the letter that well, but they agreed with the staff's recommendation for alternate, what they basically stated.
So ultimately, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I know I'm kind of coming at this again. Ultimately, the plan was to align MLK and veterans directly, to avoid going into 472, turning right, Kentucky, and then turning right on Graves to get to veterans. That was really, that's the purpose of this, correct? To eliminate people from
Correct.
going.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes, having to go down Graves from Veterans to Northtown, Kentucky, certainly yes.
That's the intent of the entire project, right? Really?
Yes, sir.
So I would think we would try to maximize the potential to get free right away and accomplish what we want, which is ultimately just the connection.
Well, there are other benefits to alternates A and B. Overall, right now, one of the issues that we have on Kentucky is that south of the intersection at 472 and Kentucky Martin Luther King is that we have a hill in that particular area that is a safety issue for us, particularly as more traffic uses that corridor, or vehicles such as trucks coming from Amazon, those other types of areas, where when that signal causes backups going northbound,
I
you
use
come
it
over
all the
that hill,
time.
you cannot see those vehicles in front of you, and as the trucks and numbers increase, as the traffic increases, the opportunity for rear ends is large. One of the things that we plan to do as a part of either alternate A or B would be go ahead and address that same type of issue. You go with alternate C, not only are you potentially paying for alternate C, but if you're going to correct that safety issue, you need to go back in there, and you'd be taking property from not just the property owner that we're dealing with, but you'd also need to do it from the property owners on the east side who are currently developing in Orange City, and we pay pretty good damages as well.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to give direction to adopt Route B.
Second.
The motion is for the alternate route B from Danny Robbins, second by Matt Reinhardt. Don Dempsey.
Tad, this was the same property that we just approved to have industrial zoning, Southwest Corridor. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
The Ford's property. Okay, so I would imagine, and this is the one where we had the property owners to the north of 472 objecting to any warehouse, light or heavy industry type.
I think that group
distribution
was
centers,
on
I think.
the Ford's own property, both on the north side and south side of 472. I think it was the group on the north side of the property, north of 472, that was
Right.
complaining.
My point is that the property owners to the north, Victoria Hill Park and all those subdivision folks, did not want a distribution center to the north of 472, but they were okay with it to the south.
Mm-hmm.
And so this whole area is likely going to be developed into an industrial park, right? With
There are limits
centers.
within that, and Clay can probably actually answer this question a little bit better than I can, but there are districts within that area that were part of the original DRI that was kept, even though the DRI was released. That line designates where the different types of uses can occur. That line can be shifted within reason, but the entire parcel itself cannot be industrial.
Okay, well, I'm in favor of B. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't, if we chose alternate C, then we would be shifting traffic through potentially what could be a main line for a distribution center truck. I mean, if we're going to have, another Amazon out there, are we going to be mixing, by choosing alternate C, or are we going to be mixing the tractor trailer trucks going into the distribution center with the regular civilian traffic going north to MLK? That's why, I'm all in favor of B, just keeping everything off to the side and then let the developers do what they're going to do with the industrial park later on. But that's what's the name of that project? What's the name of that project that we just approved?
The Southwest.
Part of the Southwest Activity Center.
Oh, that's what it was.
When it was
Okay.
a DRI, yes, sir.
That's all. Thanks, Pat.
David Santiago.
Yeah, final one. Again, I'm a big fan. I just personally think that, to negotiate here when you pretty much already shown your card, it's a tough one. I'll just make the public statement that this B, do you know how much, it's a facetious question, but it creates so much value right here, this intersection. By doing that, creates so much value for 3 major pieces of land for the property owner. And I don't have a problem with that.
Just as a point of clarification, actually, can you go to alternate B? On the bottom side of your X there, right there, you can see actually we're purchasing in that triangular portion on the east side of that intersection. That blue is an indicator.
Right here.
That's right. That would be our stormwater pond overall, which if you'll go to alternate A,
Okay.
you can see where the pond is right there.
Yeah.
But if we go to alternate A for a second, please. You can see where the ponds get located to. There's a smaller triangular pond, just similar to the other one, but we also had to buy an additional section down in that south end for a stormwater pond, and it has to be in that particular location based on the contours and where the water's going to want to go anyway.
Gotcha.
Which
Go back to B. I just want to.
So it does create a corner.
And
sure,
I'm just
but-
making more of a statement that hopefully the landowners enter into a reasonable thing. 'Cause
do everything we can to
the
remind
value
them.
that we've created here for them is probably taking that property 5-fold, in my opinion, the corner. And then if we're going to have a pond, I do have a colleague here that requests a fountain and lights, so I just want to make sure we have that. Thank you.
Do you want a statue in the middle? Just a fountain? Yeah. Red, white, and blue? We good with that?
Councilman Dempsey, were you done?
No, I just wanted to kind of supplement what Mr. Santiago was talking about, though. But if you also look, alternates A and B, Kentucky and 472 is already a lighted intersection.
Correct.
So I would assume if we chose alternate C, we would have another lighted intersection a couple hundred yards to the west of the existing lighted intersection. So we would have basically 2 lighted intersections within a few hundred yards of each other?
Well, that's what we would try to shoot for. Part of the problem is that 472 is a state road, and they do have what we call access classifications, and that limits the spacing, or pardon me, that doesn't limit. It defines the spacing that you're allowed to use between major intersections and such. We are working with them because we do think that as this corridor continues to develop, you've got property, like I said, the apartment complex, which you can see on there. There's a development to the south of that down to 472. The city of Orange City has approved development south of 472. And so you've got development that's occurring in this area. We would look to try to change the access classification, but that's DOT's call, not something we control, and it would be a request and not a guarantee. So yes, it does create more potential issues along those lines with alternate C as well. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions or debate. There is a motion on the table to recommend alternate B to staff. And motion by Robbins, second by Reinhardt. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries. Motion carries 6-0 with Mr. Kent absent, out of the room, not absent. Item 15, discussion of the continuation of the Library Advisory Board.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Donna Butler, Community Services Director. I'm not going to go over the PowerPoint. You've got it in front of you. If you have any questions, Lucinda and I are here to answer them for you after you discuss how you'd like to move forward.
Is there a question or a motion? Jake Johansson.
I'll make a motion to approve the Library Advisory Board.
Second. To continue with the
To continue.
library?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'll stay in the queue if you don't mind.
Okay.
I'll second that.
And I think Mr. Robbins already seconded it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And we had one member of the public who stayed until 12:50 something, and I believe she's gone now. Marjorie Johnson, are you here? She wants the board to continue. So, any other questions? Comments?
Comments, sir?
You have a comment?
Go. I was just waiting. So, I brought this up originally, as I will with every advisory board, saying, you know, what is it they do? Do they have to work inside the sunshine? Would they be more dynamic and proactive if they were able to talk outside the sunshine? We got a little off target there during that conversation, but to bring it back, I've talked to a couple folks on the advisory board, and a little bit of conversation with staff, and it's clear to me now what the advisory board does. The couple that I chatted with don't mind being in the sunshine. They prefer it, as a matter of fact. And the only thing I asked is, and I think this is important for any advisory board, that at a minimum, we appoint these people. I would like the chairman of the boards occasionally to come and report to us how they're holding Lucinda and the library accountable in this case, but you know, problems, issues. She's not listening to us. She does everything we say. The library could use. I want to see these folks that we appoint, and I want you to report to us that they're doing what we would expect them to do. So I'm pretty comfortable on the board, and I was the one that asked, is this board necessary? And I understand how that is. Thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve the continuation of the Library Advisory Board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Good job, Donna. That brings us to item 17. Wow, you've been here a long time. The Animal Services Clinic Operations Internal Audit.
Good morning, council members. Jonathan Edwards, Internal Auditor. Today I'm presenting the internal audit report of the clinic operations at Animal Services, and the audit scope was November 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2022. And the purpose was to determine the extent and impact of an alleged fraud scheme by a former veterinarian technician, and if controls over cash sharing and inventory were in place and operating efficiently and effectively, and if the pet licensing program is working as intended by the county council. In early January of this year, the deputy county manager informed me of an alleged fraud scheme at the Animal Services Clinic. The Animal Services staff had alleged that a former veterinarian assistant was manipulating invoices so that her nonprofit rescue agency did not have to pay the full amount of charges of services that were performed by county staff. At that time, Animal Services staff identified 56 invoices totaling about $1,000. From that point, we started preliminary audit work, and the council approved the audit plan in February of this year. The audit report details the entire scope and methodology of our audit. The audit found significant room for improvement in internal controls and a strong possibility that fraud occurred. Fraud is defined as a deliberate act committed by employees who intentionally exploit weaknesses in controls, either because they are under pressure or for personal gain. Typically, fraudsters attempt to justify their actions to themselves or others as legitimate or deserved. And the audit report walks through many of the factors and warning signs that were present in this fraud scheme. Within the report, I provided several different examples of invoices to demonstrate the scheme. We found just over $26,000 of total revenue loss at the county due to a lack of internal controls over cashiering. Of the $26,000, we attributed $10,275 that benefited the former employee and her nonprofit agency. This included auditing over 1,300 invoices of potentially involved customers, and that former employee issued 55% of the invoices to her nonprofit or related party customers. The audit report details several themes of this fraud, including treatments that were provided to the employee's pets or rescued pets on the weekends when the clinic was closed. Charges were either reduced to zero or the lowest price to benefit the employee and or her nonprofit. And sometimes she would code sterilization procedures on domesticated cats as a trap and release, or a TNR, which are services that are provided to wild cats free of charge for the public safety and health. However, after examining the invoices, other services were provided to the cat, such as nail trimmings and eye drop medications, which are not provided to wild cats. Because these services are provided to wild cats for free, the no-charge invoices were not detected sooner by staff. Staff also continuously charged the prior pricing for services after council updated the fees last summer, which cost about $4,600 or about 5% of their revenues last year. Cashiers had the ability in the software to change the line item pricing without obtaining their supervisor's approval, and if it was approved, there was no documentation to support the approval. The audit report details other improvements needed to the cash handling and depositing processes, and the report also provides a concise yet complete picture of how the alleged fraud was able to continue unnoticed for several years. We also found other controls were lacking. The clinic purchases both controlled and non-controlled substances to safely and humanely operate on animals. During fiscal year 2022, the county purchased about $5,800 in controlled substances, which are used for euthanasia and pain relief. The county also purchased about $84,000 in non-controlled substances, and those substances include many walkable items, such as rabies and heartworm vaccines, as well as doggy Tylenol. Controlled substances are strictly governed, and from our observations, staff are strictly adhering to these regulations, and we found no issues with the controlled substances. However, the non-controlled substances are not tracked, inventoried, nor reconciled. The medication inventory is not matched to the animal medical records to ensure that the medication was used on animals and not misplaced, misused, or stolen. The county also received about $44,000 of donated goods from other agencies, such as dog food and cat food and pet collars, and we found that staff were not tracking or maintaining an inventory of these donated goods. The terminated employee and other clinic employees had access in the system to place medical procedures on animals' medical records for services that were not provided by the county. We found that the former employee entered a feline leukemia test over 70 times, 93% of these to animals in care of her nonprofit. And this particular leukemia test is not even available for purchase in the United States. We are not able to test or verify the usage of the medication or the donated goods due to the lack of these inventory controls. Finally, we also reviewed the county ordinance regulating animal services, which requires all dogs, cats, and ferrets within the unincorporated areas be licensed each year. The former director performed a survey in 2019 on the licensing program, and he found that the unincorporated areas of the county had an estimated 10% compliance rate with just over $13,000 in annual revenue, and I included that survey in the audit report. For the convenience of the pet owner, the county partners with private veterinarians to sell county pet licenses, and we found that staff are not tracking these licenses as they are distributed to veterinarians across the county. At the beginning of the year, staff delivered the licenses to participating veterinarian clinics. Then throughout the year, the vet sells the license and holds up to 5% of the charge for administration fee before they turn the money into the county. The county does not require the vet to remit the sales revenue monthly nor quarterly. Instead, the county relies on the vet to remit payment and data at their convenience. At the end of the year, the vets are instructed to discard the remaining or unsold licenses and that the New Year's tags are out for delivery. Due to these non-existent controls, the county is at risk for veterinarians to underreport license sales to the county. We recommended 27 different controls for improvements over revenue collections, depositing, and inventory. And we also provided options for council to consider the compliance issues regarding the pet licensing ordinance. And we also made recommendations implementing tracking controls to ensure the license revenue is properly being accounted for, to help report, or to help ensure that the vets are not underreporting the license. And I would like to thank the staff within Animal Services and Public Protection for their assistance during the audit, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
Great presentation. Real quick, what measures have we taken to correct this, other than your recommendation? Has any of your recommendations been put into action? I know we no longer have that director and that employee.
So staff agreed to all the recommendations, and
Yeah, they're all being implemented. If there's any delay, it's maybe picking up the software or something, but they're all of his recommendations have been accepted. The pet licensing part was not a control issue. That's more of a, it's an issue of do we really want to continue doing that? I was going to bring that up probably as part of the, answer to some of the goals of, one of your goals was to streamline government, and this may be one of them, because with pet chipping, the whole goal of the licensing was to be able to get the animal back to their owner, and we can accomplish that another way. So,
do you need a motion from me? What are we doing about prosecution? Because I think of course, there's been some initial information that went out based on the stuff we found really before the even audit occurred, and then the beginning of it. That dollar amount was much less. Now the dollar amount is much more. We've turned over the audit to the Sheriff's Department, and they are handling further investigation, and I think they'll take it from there. it's just my feelings. Obviously, this was orchestrated and it was larger than what it was, and I have a hard time believing the staff at the time, or possibly the director or leadership at the time that oversees that, did not or could not know about this. And I'm really curious to see the outcome in this investigation. I don't want this to get, I don't want the ball to get dropped on this, because there is no, it's zero tolerance for this, for obviously this stuff, and whoever was involved in this, I believe we do need to hold them accountable to the maximum of our abilities.
Agreed. Exactly. It's a shame. I heard through your presentation that some of this has gone on for 2 years. It should have been caught by the supervisor there. I'm glad that senior staff had suspicions, and instead of kind of letting that out, they went to you and did a full investigation, and that does need to be carried out. We did this with Votran, thanks to your investigation. I think we need to be proactive and do this in any area of county government where there's cash or checks or cards being taken out of this area. Unfortunately, this is apparently a sign of the times. Everybody's not honest. I think we do pretty well, but so it's good work here. It's sad, but I'm glad that it's come to light, and it needs to be rectified anywhere this can happen in county government. Jake Johansson.
So, Jonathan, I think we had a little conversation during our one-on-one. This whole animal thing is near and dear to me from my time at the city. I'm going to ask you a few questions and then say a few things. Have we banned all paws on deck? Do we do business with them anymore?
Good morning, Alicia Deese, Interim Director of Volusia County Animal Services. At this time, we are actually accepting them as a citizen that can use our services. All Paws on Deck does not receive discounted services. We have not received direction to discontinue those services. If that would be something you would wish, we would be welcoming to receive that direction.
And you'll get that in a minute. Jonathan, you said some, you said some controlled substances also were unaccounted for.
Controlled substances, they were following the statute. They
Good.
They
All
were
right.
monitoring that.
Thank you. And there's some individual names that were pointed out, regardless of how the APOD goes today. I take it we haven't banned the individuals from working with us either, from their nonprofit standpoint. They used to work for us and kind of work with
No longer work for Animal Services.
Got it. But they still do bring animals in to Animal Services.
Yes, they do.
And the person in charge of this organization no longer works for us, but works for another animal organization that we do business with, right?
That's correct.
And we don't have too many options with who we do business with.
Well, that's correct on that side, because that's the sheltering portion.
Talk about being over a barrel. I personally, up to the rest of you, but I personally would like to see all Paws on Deck no. They can do their business out in town and bring them to somebody else, and they can do business with us. I would rather not have them giving and taking money here at the county. And also, it says in the recommendation, Jonathan, if council directs, consider establishing formal contracts with pet rescues, with those that we do decide to work with, that if they're, especially the cat TNR folks, they need to be doing it right, and we need to be taking those cats in. And if we're TNRing them, and it's trap, neuter, return, that either they're returning them or they're selling them at PetSmart, which I'm good with, but I want the county to know what when they give the cat back, what they're doing with it, because I don't want to give people a 90% discount because they're bringing cats in and doing us a favor at the county, and then they're selling the cats at not selling them. They're having them adopted for the cost of trap, neuter, and they're getting a discount, and they're getting full price for all the stuff that they're offering. So there's got to be some accountability for that, because if not, I'm going to retire and get into that business. So take that on board. I don't know how to put that in a motion, but
Get rid of them. I'll second.
yeah, there you go. So I would like to then make a motion to ban all Paws on Deck from doing direct business with the county, and ensure that any business that does business with the county, any nonprofit animal rescue, acts in accordance with the proper TNR policy, and doesn't get discounts unless deserved. I don't know how you do that, but your staff figure it out. Thank you.
Second.
Michael Dyer.
Sure. Alicia, I'm sorry, I hate to put you on the spot. 1:30. So you heard Mr. Johansson's motion about doing business with this not-for-profit. What types of activities would you understand that would include? Just providing veterinary services?
The only services that we have with All Paws on Deck is specifically our spay-neuter clinic. So spay-neuter, rabies vaccine while they are inside. Other than that, we have cut all ties.
And it would be a representative of that group that would drop the animal off, so you could...
That's correct. So most commonly, it would be either a transporter that they have appointed, that they check the animal in as an all paws on deck animal, or it would be Mrs. Shoup or Mrs. Reed or Mr. Reed, most commonly would be the individuals that would be checking them in.
You take it, you can foresee and administering that. You think there's a way to process it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Alicia, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, just for the council's clarification, none of the pet rescues are provided any discounts from our fees. They're not part of that TNR program.
That is correct. So any organizations that are for a rescue, they are not provided a discount. They actually have to pay full price for the services that we provide, as they are already at a reduced rate for the citizens of the county. Anything that is reduced is specifically for low-income individuals or citizens, where they have to provide that proof of low income by either showing us a copy of their EBT card or Social Security disability, and their driver's license would have to actually match those specific two cards in order for us to process that discount, and that's 50%. The other discounts that we provide is a 100% discount, and that's for our indigent citizens who were just trying to get the animals safe and taken care of, and those are very few and far between.
So just to clarify what Suzanne said, it says in number 16 to direct that. That's why I directed it. If we're not giving discounts, I'm all for not giving discounts. But I do think that we need to have contracts with these pet services for many reasons. I'll leave it at that.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Thanks. And real quick, any additional measures that we can put in place to keep Halifax under the microscope because of the now transferred leadership? Without knowing the details of the investigation, I have enough experience to know a leopard possibly doesn't change spots. But I would just like a little bit more oversight and critique some of these invoices or services that they're providing until the next contract comes up, or we can find something else to make this whole.
If I may, I will explain to you, we get our monthly bill from Halifax Humane Society, and we do have an individual that reviews each and every animal to ensure that if it states that it was brought in by a Volusia County Animal Services officer, that there is a correlated request for service that accompanies that animal. And then unfortunately, if they say something came in from the public that they accepted, it's very hard for us to dispute that. We just have to verify that the location that they provide it stating it's coming from is actually within our jurisdiction.
Jake, you have a motion. Would you include in your motion just the overall approval of this, of what was presented? And then the rest of your motion was to eliminate any business with all paws on deck.
That is correct, and to enter into contracts with all pet rescue facilities other than all paws on deck, because we don't want them anymore.
Okay, and you had further comment?
I did. So Jonathan, this is going to be a tough, for you, this is going to be a tough nut to crack, but you heard something that I've experienced firsthand. There is no way to know that the animal brought in was in fact a Volusia County animal. By virtue of my not being well known, somebody spouted off to me once, not here, but at the city, that, well, we got to go collect all the cats because so-and-so is going to stop paying next week. Well, where do you get them? Well, we don't get them there, but we bring them through there. So I don't want to pay for a Seminole County cat. I don't want to pay for any cats, but it's the right thing to do. So it's a tough nut to crack, but we got to figure out a way to work with Halifax Humane and the county to make sure that that we are paying for the right cats with the taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
Michael, before I go to you, do we have a second on Jake's motion? Danny did second it. Okay, Michael Dyer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Johansson, would you, as to your last point on entering into contracts with pet rescues, would it be amenable to you that let us work with staff, work out what maybe the best process for that to happen, and we can report that back to council?
Yeah, I'm just,
yeah.
again, there, Attorney Dyer, I'm just looking at number 16 and
I
following it. So whatever you guys need to do to make that happen, I'm until Jonathan trips me in the hallway, if he recommends something, I'm probably going to go with it. So,
All right, thank you.
Good. I think that's important that we do that, because spade and neuter is really important in this county. Are you comfortable that you can continue on and take care of that? That's a huge service. You deal with a lot of animals, and what we're asking you to do is that, are you good with it? Do you have suggestions?
No, sir. We are heading in a great direction.
Okay.
Our animal services chief veterinarian, she is actually performing anywhere from 30 to 40 surgeries on any given day, unless it's a Tuesday, and she's hitting at the 60 number count because it's specifically cats. Wow. So with the appropriate staff and the appropriate support, we're able to make it happen.
Okay, thank you. Then there's no other comments or question. We have a motion to approve this. Jonathan, good work. To eliminate all paws on deck and to send to staff recommendations for other service provider contracts. Is that clear enough to say it that way?
clarification, Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Not to get rid of all paws on deck, to stop doing business with them. They can.
Right.
They can
do whatever they want.
Yes,
but
sir.
We're not going to do business with them. Okay.
Well, can I
Don-
just say one thing?
Yes,
to that?
please. Don Dempsey.
Are we looking to the corporation or the president and the owner of the corporation? Because if this person who owns All Paws on Deck just changes the name to ABC Pet Care, I mean, are we just limiting it to the corporation or to the actual owner?
They're dirty actors. I don't want them doing business with the county. So not APOD, but the names of the people who I'm sure we know who those people are.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the Sunbiz registry
Yep.
of All Paws on Deck. Are we saying that any people listed on Sunbiz for All Paws on Deck are prohibited from dealing with the county, or are we just saying All Paws on Deck?
I'll work that out with Attorney Dyer and crew to decide, but the intent is to not let dirty actors
Right.
do business in the county.
Yeah, Mike, my fear is they're just going to change the name of the corporation, and it'll be the same players under a different name. So we want to keep the players out, like Jake's saying.
But Animal Services is familiar with these individuals, so even if they were to create another corporation, if it's the same individuals that are bringing in the animal, they would know it's the same people. So I think what Mr. Johansson is saying is all the people that were involved in this particular situation.
Okay.
He doesn't want to do business with. Is that correct? Okay.
Great point. Okay. Any other discussion? Then all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Oh, boy. Item 18, discussion, I'm glad it's 137, of sex offender predator residency distance requirements and playground regulations.
Mr. Chair, members of council, Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. Before you have, for your consideration for direction, we'll bring back an ordinance based on your direction to increase the residency restrictions for sexual offenders where they can live next to playgrounds and other certain areas in the law. And then whether you want to restrict unaccompanied adults from going to county playgrounds. Based on this, county, you requested additional information on these two issues, which is before you today. Current state law restricts 1,000 feet from schools, childcares, those types of facilities. We have other local governments that have increased the residency limits. There's a few. We have a couple cities as well here in the county that have done it as well. We're recommending up to 1,500 feet to increase it up to 1,500 feet where they would have to register. Part of the ordinance also would come back with having a positive requirement on a landlord having to check to make sure they're not, if they're within that 1,500 feet, they're not, leasing to a registered offender. So that's the part with sexual predators and increasing the residency requirement. Please stop me if you have any questions. I know most brief already. As far as unaccompanied adults at playgrounds, a couple local governments have done the same, where an adult that's not accompanied with a minor cannot enter into a designated playground area. There are certain time, place, manner restrictions that we can put in place that narrowly, as long as they're narrowly tailored to accomplish a compelling government interest, then the law is good. As I mentioned, some others have done this. For us, we would need to make sure that there's adequate signage. As you know, a lot of our parks have fences, but not necessarily playgrounds that are inside the parks are not internally fenced. So we'd need to make sure that there are notices that are around the playground surface area. Our playgrounds have a plastic area. Tim Bailey's here if you have any questions for that. They have a plastic surface area that we would look to designate that as you couldn't go on to that surface if you're not accompanied by a minor as an adult. So we would notice that around the parks, and that would be the notice to the public for the playground area. So those are the two items before you. We're seeking direction on how you want us to proceed, whether to bring back an ordinance to increase the residency restrictions for registered offenders, and whether you want to prohibit unaccompanied adults with minors from designated playground surface areas.
Thank you. Vice Chair Robbins.
Motion to approve.
What are we approving?
Both of them.
An ordinance.
Bring it back an ordinance.
Are you increasing?
Correct, both. Both of his proposed.
To what number are you increasing it to?
1,500 feet.
To 1,500, okay.
And then the additional signage for designated child's play areas. And Mr. Brown, was there also, did we have something in there for the landlords or maintenance workers, or is that something?
The landlords, as I mentioned in the brief, will come back as a positive duty on them for the 1,500 foot increase.
Okay.
So
Second.
So we're clear, the motion is to bring back two draft ordinances, one for the increase to the 1,500 feet for the residency restriction, and another one will prohibit adults with unaccompanied minors from designated playground surface.
Correct. For discussion, Don Dempsey.
Yeah, so what we're saying is that I can't go down to Earl Brown Park and shoot basketball by myself? Is that what we're talking about?
Not at all.
But that would fall within this proposed ordinance.
We're talking about the playground areas, sir, for the
Right.
for the minors. So like Tim's here, our playgrounds have a surface area that's like the plastic.
Mr. Chair, can you tell me who the second was?
I can. It was Troy Kent? Oh, well, that's not what I was going to say. I thought it was Don Dempsey.
No. No.
Right, so good morning, Tim Bailey, Parks, Recreation and Culture Director. The surface that we're talking about is it's called the port in place, or the safety surface that's around a playground or at the base of a playground. That's what we're talking about.
And what would the sanctions be for an adult going to one of these areas?
Well, if you're playing basketball, no problem. If you're standing on that safety surface without a minor, you're going to be asked to leave.
Okay, but what would the sanction be for violating that?
Well, if you don't leave, you'd be trespassed out.
Okay.
If you leave, off you go.
But the ordinance would also have a penalty provision in it, just like most of our other ordinances, up to $500 fine with up to the 60 days in jail. So it could be treated as like a Class 3 misdemeanor, essentially.
Have you guys ever looked to see how this would affect the ability for people to get housing by changing it from 1,000 to 1,500 feet? I know they have maps.
Yeah. Yes, sir, we did. We did the layering with the GIS with your staff.
Yes.
And 1,500 feet roughly decreases approximately a third in the unincorporated area that currently the 1,000 feet allows for residency.
Can you guys provide that map to us so that we can see how this will affect the housing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, my concern, guys, I've been dealing with this subject for 33 years, both as a prosecutor and a defense attorney. And, you know, the state has already implemented, in my opinion, the state has already implemented pretty severe sanctions. I mean, it's the restrictions they place on these people that's very onerous. Most often, in my opinion, they end up going to prison not because they committed the crime they're accused of, because they plead out to probation, but rather they get sent off to prison because they live within 900 feet of a park unknowingly, or they go within, you know, there's so many onerous restrictions. And I think the legislature, I mean, they know what they're doing, and they're not soft these days by any stretch. And by local, I mean, I know it sounds politically correct to just let's get them, let's just pound these guys, let's pound them. But there's a lot of gray area cases where people are on probation who maybe are not overwhelmingly guilty, but they plea because they can't risk life in prison. And the ones who, in my opinion, are truly guilty, they're in prison with the overwhelming evidence. It's the gray area cases where oftentimes people plea because they don't have the courage to pull the trigger and roll the dice and go to trial. Because when you go to trial on those allegations, you're playing, it's a life sentence if you're found guilty. And not everybody has the courage to play the game, Russian roulette, and actually go to trial on those. So they plead to probation, and then they end up in prison, like I said, not because of the crime they're accused of, but because they violate one of these onerous restrictions about license plates and registering and tags, and 1,500 feet or 2,500 feet, I guess it could go up to. And this is all via the Crow. And so I don't know what the rationale would be of 1,000 versus 1,500, other than just being politically correct, you know, and being tough on crime and just pound these people. I get it. But there's a lot of people who I think are caught in the net, and they end up getting severe sanctions for little stuff like this. I think it's dangerous to sit there and say that an innocent person, like, we are now all banned from going to a playground.
No, it's not. That's not it, Don.
Yeah.
What ultimately, and Russ, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're not accompanying a child, if you're not a grandparent, if you're not a caretaker, and really it's just to keep the creeps away from our children, and as public safety is a priority, especially when it comes to our children, you know, it's an extra added layer to make that initial contact. Because as you know, in that sex crimes area, Don, a lot of these people may never get caught for years or even identified. So this is an additional, like I said, layer to make that contact or ring some bells in the community. There's going to be signage up, and believe it or not, this is a major ordinance in one of the most liberal cities, New York City. When it came in under Giuliani, it's still being enforced to this day. And also, Chief Manny Marino worked down in Hollywood at the time, and it was successful down there in deterring those kind of people in the parks to let us know, hey, they're watching, or the community's watching. So, you know, I see what you're saying. The cop in me doesn't have a whole lot of sympathy for the predators, you know, and I don't think you do either. But, you know, anything in this area, I know my opinion, this is a no-brainer for me, and it's up to the investigation or the investigating officer, deputy, in discretion, as well as the state attorney's office to do their investigation, their due diligence, to see how far they want to do this, but ultimately as an added initial layer and a tool for our law enforcement to possibly use to protect everybody. I'm going to vote for it.
Yeah, I know. I just, I don't see the rationale. I mean, I've been dealing with this for 33 years, both as a prosecutor and a defense attorney. So I see this in the detail daily, okay? And it's not, it sounds good to sit there and say all these cases originate from playgrounds. But I can tell you in my experience over 33 years, I don't think I've ever had a case where a child was abducted from a playground and molested. Okay, it's usually from in a bedroom, in a house, or something like that. So to sit there and just come up with this arbitrary feel-good rule that you can't go to a playground, I mean, we're taking away everybody's rights as a person. You know, I believe in the freedom of travel. And if a person wants to go, if your basketball rolls into the, I don't know the reasoning behind it, but I think it's just kind of an arbitrary rule to sit there and say playgrounds. That's the only place children ever get abducted is playgrounds or molested. That's just, it sounds good, but that's not the reality of it. And that's why I just disagree with this. And going from 1,000 feet to 1,500 feet, I'd like to see the mapping, because if you're saying that takes away a third of the county, I mean, that's a big area. And I know these people have a hard enough time. You know, it gets to be tantamount to banishment, which we've done away with. You know, you can't have banishment anymore. And so if you get too big of a restrictive area, you've basically committed banishment of it as a government. And the third thing is putting the owner, the burden on a landlord to do this intense background check, I think is not proper. I mean, they have to check in with the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office has all this mapping and all this stuff. I mean, when the person registers with their new address, it should be on the sheriff's office and that probationer, the person who's already had his due process, who's either pled or been found guilty, put it on them. I don't know why we'd want to make a landlord liable or an insurer of this person when there's already things in place to make sure that doesn't happen.
I've said my case.
I know,
just,
me too.
I disagree. I don't, when it comes to the kids, this is in line with some state legislation that's going on. It's in line. I can't find anything bad to say about it. If it helps out our law enforcement and our families and our kids, if this works one time, it pays for itself. One time, it pays for itself when it comes to that.
But Danny, I mean, so why not make it Little League fields? Why should a guy ever be allowed by himself at a Little League field? Or why should a guy ever be allowed to go to a children's museum? Or why should a guy ever be allowed to go? I mean, if we're going to have these feel-good, protect the children type ordinances, then let's not limit it to playgrounds. I mean, let's make it to where anywhere children can be.
But that's why it has to be narrow and scoped on. And there's plenty of case law, and this has been challenged.
I understand.
But now I don't think it's, I don't know if we play judge and jury right now with it. But I mean, this has been around for a while. And it's been challenged, and it's prevailed in a lot of areas, and it's working with our neighbors to the south and many other counties. I think it'll work here.
Okay. That's why I looked down the dais that you done, because I had assumed you probably came across this. And this is important, it's emotional. I'm going to ask that if the conversation back and forth, please go through the chair. I don't want to stifle it, but I don't want it it's okay. It's an important issue. I didn't press the button yet, so Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I see both sides.
Yeah.
I do. And I respect that. I mean, I look to you for the attorney version. And you mentioned, you've seen this for so many years. And I have too, from the jail perspective. And then my entire career, it was, and I've said this a million times, it was the hardest thing to deal with, was dealing with those individuals. I'll tell you that right now. We all have kids. I have grandkids. Yeah, I get it. Now, with respect to the adults that are not accompanying a child, I get it, but I'm going to play devil's advocate. I have seen adults, and when I say adults over the age of 18, on a swing set. And that means that if that individual's on the swing set and a child comes up, ooh, I got to go. or else I'm going to face a $5,000 fine or 60 days in jail or whatever the case is. I have a problem with that, because then you're almost saying they could be potentially guilty of something. So you're playing judge and jury to me. I don't know. That's the way I view it. So you're saying that person right there had to leave because potentially he could cause harm to that child when there's no evidence to support that. I don't know. I have issue with the second part of that. I don't have issue with the first part. But I'll leave it at that and listen to what everybody else has to say.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Regarding the playground, as you all mentioned last time, I did invite Keith Chester to get on a swing and enjoy himself a little bit. So he can't do that. Matt, you brought up that if a kid comes, you got to leave. The way I read it, you can't be there in the first place. So, the good news is you can probably go to 15 of the 16 cities and hit that swing set. But I have a problem with that because of the same thing Don said. We can't protect everybody from everything, and this is one of the things. Have I left my 4-year-old on a playground alone? You bet I have. On a Navy base with other parents that we knew there. I can't imagine, and maybe I'm missing out on how it works these days, but I can't imagine a playground where there's not an adult who doesn't see something that's not right. And if it happens, if it's something that can happen on a playground, it can happen in a museum, it can happen. We let 4-year-olds get off the bus and walk 2 blocks to their house. It can happen there. So are we going to have county school board people hired to escort these kids home once they come off the bus? We talked earlier about the school off of Hazen. Kids are going to have to walk. They're at risk right there for a snatch and go. We can't protect everybody from everything, and I think parents, by and large, because of that whole movie we watched where kids were getting snatched from the playground, that they're a little sensitive to that, and if something's not quite right. I don't know if George gets the calls, but at the city, people would call the city and go, there's a weird guy on the side of our road in his car just sitting there. Well, you go out, you send a cop out there, what are they doing? They pulled over to text because that's what we're supposed to do. They're not weirdos, they're not psychos, they're just people parked on your public road. So I think we're hypersensitive to that. I don't know if this is going to get me to where I want to go, the playground piece. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don, I mean, your comments I think are on point with on both topics. We certainly should see the effects of the map. All right. I think it's also important for the council to understand the distinction between offender and predator. I think you said predator. Somebody said offender. They're very, very different. And I've dealt with this in the legislature. It's come up several times, and you hear stories from folks that come up and testify in committee, and you often get set back a little bit when you hear the Romeo Juliet scenario, right? 17, 18-year-old or 18-year-old, 16-year-old that they may have now been married 25 years still at this point or something. Those stories also tell the real life implications of this. I certainly leverage your expertise, your experience that you've dealt with this. As I said earlier, I said I believe you, right? I think what better real life experience than someone who's done this for 30 years to see the real life implications of this. The second portion, and by the way, all of this I think is well intentioned, right? But the second portion, I'm worried about unintended consequences that it could have. I think my colleagues have pointed out several scenarios on where it could be problematic. So the second one, I think we shouldn't move forward with. The first one, I think we should see the data and then have a real conversation on how this applies to offenders versus predators and comparing that to state law, and then make a decision then. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Danny Robbins.
Mr. Brown and Mr. Bailey, are you able to clarify a little bit more in depth when it comes to what is children's equipment? You know, we're talking about swings, but there's, and you got to ask yourself, and where I'm getting it is, what is reasonable? Is it reasonable for an adult that doesn't have a child to get on designated children's equipment? You with me? You tracking me? Is that how you guys would regulate this, or is that what the other cities or jurisdictions have done? So I know they probably wouldn't be doing this for their health if it wasn't an issue or a deterrent for these people that shouldn't be there.
Right. So when Mike first asked me some questions about this topic, right, there was some questions. I had a series of questions, right? Because in a lot of our parks, we've got 23 playgrounds countywide, and there are some pavilions that are directly adjacent to a playground. There's a barbecue grill there, and families, you know, have birthday parties and things like that. So I said, well, what happens to those folks? And we started to nail down where the designated areas would be. So we nailed it down to just the safety surface. So now, if you're an 18-year-old and you're at a picnic and you want to go swing on a swing with your girlfriend, you can't do that. Even, you know, you just can't. Even if there's no children there. I mean, that's the way we're proceeding this. So there was some deliberation as we were talking about that. You know, but someone just hanging out, you know, when you got kids on the playground, and usually, I mean, every time I'm in a park, I see a parent with a child. They're there, and they're not alone. I don't see a lot of kids alone, right, without a parent. We do have a situation at Rachel Robinson Play Yard, which is just outside of the Daytona Library, that you can't go through the library, or you can't get to that playground without going through the library and having an adult with a child. They won't let you out. That's a fenced-in area. That's a scenario that you're talking about. You can't go out there if you're without a child. And so that's one of the areas where I think where you're heading is where we manage that effectively, because it's a fenced-in area. You can't get into that area unless you have a minor with you. Right.
And Mr. Brown, if this was adopted, would this scenario, if there was signage up, would it create a greater level of maybe reasonable suspicion or probable cause to contact that person if it was, if law enforcement or if there was a concerned citizen? Would this help legally justify contacting this individual? Because you got to remember, all these stuff is discretionary based in a lot of cases. Now, if it's an innocent kid's playing with their girlfriend, I think there was a stipulation where something was 12 years old, like there was something about 18 and 12. Do you remember that in here? There was some age.
Where, sir?
There was some age. There were some numbers in there, but do you see what I'm getting at? Would this give our law enforcement maybe an added reason to contact them if there's any doubt or suspicion, just to verify? I mean, because if they're not causing a problem and they're not damaging, the children's equipment, no harm, no foul. Hey guys, just be aware of this. this is very target specific, and I want to remind people, this is very narrow in scope. We want to get these, or I want the predators and your violent offenders. That is it.
I mean, as an attorney, I'm kind of leery to say what an officer, how each individual is a little different, how they determine what their level of reasonable suspicion or probable cause is. So I don't want to put something in somebody else's mind. I'm not sure that just posting it or somebody being in a company necessarily rises to a level to allow an additional contact. I'd leave that to an officer at their discretion to be able to articulate. I will say that one of the compelling government interests in ensuring that adults are not using the playground or not there without an accompanying minor is a lot of courts have found that play areas are intended to furnish and provide age-appropriate recreational for minors. And so the use of that open space or those equipment for those ages intended is one of the interests also that government has in ensuring. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Yeah, no, I get it, because it seems pretty logical. If you don't have a kid, I just don't see the reason to be hanging out or loitering in those areas where kids those small children are playing. And I don't know, I just think and I see Don's point as an attorney, but I think most parents would be on board with this. That's all. I'll shut up now.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me just start, Vice Chair Robbins. I think this is very well intended by you, and I applaud you for tackling this. I think there have been some comments. I appreciate everyone's comments, but Don, you've lived this, like you said, for 30 years, and I really appreciate your insight into some unintended consequences. We've heard that from several council members. And, with that being said, Danny, like I said, I appreciate that you brought this to the forefront. But after hearing what I've heard, at this time, I'm going to withdraw my second, just because I don't even know that we have to have this for a vote. So I'm going to withdraw my second at this time.
Okay. We still have the motion by Robbins without a second. The second's been withdrawn. Can somebody else re-second it, or
Was that withdrawn on both or just one?
It was, yeah, on both of them.
Okay.
There could be a new second if there is one.
Is there?
Don, did you still want to see the data on the 1,500 feet, or are you just?
Sure. I mean, I'd be interested in seeing that because, I've dealt with people who've, basically, well, the 2,500 foot restriction, I mean, it really is tantamount to banishment, and that's a half mile. I'm not saying we're going to that extreme, but I know there's some jurisdictions that have gone to that extreme, and that's via the Crow.
Yeah.
Right? You're talking via the Crow. So, I mean,
oh yeah,
that's a long way. And I don't know. It's just, I have a 6-year-old daughter. And if somebody did something like that to my 6-year-old daughter, I'd want to kill him. I would string them up and I get it. And I get the passion behind what you're trying to do is to get rid of these people. But you have to understand, maybe it's because of having defended these people for 30 years, that you get to know some of the scenarios. There's a lot of innocent people. You understand when you're accused of that. If I accused you of doing that to my 6-year-old daughter, because I just don't like you, you're faced with life in prison, minimum mandatory life in prison. And you would probably say, well, Dempsey's a nut, and Dempsey's just falsely accusing me of this, so I'm just going to take it to trial. And you'll probably win. But I use the same analogy with Russian roulette. Okay? We all know what that is. It's 1 bullet and 5 empty chambers. And so your chances of winning at Russian roulette are probably the same as going to trial on my accusation against you. You'll probably win. But there is that bad jury. There is that bad day. There is that time when that bullet might be in your chamber. And I don't think any of us up here would play Russian roulette for $1 million because we don't have the courage to do it. There's a lot of people who get falsely accused. The state attorney's office, as good as they are, I work with them all the time. The sheriff's office, great people. They do a wonderful job. But a lot of times, it's just my word against yours. You know, there's a lot of people, the ones who are truly guilty, the DNA, all this stuff, all the evidence stacked up against them, the confessions, they're in prison. Okay? It's the ones where a lot of times it's just somebody's word against another, and they don't have enough nerve to go to trial and pull the trigger. So they plea. You're offered by the prosecutor probation as a sex offender, or you want to go to trial. A lot of people don't have the courage to go to trial. So they end up taking a plea as a sex offender. And Mr. Santiago is right. There's a big difference between predator and offender.
How about if it was, Chair, is it okay if I
don't care. He can talk.
Well,
I'm sorry. But I'm just saying that's why there's a lot. That's why it may be, in having dealt with a lot of the people who were caught in the net of rolling the dice and going to trial, or pulling the trigger. I mean, rolling the dice or taking a plea where you're guaranteed no prison.
what happens if they're a regular, if we can tailor the statute for 1,500 foot for convicted sexual predators?
I understand, but it's, I'd like to see the map. I really would, but I guess that's kind of why
I'll make that motion.
Not why I am overly in favor of this, because there are so many restrictions. I see so many people go to prison, not because they're accused, not because you're accused of molesting my daughter. You take the plea because you don't want to play the game. So as a result, you're put on probation. Now you got to register your car every so many months, and you got to do this, and you can't be within so many feet of this and that and the other. And now, so you got all these restrictions on you because now you're labeled. And believe me, the state attorney is they prosecute these cases. The sheriff's office, they pursue these cases. The state of Florida and their legislature, they hammer people with this stuff. I mean, people a lot of times go to prison not because of what they're accused of doing. It's because they went within 200 feet of a whatever, or now they're alone at a playground. Or what, I mean, they can't even go with playgrounds. I mean, they're restricted with playgrounds. You know, you go to every subdivision has a playground, so now they can't live there. You know, now if you add to the areas where they can't live, I mean, basically we've won 10 them out to banishment. So I guess maybe I've just seen both sides of it. There's people who are truly guilty, and they deserve every bit of the punishment they get. They deserve whatever they get in prison for years. But it's the innocent people who get accused of something who don't have the courage to go to trial, so they cop a plea. I guess that's who I'm more compassionate for. And so that's why I think we should just leave the legislature to do their thing. They're very tough. The legislature is not getting softer on crime. They're getting tougher with every legislative session, I think.
And I think I could side with you if I saw the actual conviction rates, or what is factual, or what is maybe the guy that was taking a leak on the side of the highway and now is a sexual offender.
Let's do this. I think that
if I could make one more point.
You can. Let me say this. You've made really good points, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to finish it. And then I think we see this losing support. And Vice Chair, I think it would be, I know there's still some things you want to see. If you would withdraw the motion maybe and make a new motion to see the evidence that you want to see. But Don, go ahead and finish your.
I was just going to say, is there any documented cases where a kid has been snatched from a playground? Are we aware of one case where a kid's been snatched from a playground to the point where, I mean, let alone.
The sheriff's office just did a sting the other day.
That's something we'd have to ask the sheriff's office. We're not aware of that kind of information.
And that's fine. I mean, I'm all about protecting the children, obviously. I mean, I've got my own. But it's just these feel-good laws when there's not even any documented cases. I mean, it's just, we're now criminalizing a guy who may want to just go sit on a swing set for innocent conduct. I mean, I would say the overwhelming majority of kids at the playground are being supervised by their parents anyway. I mean, it just seems like it's well-intended, and I appreciate that, but I just don't know if it's really going to solve anything. It's just going to create more criminals than it's going to deter.
So how about this, Chair? I'll go ahead and I'll withdraw that from the equation, and what I will do is make a motion to look at the enforcement of sexual predators at an addition at 1,500 feet versus 1,000 feet, and maybe bring forward a map unless we have one. And I don't know if right now is the appropriate time to get into that. I'm comfortable with bringing it back. This is not a pressing matter, but it's up to council.
I will second that part of it for the predator.
Okay, so now we have a motion. I want to make sure that the attorney understands it. Enforcement, you said you wanted to see a map of the enforcement of sexual predators.
No, a map of what 1,500 feet looks like. But if we do change it, it would be to sexual predators and maybe not sexual offenders. We're narrowing the scope to convicted bad people, you know.
Okay, so you're asking staff, the attorneys, whoever on staff, to do that research and come back with
So I think I can say it, sir. So the direction is to bring back the additional proposal for possibly considering an ordinance for 1,500 feet of an additional residency restriction for sexual predators as that's defined under the state statute, with the evidence to show what that would look like with that additional 500 feet and how the impact would be to residents in the county, with additional information if there is, if there's been anybody as well, though this isn't. Is this playground thing about snatching, is that still evidence? That's not, right? Because we're just talking about the residency requirement.
I don't think it would generate the support. I mean, I'm just curious. I'm going to research it, but that's not what the motion's for. I'm happy with this. If we come up with any data, I'll be more than happy to get it to the council on any other subject.
Well, if the motion passes, I mean, we certainly can get with your mapping staff, your GIS staff, to produce what we can visually so you can see it.
okay, so you're keeping the motion, and Matt Reinhardt as the second. And I hope everybody understands what we're voting on. I'm not sure that I do, but if the attorneys think that you know what you're going and looking after, that's what makes this so hard. There's not a person up here that wants to coddle or give any opportunity to perverts. But I'm really concerned with the unintended consequences of this. So the motion on the floor, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So the motion carries 7-0 to bring back more information. Item 18. Item 19, appointments to the Cultural Council. And we have appointments from every council member. Not quite enough people, but.
Correct, and they must be from within your district.
Right.
The at-large and the county chair shall make 2 nominations, one from the west side and one from the east side.
Okay.
You get one up.
Well, I'm going to, I was just going to go down the list here and ask everybody, but Jake Johansson, did you?
I was going to nominate my east and west.
Before somebody else did?
Absolutely.
I was tempted to do that too, but I was going to give, I don't.
Go down the list, sir. I think we'll come to the same result.
Okay. David Santiago. See how quick this is? Don Dempsey, District 1, you have all of them.
Yeah, I understand I have one more that may be getting a background processing, so I didn't know if I could hold off mine until the July 11th
You can.
meeting. I'd like to do that, please.
Does it, Carissa, does it hurt the council at all? Okay. Jake Johansson, you get to make the first nominee. You're going to make 2?
I was going to try to figure out which one Don wanted and pick that one first, but I'll select for west side Reggie Santilli.
Reggie Santilli for the west.
I'll hold off on my east.
You're going to hold off on the east?
Yeah, because
Okay.
these guys have to make a selection and the numbers are slim east.
Okay. Troy Kent.
Yes, I'm going to go with Andre Ludu.
Andre Ludu.
Sure.
Okay. Matt Reinhardt.
Lloyd Bowers.
Matt does
Hey, thanks.
Lloyd Bowers. And Danny Robbins.
Chair, if it's okay, I'd like to hold off. I'm waiting on an application from an individual, Miss Maddox, Nancy Maddox. And I'd like to see if she gets her application here. She advised she is in the process.
Okay. Fair enough. Then I will make for the west side, Thomas Laputka. And for the east side, George Pappas. So we have Reggie Santilli, Andrew, is it Ludu or Lou? Andrew.
I'm just trying to use my phonics, Ludu.
Okay. And Lloyd Bowers, Thomas Laputka, and George Pappas are the nominations. Is there a second?
I would like to nominate my east side.
Okay, go ahead.
George Pappas. No, William Sanchez. Since you took my guy.
William Sanchez. Okay. We'll add William Sanchez to the list. Is there a second on these nominations?
Yes, there's a second.
Can we close nominations? Nobody else has another one to add? Then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And they are all confirmed 7-0 unanimously.
Anonymously.
And that was the last item, and it's only 2:20. It's early in the day. I bet public participation will be short. Okay, no public participation? Uh-oh.
Whoa, there is.
He's withdrawing his motion.
His motion.
Thank you, sir. Mr. County Manager.
Yeah, I got a half a dozen things here. Now, the only thing I have tonight is, I know you've been meeting with Donna Butler on our BGDR program, and I just want to announce that we'll be out with the city managers, giving them an update on June 28th. Then we'll be kicking off our public engagement process July 10th to August 3rd. So there'll be 5 meetings, one in each district at the regional libraries. We'll also be meeting with chambers of commerce, neighborhood groups, and we'll be doing a survey. It'll be available online and at all the meetings. Our website is scheduled to be live tomorrow, well, today, a little later. And we'll be, we're out right now soliciting for a firm to help us with our action plan. That'll be, it's due to be selected on June 28th. So more to follow. We'll also have some media graphics that'll be available to the council members who may want to post about the process. And that's all I've got tonight.
Okay, County Attorney.
Yes, yes, sir. Just 2 quick things. I'll hand it off to Ms. Wallace first.
We've received a request from the sheriff's office now that they've been out at the beach for a few weeks. They are requesting that you all consider a couple of ordinances that they believe will enhance safety at the beach. And they also are requesting that you all consider perhaps raising some of the fines for ordinance violations. And so if you are amenable to considering those things, we can bring them back with some other items that we need to bring forward for the beach transition. Is that something you all
Question?
would be interested in?
Yes, you have at least one question, David Santiago.
What are the recommendations on the ordinances? What, just the topics?
One is, if Jenna, could you put that picture up? One is they would like to ban vehicles like this because.
It's Troy's truck. He
They,
lives by the beach.
Never. Never.
They make it difficult for the
But it looks
driver
fun.
to see over the hood, and it's a safety issue. The other one they're requesting is that if someone has a tent or some type of shade structure on the beach, that they not be allowed to close it completely, because they've found that if someone has like an enclosed tent, they're engaging in illegal activity within the tent. So they would like an ordinance that says you have to have at least one side of it open to observation. So those are the two things they would like us to bring back. And we would have to bring it back for your consideration. You wouldn't be deciding on it now, so.
The first one sounds okay. The second one seems a little extreme, but I just want to.
Yeah, I guess the answer would be to bring it back, and then we can hash it out. The first one, the truck, I think, don't they go up and down?
No, I believe that
There's
particular
permanent?
kind stays up, and then they can't really see over the hood when you're driving it because the hood is
Why
so
would
elevated,
anybody-
which obviously is a concern, especially on the beach.
Okay. Is there anybody opposed to having them bring this back for consideration? Okay.
Thank you.
And the other thing, and we've been unrelated to the topics tonight. We've been working with Tim Bailey on his attempt to implement some just general park rules for some of our inland parks. Excuse me, inland, not inlet, inland parks. So we need to bring back something for you to consider that would authorize establishing some of those rules. That could give rise to a trespass order for conduct that violates those rules. So I know they're interested in moving forward. We'd like to bring something to you at the July 11th meeting for you to at least take a look at, consider, if that's agreeable.
Any opposition from the council?
All right, thank you.
Bring it back. Okay, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I only have one item. I think it was last week I was watching the local news and seen some great coverage of our beach patrol doing a rescue. I think it was 2 individuals that during a hailstorm that was coming through, people that got in danger off the jetty and I think fell off. And the video was pretty intense of what I seen. And I thought, given current circumstances and the fact that they saved 4 people in a pretty nasty environment and put their lives in danger, I'd like to see if the county council would support recognizing those 2 lifeguards publicly, thanking them for their heroic act.
It's already done.
Oh.
They're gonna, I've asked them to do that and include a representative of the Coast Guard it was nothing short of heroic.
Yeah.
Like, for all the reasons you said, shark-infested waters, lightning, hail, and barnacle-clad rocks that just shred you to it was, anyway, it's your time.
That was it, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good morning and good night.
Don Dempsey.
I have nothing to add tonight. Thanks, guys.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I had a conversation with the city of New Smyrna last week regarding beach parking, and I kind of got a little indication of how they're doing business over there with off-beach parking. And I heard earlier today that we're going to wrap up this bid process and pick somebody for ours. And I'm hoping that we don't end up like anybody traveling from here to Maine, where they have to have 8 different toll electronics to get from here to Maine, because it's not one takes all. and that we come up with some combined solution for the cities and the county to park, if it's an app-based thing or whatever we do, that we don't have to go through 8 different ways to, oh, this is New Smyrna, I need park now, or I'm in the county, or I'm at the Ocean Center. I'm hoping we can all get together and come up with a common backbone to do that, and I imagine our IT department is somewhat involved in that, so I asked that. The other thing is, we saw it today, and George, I really want to ask that you and the chairman, when you look at the agenda, that you kind of foresee how this meeting is going to go forth, and do our best to not keep Halifax Health here till 2:30 in the morning. I know it's hard to determine who's going to show, who's going to not, but some of these people waited forever to talk, and we breezed right through their item. And I think it's important, again, that we respect the public's dollars, and we respect their time, and to keep somebody here for hours and hours and hours, it kills me. And the fact that we brought up that item was late but intelligent, and that we, like Mr. Kent said, some of these proclamations, community events, and 10-minute now briefings to us, they can be viewed by the public later, be pushed to the end. I know staff doesn't want to be here till 3 o'clock in the morning either, but if there's one thing more important to me than staff time, that's the public's time. So if we can take a hard look and try to juggle our items to get the right people in the right place and get them out of here so they can get on about their business, and that occurs during the daytime too, as best we're able to do that. So I appreciate you taking a look at that. That's all I have.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Rechtenwald, I agree with everything Councilman Johansson just said about streamlining this process. And I would take it a step further, Council, and that is, we had an applicant with an attorney here today, and I think that they should be given a time limit as well, 10 minutes. The reason I say that is I was lukewarm to us doing that to ourselves. I thought, gosh, we each represent, well, 2 of you represent over 500,000 people. The rest of us represent over 100,000 people each, and we're going to limit ourselves with that. And it stung a little bit when I first started talking about dogs on the beach, and I was told, hey, your 10 minutes is up. But I learned a valuable lesson. And the next time, I prepared at home, and I was ready. And I said to myself, actually, I didn't. I take that back. My dad said it to me. He said, son, if you can't say it in 10 minutes, come on. And when you're right, you're right. So he's right. And I think that we're right in saying, appreciate the attorney coming, and, they were hired for this, but you've got 10 minutes, just like we have 10 minutes. It's going to help streamline this process. And I believe our attorneys, Mr. Dyer, I think you and Paulo can get together and come up with something that is reasonable. And to that end, Councilman Robbins, you were spot on by making a motion to move Halifax Health up, not because of Halifax Health, but you're right. I mean, any presentation from staff that's going to take 40 minutes plus needs to be at the end of the meeting. Let's do the business of the people up front, the ones that are here, and we shouldn't have these 40-minute presentations. Not when we're given, I don't do the one-on-one meetings. You all know that. But I did, there's some that they ask me, hey, would you meet with, yeah, if you're asking me for that, I will, because I do my homework just like you all do your homework. And for that to happen the way it did, it's chapped me a little bit. Just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. And we can get better at it, and that's why I'm talking about it now, because I want us to get better at it. So, George, I hope you're picking up what we're laying down, at least what I'm laying down.
Yeah.
I think you are. The next piece I have is all positive, which I think that one was as well, but I want to thank staff, and I want to thank Councilman Reinhardt and Councilman Robbins, because we had a really good meet your councilman at the beach. And Danny, I think it was your idea, and Sons of the Beach came out in force. I didn't count, but there were between at least 30, maybe upwards of 50 people that were out there. Well, 49, but I can just tell you, you know, staff was there, and I appreciated seeing them there and answering questions and handing out information. And, you know, beach safety was there. The sheriff's office was there. We were all separated, talking to people were coming to us at different times. And it was another opportunity for our residents to interact with us outside of, you know, chambers like this. And that was a positive thing. So I wanted to say thank you for that. That was really good.
We're going to do one on the river. It's going to be even bigger.
And I said two things. Yeah, that'll be good. West side, maybe at the lake or river. And last but not least, you know, personally, I said two, but I'll say three things. Personally, I just want to. 2 days ago, my wife and I celebrated our 18th wedding anniversary, and that's good. That's good stuff. So Heather, happy anniversary. Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. It was a great event at the beach. The only thing I'd like to see is every time I looked up at poor Clayton wearing jeans, that was rough. But anyhow, no, it was a terrific event, and a lot of good feedback came from it, a lot of good discussion. So good news on my end. I have grandbaby number 6 here, just occurred. So enough, you know, you brought in personal stuff. Why not? So I have nothing else. So I'm ready to go home and probably get up with the kid.
Danny Robbins.
I'll try to make this quick. Troy, I'm holding you to this. You said you'd support a motion to look at raising the plot to 5 instead of 3 lots. If we can look at that, staff. Yes, a motion to bring back additional information on raising the plots to 5 lots instead of 3. Subdivision plots, yeah.
I wanted to one up you guys and go to 6 to see if I'd be more popular. But.
Only in Deltona.
Is there a second? Did you second that?
And I was cruising the interweb and...
Can we vote on that one first?
Go ahead. Just anxious.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Did you get that, the motion in the second? Okay.
I was looking at the City of Orlando's website in their permitting, and they have an awesome, I mean, 1, 2, like a step-by-step process, Don. We can get you a link, but orlando.gov. And also, too, they have an online where certain things are a virtual inspection, which was kind of neat. Schedule a virtual inspection for re-roofing, door and window replacements, hot water heater, HVAC units, where where they don't have to send personnel out, and all this stuff is digitally submitted. So I'm going to look a little bit further into that. You guys are going to be getting. I started compiling a list of possible cuts that we talked about during our goal settings in terms of ordinances. There's some in there that really annoy the hell out of me. Most likely, hopefully, they'll do the same to you, and we can get rid of some of them. And then, going back, there was where was it here? Bear with me. Sorry. Okay, there was another ordinance, and I'm going to kind of keep at this because in our code of ordinances, we never really established a sexual offender or predator thing, Don. Hopefully you can hear me out with some of this stuff, because there's some actually really good ones that don't address some of the state some of the state statutes. But there's one in particular I'd like for us to look at here in the future to come back with, and it's a City of Palm Bay prohibited any registered sexual predator or offender from making deliveries or performing work at a residence, public or private school facilities or grounds, including bus stops, any daycare facilities, libraries, aftercare centers, park playgrounds, hospital, hospice, nursing home, adult daycare, dwellings like these apartments. And it's, like, once again, an additional measure to take them out of that environment beforehand. So if they're in that environment, they can be addressed. So if that's, and I have the City of Palm Bay ordinance number here that I can pass on to staff, if it's something this council is willing to look at, because it's something that we don't have as a county in our code of ordinances. It doesn't address any sexual offenders or predators, and there's a lot of other cities and counties that do. So ultimately what this was kind of a safer Volusia initiative that I had to establish this section in our code of ordinances with higher penalties. But and just in closing, I'm going to read on May 19th, the sheriff's office, and this is just the power of a local ordinance. I'll read you guys something real quick. Yesterday morning, VSO deputy assigned to the beach was flagged down about a man who set up camp to sleep on a beach approach sidewalk impeding public beach access. An FCIC, NCIC check revealed the subject, Greg Cowell, date of birth 7/23/84, was a sexual offender in Indiana who has been sought by state law enforcement for the past 2 months. Because of his crime in Indiana was similar to Florida's lewd and lascivious molestation of a victim between ages 12 and 15, Cowell is now required to register as a sexual offender in the state of Florida. But the reason for contacting him initially was for a county ordinance. So Cowell was charged with violating Volusia County's ordinance on obstruction of a public access to the beach, transported to Volusia County Branch Jail, and registered as a sexual offender by VSO Career Criminal Unit. So as you can see, some of these initial contacts or an ordinance, if you get all of our wheels turning, to get creative with an ordinance and tailor it to our likings can lead to other things and can open up these doors. Ordinarily, you know, I don't know if there's a state statute where they could have charged this person, or you know what I'm saying, versus a county ordinance when it comes to impeding that. So I'm glad that county ordinance worked to obviously their benefit and put this bad guy in jail and got him registered. So that's my intention, is getting creative with this and tailoring things to our own levels and being stronger penalties than the state. And that's okay. And that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Just two quick things. One that you brought up, I think it's so incredible. I just want to mention it again. The two lifeguards, DeLand Outlaw and Thomas McGibbons. And as I understand it, Andrew, Thomas was DeClaw's swim coach, wasn't he, for the Daytona Beach Y team? But as he comes up, what I wanted to tell you, and the reason that I'm bringing it up, because I spent an entire summer at the inlet when I was a lifeguard. You're by yourself. I was by myself. I was in an Army surplus Jeep. I didn't even have a surfboard. I had a plastic buoy. You know them well. But fortunately, I didn't have anything like that. I had lots of rescues up and down the beach, one rescue in the inlet, but nowhere near those rocks. I shudder to think what would have gone through my mind when I saw what would happen. And the fact that DeLand was asked this, did you hesitate? And he said, no, I was so well trained. You just go. And that is what happens. You just go and do what he put his life on the line. Shark infested waters, lightning all around him. It's a treacherous place. And so I wanted to mention their names and the Coast Guard that was there too. And if you want to add anything to it, please take the time.
Yeah, Andy Etheridge, Director of Beach Safety. No, I appreciate the comments. I appreciate your appreciation of those things, both of you, all of you, actually. Those gentlemen, they don't hesitate because the reason they're able to do such incredible things under extreme conditions is because of the things we do on a daily basis. So I'll have to verify if Declan was one of Tom's swim kids, but Tom has been a swim coach for many years. He's one of the couple of people on the beach that have more time down there than I do, so he's been there a long time. So a lot of experience, well-trained young guy who has no fear, and yeah, it's not a comfortable situation, but they make it look easy.
Yeah. That's why we need to keep those good guys. So,
I agree.
thank you. I'm just going to stop there on that note. And at 2:43, we are adjourned.